Okay.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with the mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, hey, it's Julie B, and it's Deja Vu. We are back 2 nights in a row with another from season 4 live because MGM decided to drop another little mini trailer the day after I did a 6-hour live for season 4 theories last night. Thanks, MGM. I was counting on using tonight to just finish my Ethan theory video, which still is not recorded yet. After a busy day, and I'm still going to work on that. This is not going to be, I know I say this a lot, but I really mean it. This is tonight. We just did 6 hours last night, so I think we need to cool it, and we will have some restraint and do a shorter one, a more reasonably a reasonably timed one tonight. And dive into this crazy new footage. This crazy new footage that was dropped in this new trailer. It's the same kind of thing that they did ahead of season 3. We got first we got a teaser, then we got a full trailer, and then we got another trailer very close to the premiere of season 3, and no one was expecting that one. It was like a shock that they did that. And the second trailer was very much a promotional device to get new people who haven't watched From interested in the show. And that's what this one is. This new one that just dropped today is very much in the same vein. It's a promotional device to try to hook new people who've never seen the show. It contains a lot of old clips from previous seasons. There's very little new footage, but the stuff that's new is pretty insane. The Sophia thing is insane. All they had to do was show one brief shot of Sophia's face looking evil as fuck, and it completely it completely changed everything for me. I already was open-minded to the really interesting theory that has been floating around the fandom that Sophia could be the Man in Yellow shapeshifted. I was open to it. I've been saying it for a while that I'm open to that theory. I think it's really cool, but I thought it was not likely to be true, and now I'm thinking I'm thinking it's likely that he turns into Sophia. Maybe not. Maybe that's what they want us to think, and she's just evil. But that is an evil as fuck face that she made. It didn't just look like ordinary, crazy cult girl. It looked like an evil being, like those Man in Yellow kind of faces that he makes, except on her face instead. So I couldn't believe they put that in there. I really wish they hadn't, to be honest. I don't like spoilery stuff. I don't like when MGM spoils their own show by putting too much, revealing too much in the promo stuff. I didn't like it when they did it for season 3 and they're doing it again. It's with season 3 they put really spoilery stuff in that second trailer as well. The one that was out right before the show came on. There was one that had some spoilery stuff in it, and I was not happy about that. And this one is even worse. I mean, this one is even crazier, if you ask me. I can't even believe they did that. I don't. Maybe we're just seeing more than they're actually intending in her face. I already thought she looked sinister in the new promo image that was released over the weekend, and we talked about that, and she's sitting in the clinic. She looks a little sinister, but it's nothing like this. So let me stop there and start saying hi to the chat. I'm gonna I sent the link to Scarlet, so she might be joining us when she's able to. When she sees the link, I'm sure she'll join. And Karl is here in the background. And please hit the like button and help YouTube, show YouTube that people are interested in this live stream, so YouTube will show this to new people who can find my channel and help grow my channel. It really makes a big difference to hit that like button, please. And yeah, let's see who's in the chat. We've got Michael here, Faust or First. Nice to see you, Michael. Hey, Heather. I saw Heather earlier in Jeremy's chat, and a bunch of other folks too from here over there. I love how this community just supports everybody. We see the same people in all the streams. Hey, changing my name. Be right back. I love that. I love that handle. Again, it's very funny. Hey, Gabrielle. Hey, Ryan. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Long time no see. Not really. And we'll be back again tomorrow night too. Although under the circumstances, and I was already thinking about doing this anyway, I'm gonna just go ahead and say we're gonna do the next rewatch stream on Thursday. Give myself a little more time to finish my Ethan theory video. I've been working really hard on my Ethan theory video on how Ethan is our storyteller. He's the one who knows how this place works. How does he know what does he know that can help us and help the characters survive and get through all this? And I break it all down. So it's an ambitious one. It's probably going to be like half an hour long, a really deep dive. And I'm going to try and make this live shorter tonight than the ones I usually do, so that I have a little more stamina and my voice isn't shot, and I'm able to that way I'm able to record the Ethan video later tonight. And if I do that, I might be able to get it released by morning. That's the hope. And I need time to prepare for the rewatch live, so I think we'll just do it Thursday night. So our next rewatch live for season 2 episodes 9 and 10 will be Thursday night, and then we'll start season 3 Saturday night, episodes 1 through 3. So that's how we'll do that. Because we don't have time to skip any of the lives. We're full steam ahead. We don't have any time to skip it just because of this extra one tonight. Heather says, binging this show got me through seasonal depression last year, and I'm stoked to have found the Fromily. Aw, I completely understand, and I found the show in a very dark time for myself. And I've heard that from other people too. And I think that people who are struggling gravitate toward this show more than most. We feel a catharsis from watching it, from watching these people struggling through dark times and finding their purpose despite that. And I found it inspiring. I still find it inspiring. So I'm glad that it could help you. I'm glad that the Fromily could help you. It certainly helped me in ways I can't even begin to tell you. It transformed my life. And that's not hyperbole. It completely changed my life, saved my life. Hey, Ryan said, I know the feeling. From got me through a similar experience, and so did this community. Glad to have you here. Oh, I'm glad that did that for you too, Ryan. Hey, Christine Jellybean.
What up, Justin? What up, my ninja?
Justin's here. Oh, nice. I'm way behind the chat, so I'm gonna try and zip through here and catch up. Hey, Gabrielle says, From is the most slept on show. Yes, it is indeed. Hope to welcome new members of the Fromily with a new season. Yes, 100%. And they're definitely trying to pull in new people with this new trailer. Yes, absolutely. Hey, with Alice. Let's see. Hey, Debbie, Abby, Bobebby, Samuel. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Hey, JT Moore. And yes, the theory's creaking open. Indeed. Heather said, my kids are in bed. I'm cooking up a treat for myself, and I'm so ready. Awesome. I'm so glad. I hope you enjoy your downtime, Heather. And so glad that you're here for some more live fun. Let me see. Yes. Let me scroll down and catch up with the chat here. I see Doug is asking something. Football Affinity says, I really wish they didn't release that Sophia clip. Yeah, I feel the same way. It's too spoilery, if you ask me. So, hey, my friend Doug Hughes, saying, hey, Julie B, quick question. If someone joins the panel, can they upload video clips? Or is it just still images? I actually got back to your DM on that question, Doug, a few minutes before we started over on Instagram. And yes, I think I'm almost positive that you can. And I think that's actually how Mr. Grant Gregory uploaded and gave me my intro for this channel. So I think that's how he did it. I think he came on the panel and uploaded it. I could be wrong, but I think so. So if you would like to try it, I can always send you the link and we can give it a try. So just let me know, and we can certainly give it a try. Let's see, and hopefully it works. I think that's how I got my intro video from Mr. Grant Gregory that Heather was reacting to. I think Heather was saying something when it was on. Yeah, she said, oh my God, what? I've never been here at the beginning of one of these. This is amazing. Yeah, Mr. Grant Gregory made that. I love it. He knows I love Kendrick Lamar, and he made that in the style of Not Like Us by Kendrick. So yeah, that was awesome. I love that. I'm so grateful he made it for me. Hey, Trace. And yes, it's a new trailer, but it doesn't have a lot of new scenes in it. So it's not a whole lot, but what's in there is pretty crazy. Michael says she's looking totally unhinged and nothing wrong there. Yeah, indeed. Got the windows nailed shut. Yes, we do, Jay. Hey, Zap. Hey, Beehive girl. Let's see. Joyce, nice to see you. Let's see if I can get to everybody. And hello again to Doug. Heather said, I'm new and have been mostly in and out on these because young kids on spring break and now sick. This is a treat right now. Oh, well, yeah, that must be tough taking care of young kids who are sick. I hope they get better soon. Doug, did you see the trailer? Did you? You must have seen it and heard about it by now. I'm sure you're pulling my leg, and you're disrobing in the trailer once again. We've seen Doug in various states of undress in these trailers.
How could he? How could he not have seen it if he lived it?
Right, he lived it. It's a new teaser, indeed. It gives us a little bit, but what's in there is pretty wild. Let's see. Christine said at first when I saw it, I thought I was seeing things, and then I got super excited. I couldn't believe it when I opened YouTube and saw that today. I could not believe it. So Doug hasn't seen it yet. I'm very curious to see this now. Yeah, I can't show the whole thing, or I think we might get pulled for copyright, maybe. And it's also I've only been able to find it on Jeremy Ice and Fire's YouTube channel. So it's on Jeremy's channel. It's the latest video on there. I don't know where he got it from, but I can't find it. If anyone else knows anywhere else that it is besides Jeremy's channel, please let me know because I can't find it.
That's the only place that we saw it, right? When we kind of did a quick search earlier.
Yes, it's the only place we saw it. Sophia got a killer streak. I think so, Joyce. I think she's the man in yellow. Hit that like button on your way in. Yes, thank you for the support, Ryan. David and Sheil.
Michael said that he posted it like off of Instagram or something. So that Instagram link that he just posted again, he's saying is the trailer.
Thanks, Michael. I don't check Instagram as often as I should to see things like that. Thank you. But somebody got Jeremy has the version that's not vertical. I don't know where he got that from. He's got that on the YouTube channel. David says, I feel like this one had a few red herrings and misdirections. Save the children to get home. I don't believe her. Well, it kind of seems consistent with what we've been told before, so I don't know. I think that makes sense to me. Doug said he just watched the new trailer. I didn't even realize that was Sophia. Yeah, she looked crazy. She looked crazy. Oh my God. I was losing my shit when I saw that today. Hey, welcome, New Genesis. Nice to see you. I don't know how you found us, but glad you're here. Please hit the like if you haven't already and consider subscribing. If you're not subscribed, I'm hoping to reach 3,000 subscribers during season 4 of From. We recently crossed the 2,000 subscriber mark. Doug says, Sophia didn't strike me as looking evil. I thought she looked kind of horny. Really? I got evil vibes. That's what I got.
Well, if he didn't see the trailer, then he needs to check out the evil. Maybe she's horny and evil in the trailer.
Yeah, could be both. They're not mutually exclusive. Not a ton new, but it definitely was worth going live to talk about this. I had to. I couldn't schedule this fast enough. We were out for the day, far from home ish. And my high speed data was gone on my phone. So I had to use Karl's phone to do everything I used Walmart's Wi-Fi to schedule
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. You had to use my phone.
No, the issue with your phone is that I can't log into my own Canva and StreamYard accounts on there. I don't remember my login info. So I had to use Walmart's Wi-Fi to schedule the live stream for tonight and make my thumbnail too. In fact, I had to.
That's right. Yeah.
In fact, I had to use an old thumbnail. I couldn't even make a new one. I forgot to fix that when we got home. I was going to make a new one with some of the new stills, but I forgot. I had to use an old one because we were out.
Michael posted off of Twitter the landscape version of the video.
Oh, okay.
Later or more current comments.
Thanks, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll risk it and try playing it on the stream. Other people do it and they don't get pulled.
Hey, no risk it, no biscuit.
Yeah. Other people do it. Thank you, Heather. Thank you for the appreciation. I appreciate you. David says Sophia being evil would fit the inverse mythological structure we see elsewhere in From. It definitely would. Hey, Justin, my friend. Nice to see you. Yes, give yourself more time, Julie. Glad to see you this evening. And Cholo Carl, hope your week has been well. Hugs from afar. Well, sending hugs right back, Justin. Nice to see you as always, and hope you're doing well tonight. Thank you for the support.
And because of that, when I log in, my avatar will have to be the car.
Yeah.
It'll have to be the Lexo.
Yeah, you got to use the car now. Jay says Sophia is bad if she's going to be taking over Doug Hughes' screen time. Yeah, I don't like that. That worries me. If he's shapeshifting into Sophia, what about Doug? But I have a solution for that. I think the way that Doug will get more screen time is we'll see Julie story walk back, and we'll see when he first arrived in town and how he became the man in yellow. I think we'll see through flashbacks via Julie story walking. We'll see Doug arriving in town, as a normal guy, and then he'll die. Like Victor drew a picture of a normal looking man in yellow suit with a car in the background. I think we'll see that in flashbacks, and we'll see how he got broken and then eventually got killed, and the man in yellow entity, the evil entity, took his shape. So that's how I think we'll get more screen time for Doug. I hope. So that's how we can still salvage that for Doug, because I want to see more screen time for him too. I really do. Doug said, "Hey, I can always get a job at a call center." We don't want that for you. You deserve better than that. You deserve lots of screen time. Damn it. I don't want to see you just shift into Sophia and then bye Doug. No. We need more Doug.
No, like I was saying earlier when we were talking about it, he's gonna get more screen time. We gotta see his origin story.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, how the entity became the Doug for a while or whatever.
Right.
We're gonna see that story and that background.
We've got to see that.
That's I don't know what the Man in Yellow's favorite part is, but that'll be my favorite part. More Doug.
Yes, we need more Doug. So we can, if they don't do it enough in season 4, we can, petition MGM to give us that backstory in season 5, and maybe they'll do that like they brought Smiley back. People were upset about Smiley getting killed off. Doug says those girls at the local Catholic high school were totally out of control, so this makes sense to me. Oh, really? The religious girls. Who would have thought? 26 likes. Awesome. Please keep hitting that like button, guys, as you're just arriving, and help YouTube show this to more people so that I can get my channel growing and more people can find the stream and subscribe.
Highlight my latest one.
Okay.
It just went up as we were talking.
Oh, okay. 33 likes now. Excellent. Hey, Doc, my friend. Hope you're doing well tonight. Let's see. Anon says the monsters could set the houses on fire and the people would have to leave. Oh, that would be a dirty trick if they pulled something like that. Are these dark times or what? Yes, they are. Indeed, Joyce, indeed. So Football said, really not a fan of them showing Sophia with that creepy smile. That's giving away too much to me. I agree.
Here's a caveat. Maybe we can hang on to. Maybe that's somebody's dream. Maybe that's her dream, seeing herself. Maybe it's not really her. But I doubt it.
Yeah. After all those, you doubt it, right? Yeah. David says she's going to devour Kenny like a pent-up Catholic schoolgirl before embarking on becoming a nun.
Maybe that was the look she gave Kenny.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Poor Kenny.
From is but a dream. Well, we know it's not literally a dream, Susie, because the showrunner said it's not a dream and it's not purgatory. That's for sure. So we know that. But yes, Sophia looks creepy, y'all. Indeed. Let's see. So Joyce says, I don't know, y'all. Man in Yellow shapeshifts into Sophia. Is he going to kill the original Sophia after she gets into town? Or there is no original Sophia? Yeah, I think I do think that it's likely he kills Sophia and shapeshifts into her, maybe just outside of town. It could be something like that. We'll dive into that. We'll keep on reading your comments.
We'll deep dive into that.
Yes. Justin's like, happy to see you, my ninja Carl. Okay, Doug, I will shoot you a link. I will shoot you a link. Just saw that comment in the chat. Okay, just a sec. Daryl says, I don't believe Sophia is sus. Kenny is just promising her a good time. I don't know. Let's look at this. I'll put the image up on screen as we're continuing to go through the chat, and I'll send Doug a link here. Look at this face. Look at this face and tell me this doesn't look evil as fuck. That is terrifying. That is nightmare fuel. Seriously, like what the fuck? That evil, like sinister glee. That's what we see in the Man in Yellow too.
Yeah, some of the guys we've seen that look before.
Yeah, right. And the shot of Julie looks like it's from episode 4 based on the preview pic. She's wearing the boat shirt. That's right, Daryl. Indeed. Looked like a new shot of the music box. Oh, okay. I'll take a look at that. And Michael, thank you for posting those links. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think some of those shots we thought might have been new angles, but like one that I thought was new, you knew was old, and vice versa, right? So I think all the old stuff was old. Right?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
That makes sense. All the old stuff was old.
Okay. Yeah. Doug said, I actually did do the full Monty many years ago, and I thought I was too old to be getting naked back then. Oh, man. Yeah, you're pretty man and buff in the show now. It's wild.
You're never too old to show somebody the old sausage.
Yes, football. It's lots of old footage. It's more of a teaser than a trailer. Hey, Chris M. Sophia horny for Kenny. Yeah. Daryl said, I smile like that. People are being smilists. Then you have an evil smile, Daryl. Like, that's scary. Justin says, yes, I literally stopped working in my exercise to be here for this after I caught the trailer last minute. Oh, nice. Well, awesome. Thanks for being here and dropping everything to do that. Appreciate you. David says, I think they're being led to believe they have to save the children, but there might be a twist. Oh, yeah, I agree that there could be a twist for that. Absolutely. Y'all think she's evil over a smile. Stop being fooled. Oh, did you look at it when you see it in motion? It's even more convincing.
The context of the smile is pretty bad.
It's even worse in motion. I'll play it. I'll play it on stream and show it, the motion version. Hey, Ledness.
Mm-hmm. The motion in the ocean.
And let's see. Did I get everybody? Hey, Jen. Had a great time with my partner watching Hail Mary yesterday. Oh, nice.
Oh, how was that?
Yeah, was that good, Jen? David says, we will see Man in Yellow's story through convoluted repressed memories from Victor. Yes, I think so too. Or from Julie's story walking, but either way, we're going to see it. Sophia may be a young Karen. Justin says, I mean, what does it really give away? There is no context. Well, I think it gives away that she's pure evil. I am convinced. I swear.
That's the context.
I swear, she is evil. The entity spent time making these buildings. They don't want that destroyed. Doug says, Kenny wet dream. Maybe Kenny's wet dream. It could be. Kenny won't be able to resist. No, he won't. Chris says, let's see, the nerdier and uglier, let's see, they make an actress. The prettier and more beautiful she is in real life. Sophia is a hottie. Oh yeah, they made her look really nerdy, but she's beautiful. Yeah, she's beautiful. They're just trying to make her look, very conservative. Plain Jane. Hey, Shadow Skull. Nice to see you. Heather says, I think it's less of a shapeshift situation and more akin to a possession. Yeah, it could be that. It could be that too, Heather. Daryl says, "What is it with horny people being called evil? This is discrimination." Joyce said, "I like MGM Plus post from a few days ago when it's Stress Awareness Month, but also the month season 4 of From appears, and I am feeling that. Yeah, they're they're stressing me out personally. There's too much they're throwing at us. I can't keep up, and I'm stressing myself out because I saved the rewatch till the last minute, and now we're scrambling to finish. That girl is thirsty. I think so, Doug. Daryl says, I smile like that. I'm not evil, I swear. Yeah, that girl is thirsting for Kenny, I think, based on the trailers, based on the full trailer.
She may want some dim sum.
Somewhat.
Dim sum.
What's that?
It's an Asian dish.
Oh, okay.
Joyce, I didn't want to say the obvious egg roll,
Right. And Joyce says the only way that expression is okay if she's making faces at a wee baby. Yeah, making like, she'll scare the shit out of the baby.
Oh my god!
But the baby would, I think the baby would be traumatized.
Daryl says she's doing baby faces to Kenny, like like that.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
Daryl says, I want Sarah to look at me like that right before she devours you whole. B says she also looks like she's crawling on top of somebody laying down. I noticed that too. The close-up of the scarecrow was new. Was it really? To me, it looked like the same shot of the scarecrow coming at the camera. I'll look at it again. I have all the screenshots to put up. It looked like the same shot of him about to punch somebody. That scarecrow. And Sophia needs an exorcism. Now I'm trying to just give me a sec. I'm going to send Doug the link now. And yeah, I think it's likely that the man in yellow is shifting into her based on this. I know it's a leap, but I saw that and I just became convinced all of a sudden. And somebody left a really interesting theory in my comment section recently about how it could work, and how he could kill her, dispose of the body, and take her form just outside of town, and no one would know, And it's interesting. What would be really cool about it is, for me personally, is that like around a year ago on one of our Storytime with Doug lives, I actually had a theory that what if the new arrival for season 4, because there's always a new arrival. I figured there'd be one. I knew it. I thought, what if the new arrival is actually Doug, but it's the man in yellow just looking like a guy in a yellow suit, look normal, and nobody knows that he's actually like the big bad monster. And then I heard that Sophia was cast as the new arrival, and so I discarded that idea. Okay, well, I guess not, because we only get one new arrival per season, so I thought that's not going to happen then. But I could wind up being partly right in that original theory that I had, but it's lost to time now. It's lost in the annals of the many hours we've spent on live streams. I have no idea where that live stream even is where I said that. We do a lot of streams and we stay on for many hours, so who knows where I said it. I never made a video out of it or anything like that. Okay, I was having some trouble in the background getting my Gmail to load as I'm trying to send Doug the link, but I finally got it to work. Sometimes Chromebook slows down a lot. StreamYard takes up a lot of memory, so okay. All right, there we go. Sent. Okay, moving on. So, let's see what else is here. Joyce said, I thought I was quoting Batman there, but the quote is, "This town needs an enema." Really? An enema? That's a weird quote. That's from Batman?
No.
She said I thought I was quoting Batman there. Okay. I don't know what quote that is, but that's funny. Doc says they had to adjust the white contrast so I didn't blind the viewers. On what? Oh, he said I will break
on the full Monty, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he said I will break the NDNA. I was Doug's body double. No special effects needed. Nice.
Or was Doug talking about when he got naked as the man in yellow?
Oh, yeah, and then Doc was saying that he was his body double.
Oh, I see.
Samuel says I think Sophia is at the clinic, so she could be looking at Randall. Yes, it definitely is the clinic. That exit sign back there, that's the clinic for sure. So it could be Randall is staying there. Hey there, Superman. Welcome. Hey, Ms. B. That's a Joker babe smile from 1989 Batman. Love that Joker. She's not using brand X. Yeah, that looks like a Joker smile, doesn't it? Evil like that. Oh, here's Doug. I'll add you here. Hey, Doug. How are you?
Howdy. Oh, wait, I have one of these here.
No, he's got a technical thing. Let's continue while Doug sorts that out. Let's see, where are we?
He was like, we could hear him for a second, then we couldn't, huh?
Yeah, I heard him, but yeah, probably just a little technical glitch, and I bet he'll be right back.
I'm sure it'll be a Zibba and then a Zabba.
Yes. Heather says MGM got us over here edged and ready like Sophia.
Oh my god.
Debbie said I live in New Orleans and there's a naked everything here. LOL. Oh, here's Doug.
Sorry, I ended up with two YouTube windows going at the same time, so I had to back out.
Oh, okay. No worries. How's it going, Doug?
Good. Not too bad at all. So yeah, I got a copy of that short film I did for the Canada Film Center, and it's only about 6 minutes long, but I thought people might be interested in seeing it if I could upload it here.
That would be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully it can be done. I'm pretty sure it can.
Yeah, it says video file, so I guess I can.
Yeah.
All right. I haven't done anything to this, so I like it might be kind of raw in terms of like how it's cut. I don't know what it's going to look like, but here it is. If you want to have a look.
Awesome. Okay. So Doug was in this short film a while back, and it's really hard to access. Nobody can get a hold of this. But Doug finally managed to get a copy of it, and said it's about 6 minutes long, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's what's the title of it again?
It's called A Malik. And just a little background on what the program's all about. They at the Canada Film Center, they have a screenwriting program for actors. And so they had 8 actors this year doing this program, and they all had to produce like a 5-minute film, 5 minutes-ish. And they did a big screening of them a few weeks ago. So that's where I got to see it. So the actors actually wrote the screenplays, but then they all perform in their own films as well. So you'll notice in this one, the focus tends to be a whole lot on the other guy more than on me because it's his film. He wrote it. So that's it. That's the preamble. So cool. I guess I'm the one that has to hit play here, maybe? No, I don't know. Maybe you can.
I think it's me. Yeah.
I think you're right. I can't get it to do anything. So
is this the one you told me is the only other horror thing that you've been in besides From?
No, this isn't a horror thing. It's kind of a medieval thing.
Oh, right. Okay. So that's something else. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Doc had a message directed at you saying, Doug, I know you don't know a lot about the season, but you must be so tickled watching people guess with the bits you do know.
Well, I'll say right off, I know a lot less than people think I do. So, a lot of this stuff is just, I'm as curious about a lot of it as everybody else is.
Yeah. And so, what I'll do is while this is playing, we're going to play this little 6-minute short film that Doug is sharing with us. And while it's playing, I'll look and see if there are any comments directed at Doug, and I'll star them and throw them Doug's way if he's up for it after any questions or comments that people have.
Sure.
So, okay, awesome. So let me see if I can add this now.
Is it true? You promised me the throne.
Amalek, your sister knows the ruthlessness of a king.
She's a... I meant to usher in a new age of peace and equanimity. Is that not my destiny?
Not while I live. I need to pass on the crown, and she is ready. You lack the spine. You cower at the thought.
I refuse to let this kingdom fall into the hands of a tyrant, just as I refuse to follow in the footsteps of one.
A tyrant? Maybe you were too young to remember how our city was nearly conquered. Maybe I sheltered you too much.
I'm not unable to protect this kingdom. I may not know war and ruthlessness, but
But what? When the next invasion happens?
I fight. Not with blades, but with parley, as I have always done.
It has always been your problem, Amalek. As king, you must know the feeling of blood on your hands, skin under your nails. A king is not a peacemaker.
You were. For some 20 years you were. A vibrant example of kinghood. I admired you for it before I knew. You told me that spilt blood only means that a mother has lost her son, and a son has lost his father.
Some fathers are worth losing. And so are some sons.
When I was a boy, and my siblings would mock me for my skin, my hair, for anything. Do you remember how they'd torment me?
You and Veranda never got along.
She was cruel. And when my anger finally became too much and I struck back that night you came to me in my bed, I told you I felt like the black sheep in this family. Do you remember what you told me? My beautiful boy, don't fight them. I was the black sheep too. When I look at you, I see myself.
I said that because I'm your father.
When did that change? You were the only one who saw my anger, who saw what it could become, and you stripped it from me so that I could make peace. You've stolen my destiny.
My mind is made, Amalek. You will not have the throne. The decree will be signed when we return. My fault or not, your nature. A king must know the feeling of blood on his hands.
Is there anything I can do to convince you?
No.
So there you go.
Cool. That was awesome, Doug.
Yeah, it's a neat
Thank you
little
for
film.
sharing that. Thank you for sharing that with us. That
My
was
pleasure.
cool. Playing a king. How long ago was that?
We shot it in February, early February, I think.
Oh, that recent. Wow.
Yeah. Actually, it might have been January because it was that was the day when my foot really started acting up, and I found out the next day that I had a stress fracture. So that's got to be sometime I think in late January.
Yeah, Kimberly said beautiful, Doug.
Thanks,
Excellent
Kimberly.
job, Doug. And very good acting. As Susie Samuel said, great short film. And people were referencing "Heavy is the head that wears the crown." His, that's a title. One of the titles of From season 4 is "Heavy is the head," which is a
Mhm.
misquote from Shakespeare. Uneasy is the head that wears the crown, or something.
Yeah.
But um, yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, they were referencing Game of Thrones too. Sir Douglas of House Hughes, first of his name. When experience with Shakespeare pays off. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Shakespeare, there's a great speech in Richard II where he has just come back from Ireland and he's discovered that the crown's been usurped from him. King Henry IV has taken over the country, and he launches into this speech about how basically if everybody who ends up king ends up dead. That's kind of the gist of the speech, and it kind of was going through my head when we were working on this thing because I think you don't get a lot of there was much more dialogue. They cut a lot of it in the editing process, but when you read the whole script, it was pretty clear that this kid was not ready to be king, and he's probably going to end up dead too.
Wow. Yeah. Um yeah, and it was really compelling. I very much enjoyed the back and forth between the two of you, and the kill scene. That was, I was not really expecting that. And have you done a lot of scenes where you had to get killed on camera?
Not on camera, but in theater, I've done a lot of stage fighting. Yeah,
Right. So I mean, you're
and
you're pretty well
we had a
versed.
fight director there, of course, for all of this stuff.
Right. Um I mean, fighting versus, like, actually having to die, like, I'm sure, like, that makes it even more challenging, like, having to die, to act that process out, and can't be easy.
I've had to die a number of times on stage, actually,
Yeah, I mean, if
sometimes
it's a quick
unintentionally.
unintentionally. If it's a quick death, that's one thing, but then, a struggle, like, that's gotta be difficult to do. But you're used to it now. Jordan says, Dougie, what a piece of work is humanity. Hey, Fromley. Nice to
Well,
see
it's an
you.
interesting thing about stage frighting, something that a lot of people don't know. And this came up actually when we were doing the season 3 finale in From. One of the basic principles, I think I've talked about this on a live before, but one of the basic principles is that the victim is the one that's actually in control. So I'll give you an example. If someone is choking you and you want to make it look like a real struggle, what you do is the person who's being choked is the one who's holding the hand in place. And the person who's supposed to be choking them is trying to pull their hand away. So that's how you get the tension. I mean, I'm in complete control of this hand here. It's not doing anything, but it looks like I'm being choked by the way I throw myself around. But it's my hand that's holding this hand in place. And that's a
Right.
basic principle in a lot of stage fighting, where it's actually the person who's having the thing done to them who's controlling the action.
Right. Interesting stuff. Yeah, you told us about that when you were describing how to how you did the fight with Jim on
Yeah.
From, and how you were really in control, and it you'd never know it by looking at it.
Here's another example for you.
Yeah.
Let's say somebody's got their hand on the back of my head and they're going to smash my head on a table. The way you do that is, again, I'm the one that initiates the action. I throw my head forward, slap the table, and react, and it looks like they've done it, But the whole time they're just basically hanging on to the back of my head. I'm the one that's doing the action.
That's awesome. Wow. Yeah, the magic of the stage. Doc says, or television magic. The Doc says, considering the last two things I've seen Doug in, I'm worried he might get offed more than he gets off. JK.
Oh, that's a totally one-sided equation, Doc.
Because Doug recently did we recently did a watch party in my Discord where Doug showed an episode of Murdoch Mysteries that he had been on, and in that one, spoiler alert, he does make a pretty dramatic exit as well, and so we had a great time, and Doug was kind enough to stream that for us, and then have a voice chat with us after, which was just so lovely of you to do. It was a really good time had by all. So Daryl said, Doug, thank you so much. That was great. You are a king.
My pleasure, Daryl. Thanks.
Alice says, you have a way with exits, Doug. Samuel, second time I've seen Doug die in a role. Sean Bean over here. Big Heck. Hey there, Big Heck. Doug stole the show. Anon said, I prefer the quick, explosive exit. It was hard to watch Doug suffer. He sold the pain. Agree on that. I didn't like that part of it, but you sold it really well.
And it was difficult to do because, and it's shorter in the final film, but when we actually did the strangling scene, it went on forever. And I had to, at a certain point, I'm dead. So I had to literally stop breathing, and
Right.
you can sneak breath when you're supposedly not breathing, but it's really hard to do, especially when it's been you've been working so strenuously. Your body is crying for oxygen, but you're supposed to be dead, so you can't breathe. And so we would do a take, and I would just be like, after a couple of those, I was just wiped, just exhausted, starved for air.
Oh my God. I bet that looks crazy to have to do. Hey there, Tam Keen. Tam says, as soon as Doug's character repeated, a king must know the feeling of blood on his hands, I knew it was coming. Yeah, you knew what was about to happen. Joyce said, I have to die on stage. I had to die for Into the Woods and a lesser known dark comedy, chamber music, Joan of Arc. Oh, cool, Joyce. Jordan said, a good death is hard unless you're playing Paris in R&J, who just gets to say, oh, I am slain and die. Okay, I never heard of that. Romeo and Juliet. So I don't remember that particular part of it. I don't remember Paris. It's been a long time since I read that. Doug has the perfect voice for Men in Yellow, said Chris.
There are a
Nice
lot of
dying
deaths.
tips.
There are lots of deaths in R&J, that's for sure.
Yes, there are.
I got to do a really
Just
cool one in King Lear
oh
many,
yeah.
many years ago. I was playing Oswald. He's the servant to one of the daughters, Goneril, and he gets killed by Edgar. And in the sword fight that we had, geez, I can't remember exactly how this happened now. The guy that I was fighting, how did this happen? He ended up with his sword on his back, and he like I thrust forward, and my motion forward carried me onto his back, and he laid his sword flat on his back, and then he just went ooh like this, and my stomach was here, and there was no danger because the blade wasn't sharp to begin with, and it was pressing right against my gut. But he just did this motion, and everybody in the house knew that I had just had my middle sliced open. And it was really cool because like you couldn't see it coming at all. I had never seen a death quite like it. So that was a lot of fun.
I'm not sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. I was saying that sounds like a lot of fun to do. I bet that was really entertaining for everyone to watch too.
I love doing stage fighting. Don't get to do it too often, but it's great fun.
Yeah, I bet. A great acting exercise too. An acting challenge. Because you don't want to ham it up and do like the stereotypical like overwrought death scene. You don't want to do that.
Well, and the tricky part with King Lear is after I've just had my middle sliced open, I then had to speak a little iambic pentameter. And I had been in for a little bit of minor surgery at the local hospital a couple of weeks before. And I was asking the doctor, what are the symptoms when you've basically had your aorta sliced open,
Right.
And he gave me all the symptoms. He said, okay, here's what would be happening to you physically. This is what you got to do. And I said, what about talking? He said, oh, you wouldn't be able to talk. And I said, well, that's really too bad because I've got about 4 lines of iambic pentameter that I've got to say. And he said, well, artistic license, what can you do?
Right. Yeah, that can't be easy. That's not easy even in a normal scene to speak Shakespearean lines, but to do that when you're dying at the same time, that's got to be an extra challenge.
Yeah.
Doc says, considering, okay, I read that one. Hold on. I found something that I was going to read this one here, Ram. Yeah, said it's going to be so hard to see Doug as a bad guy. This is what the most common thing that I hear. He's such a friendly person and puts up with us nerds. Like it's so hard to see you as bad when they see what a kind, friendly person you are, and
my theory about that is, that MIY is just really misunderstood,
Yeah, he's just misunderstood.
Yeah, he's a really sweet guy when you get to know him, actually.
Oh, thank you. Jordan says, thank you for your work, Julie, and you too, Doug. You're so generous with your time. And then to me, my interview with Keith David, he said was amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Love this damn community. I need to reach out to Keith's agent and see if I can interview him again because the interviewer, I mean the agent said that I'm free to reach out anytime, that their door is always open when he has something new to promote, and he's done some new things. So I'm going to see if I can interview him again. But anyway, Bruno says that scene was incredible. Congratulations, Doug. You're the perfect choice for this role. Cheers from Brazil. Oh, cool. I didn't know you were from Brazil, Bruno.
Obrigado.
Very cool. And S, I still don't know how to say this one.
Suyin.
Said you left us with that, wishing for more. I hope we will see you a lot in the show. Such a great actor. Congrats and thank you for such embrace into the art. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, I really do hope that we see a lot of screen time for you in season 4. Um, Joyce says, Doug, I just saw you were in both Shaw and Stratford theater festivals. I haven't gone as much as I did in the 90s, 2010s, but I bet I saw you on stage. Oh,
Well, I'll tell you, Joyce, I was at Shaw from 1995 to 2007. And the first time I was at Stratford when I did the King Lear, that was 1988, but that I was in the Young Company then. But then I went back to Stratford in 2009, 2010. So yeah, you may very well have seen me if you were frequenting Shaw in those years. I was there for 13 years.
oh, that's awesome. It would have been
But
great
you
to have.
know, speaking of Romeo and Juliet, there was an actor, there was this Australian actor who worked at Shaw for years. His name was Max Helpman, and he was a real loose cannon. And he used to do things like when there were student matinees and you came out the stage door, there'd always be lots of high school students waiting there to get autographs from you. And Max would come out the door and he'd say, run away, or the actors will fuck you. Stuff like that.
What the hell?
And he would screw lines up on stage and just do the most hilarious things. He had this one bit of a tongue twister line. I can't remember what it was. It was something like, I just leave the lovers, something like that. And he'd come out and he'd go, I just live the life. I just love the leave it. I just live taxi. Right on stage, And when they did Romeo and Juliet, he was playing the Duke. And after the big fight between the Montagues and the Capulets, and the Duke comes in and he breaks it up. He has this whole speech that he does to the Capulet side of the stage, and then he has another bunch that he says to the Montagues. And on this one day, he did the whole Montague bit to the Capulets, and then turned and did the whole Capulet bit to the Montagues. And when he realized what he had done, he looked at all the people on stage. There's like 40 of them standing upstage. He's facing upstage looking at them, and he says, well, that ought to confuse the cocksuckers, and turns around and completes the scene.
That's great.
I never got to work with the guy, but he was a legend.
Love it. Oh, hey there. Welcome, Jane. You became my favorite character already. Wow, that was quick. That was quick. If you're talking about From, that's quick, but honestly, the Man in Yellow is the most talked about character in the whole fandom for sure. So I could see it. Oh my god, the nerve of this actor, Joyce. And she also said, oh man, I certainly saw you then. Cool. Very cool. Oh my god, what a menace. I love live theater. It would have been awesome to get a chance to see so much theater. I'm envious, Joyce. I've seen a lot of plays over the years, but not nearly as many as I would have liked to. And now, with my physical limitations and my disability, it's really difficult to sit in the theater, unfortunately. But there's a local theater we just drove by near here that maybe we'll try seeing a show at sometime, and just try to enjoy it as much as I can, because I do love a live show, a live theater show. Let's see. Yes, Heather says that these stories make me miss working in theater. Oh, I bet it was fun. The nostalgia is real. And Joyce says she lives in Rochester, New York, which is just a couple hours from Canada. Oh, nice.
I have played Rochester, Joyce. I did a show at Jiva many years ago.
Oh, cool. So unfortunately, I don't have super chats because the channel is not monetized. The only ways to donate at the moment are Cashapp and Venmo, which are scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and they're also in the description of the live stream. I'm gonna be trying to fix my PayPal account. There's some error right now. Once I get my PayPal straightened out, I'm gonna get that up there too as ways to donate, and any amount is appreciated and helpful. It really does help. Every little bit helps. And speaking of donations, I don't know if Rose happens to be listening tonight, but not chatting. But Rose Jones sent a very generous donation last night, and I apologize for not seeing it at the time. I need to fix my phone notifications and make sure it alerts me when I get a donation while I'm on a live. So Rose, I know sometimes she's listening and lurking because she can't always chat. So Rose, thank you so very much for the very generous donation. Cannot thank you enough for that. And I'll shout her out again when I actually see her in the chat just to make sure that she actually hears it. Anyway, so let's see. Jordan had said,
is PayPal international?
PayPal is international. Cash App and Venmo are US only. So
what about your buy me a coffee thing?
I have a buy me a coffee, but I've got to get that sorted out too. I have an issue with that. So that's also international. Jordan said, that reminds me, the guy who plays Boyd was in Romeo and Juliet. Yes, he did. He played Mercutio amazingly. Harold. He sure did. Anyway, and Susie had said, I want to see the horror one. I think she was referring to the horror short film I mentioned that you were in, Doug. But that's
the one that I haven't been able to get a hold of. It hasn't had a commercial release, which is often the case with short films. They just make the film festival rounds, all the short film festivals, and that's exactly what's been happening with it. We shot it in 2023, and it's still going around to film festivals and stuff. But I've been chatting with the director, and he's trying to get it released digitally at some point, but I have no idea when that's going to happen. It's short too. It's only like 12 minutes long, I think, that film, and it's really cool. The script's excellent. Joyce is asking what show did I do at Jiva? It was Conor McPherson's The Weir. Great play. There's a bunch of guys sitting around in an Irish pub telling ghost stories.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it would be great if you ever do find a way that it can be accessible for that to see that horror short film. We'd love to see it. What Wall Street Tech asked, what's the title of that?
It's called Bloodline.
Bloodline. That's right.
Yeah.
Jordan,
Beehive Girl is asking if I've ever done musicals. Yes, I've done a lot of them, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Doug has it, and it was not in your comfort zone at first, but you wound up enjoying it, right?
Well, yeah, they're it's funny. I'm not particularly a fan of watching musicals, but they're an awful lot of fun to do. In fact, one of my most fun experiences on stage was a Canadian musical called The Drowsy Chaperone that made it to Broadway a couple of years after it was first produced. And it's had a great shelf life. And I've done 2 productions of that, one in Winnipeg, and the following year it was kind of a co-pro at a theater in Calgary. So I got to do it 2 years running. Really, really smart, very funny, and great music. And yeah, it's just a really cool, fun show.
Cool. Anon, thank you so much. Once you get PayPal, I'll send a donation. Thank you so much. I will get my PayPal sorted out, and I'll let you know when I have it up and running. Thank you. And Joyce, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. Much appreciated. I can't tell you how much donations help, because it is expensive to run this channel, and it's not monetized. So it's greatly appreciated. Very kind of you, Joyce. And Jen said, I will get PayPal if Julie does. Oh, nice. Thank you, Jen. And she said, I would pay to subscribe here. Oh, I wish I had paid subscriptions. I really do. Maybe one day. I'll see what I can do. Anyway, yes, what's not to love about a musical? I love musicals. It would be so fun. Yeah, nothing like being in one. Oh, I would have been so cool. So Suyun says, what will you miss the most from production, Doug? Do you miss anything about being there?
Oh God, yeah. It's as far as TV goes, it's been the most fun and interesting and challenging work I think I've ever gotten to do. and it's part of it's just the fact that I love the show so much. I feel very lucky to be a part of it. The biggest frustration has been not getting to meet very many other members of the cast, and when I have, it's usually just been sort of saying hello in passing kind of thing, just by the nature of the scenes. And when Cliff and Liz Saunders came over for dinner, Cliff was talking about that, and he was saying, yeah, it's funny, when you watch the series, you get the impression that, oh, these people must be all together all the time. But he says, you could be there, you could be in 6 episodes in a season and hardly see anybody else, because so many of the scenes are just like 2 and 3 handers. You see the big crowd scenes and you think, oh, well, they're all there together all the time. But in practice, it doesn't actually work that way.
Right. A lot of times you don't spend any time with a lot of the cast members if you're not in scenes with them, and you're shooting at all different times, flying in and out of there sometimes, not staying there the entire time. So
yeah, the first time I met Catalina was the season 3 finale, and she wasn't even there that day. It was the day after, where I was being driven to the airport, and as we drove through downtown, she was out walking her dog. So I just sort of rolled down the window and said, hi, literally in passing. And that was our first meeting. So,
Right. It must have been really cool to get to meet some of the cast, though, finally, after only meeting a couple of them the first time around.
Yeah, well, I've met a few now. I've met Harold, again, basically only to say hello to, but and that's true of most of them. I've met Cortian and Pega, and I can never remember which Simmons is which. The guy who plays Elgin.
Right.
Met him. I'm forgetting somebody. Well, Julie, of course, and Hannah, and Ian. And that's about it, I think.
Okay. Let's see. A few more comments from a little while ago that I had starred. B was loving your tricks of the trade lessons on the fight scenes, and Chris says, I was so shocked by Jim's death that I shouted out loud when Men in Yellow tore his throat. Yeah, me too. A lot of people did, I think. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because when I auditioned for that role, all I saw, and then this is what happens when you audition, you just get the scene that that they want you to do for the audition. That's all the script you see. So it might be 3 or 4 or maybe 5 pages if you're lucky. So all I knew about that episode when I read for it was that scene itself. And when I read the scene, the first thought I had was, wow, some lucky bastard is actually going to get to do this. Like, what an introduction. Could you ask for a better way to be introduced to as a character to an audience than that? I mean, what a gift.
Right. Absolutely. An amazing role. Absolutely amazing. Jordan, actually, I keep meaning to set up a Patreon, and I keep forgetting all about it. Thank you for reminding me. I'll set up a Patreon too. Tam said, I actually don't mind seeing Doug be evil. The fact that it's Doug makes me enjoy the villainy a lot more. Yeah, absolutely. It's that much more entertaining because we know you on a personal level online. Your real persona comes through, and so it's fun seeing you put on that evil persona for the TV. It's so cool. Just we've never I think most of us have never had this much interaction with someone on one of our favorite shows before, so it's a pretty wild experience to get to know you and then turn on the show and have that that connection. Like, wow, like this we know this person, and like you put on a completely different aura for that, unlike anything that we see in person. It's amazing. I know it's called acting, but not everyone is good at it, and you happen to be amazing at it. It's natural for you.
Well, again, a lot of that, I mean, I always feel like I'm sounding like I'm deflecting compliments when I say this, but it's absolutely true. A lot of that, we see that stuff on screen, we tend to think that the actor's doing it all, you know, but you have to remember that, you know, for example, character actors, when you see them play really different roles in things and you think, wow, they've got such range and all that. Well, part of the reason that's happening is because they put them in a different costume, and the sets are a completely different period, and the script is, you know, a completely different character has been written. I mean, so much of that work is done before the actor even gets to sink their teeth into the role, that I think a lot of the praise that people heap on actors is actually a little misdirected. I mean, yes, they're an essential part of what's happening, but there's all the other stuff that goes into making that character. Like, for example, like I said, when I read the scene, you know, it was already apparent, whoever got to play this is an amazing character, you know, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. And yes, of course, you have to meet the challenge of being able to produce it in a way that does it justice. But, you know, my feeling when I read that scene, and this is the way I felt about most of John's writing that I've seen, is, geez, you'd have to be an idiot not to know what to do with this, you know?
Right. You know, I do know that there's the magic of what they do with the special effects and the scenery and all of that, the costumes, but you know, you have to be able to pull it off, and it could be easy to make a villain look corny if you don't know what you're doing, and you just exude the evil so naturally. It's not corny, it's just right. It's just enough of that evil sense of humor too, that you're enjoying this, that you're gleeful about it. You have a sense of humor. Some of the best villains have a sense of humor, and that comes through your performance, even in just the few short scenes we've seen from you.
Well, that's just because I'm such a sick, twisted fuck at heart, you know. I mean, Joyce has got a comment here. She said, "That's interesting, Doug. Not nearly as much of a community vibe." Don't get me wrong, Joyce. I think the regulars, who get to see much more of each other, I think they're a very tight group. And one of my regrets, I think, so far has been that I haven't had the opportunity to sort of hang out with everybody as a group. I think I assumed after the season 3 finale that when season 4 came along, you know, I would get to meet and hang out with everybody and stuff. And it doesn't work that way. But it's much different for the regulars because they're generally there for much longer periods of time. And some of them are, you know, sharing flats together as they're shooting and stuff like that. So, and I mean, when I first started seeing the family, as it were, on Instagram and stuff like that, I mean, it was instantly apparent that this was a really tight bunch of people. And that impression hasn't changed at all.
Oh yeah, they seem like they're really close. They seem like they're
Yeah.
really close, kind, you know, very kind group of people. And you know, they started calling themselves family before the fandom did.
Yeah, it was Pega that came up with that.
Right. And it truly fits. It really does. You know, just wonderful group of human beings. And I see Parkland Media down here in the chat. Shout out to Parkland Media. Awesome channel you have over there. I love what you do. Your live streams are so cool. I never manage to catch them because I never know when they're happening. They're kind of like, they kind of clash with my schedule, but I happen to catch a little of one this week. And Parkland said, Doug is being modest. I have seen people imitate the man in yellow and they suck. So Doug is an amazing. I agree. I second that.
That's very funny.
And thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Love what you do on your channel. And
Hysterical Gamer is asking if I've watched all 3 seasons of the show. I've watched all 3 seasons, I think, 4 times now. In fact, I just finished binging the entire 3 seasons together in anticipation of season 4 because I wanted to refresh my memory about all the stuff that's led up to it. So yeah. I hadn't, of course, before we shot the season 3 finale, I'd only seen 4 episodes of From at that point. But as soon as I got home from the shoot, I finished watching seasons 1 and 2. And then as soon as season 3 came out, I was there every week, so I'm up to speed.
Yes. Yep. And yes, Doug is evil personified. That's Karl in the chat there. And Scarlet is here. Hey,
Hey,
Scarlet.
Scarlett.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Julie and Karl.
Doug joined us, just spur of the moment kind of thing. It was not planned. But
So am
but
I. I didn't know
Yeah.
this was happening.
Yeah, I didn't plan on doing a live tonight, but then From dropped a new trailer, so I was like, okay,
Yeah.
guess we're going live again. Did
I
6
had
hours
this
last
idea
night.
that you might do it, but I didn't think you would.
Oh God, of course I would. I have to. And we did a 6 hour live last night, but it was like, okay, we're doing this. We're doing this. Um, so yeah, Doug showed us a short film, a
Oh,
6 minute short film of his that he just got
the
his hands
vampire
on.
one? The vampire one?
No, still haven't got my hands on that one, Scarlett.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a different one, but you can see it on the replay, and it was really cool. Doug played a king, and he gets killed. Spoiler alert! But it's
Well,
only
that's
6
it. Like, blow the ending.
Well, she sees in the chat. She'll probably see the spoilers in the chat anyway. Um,
Joyce,
Mark,
I just saw your message where you said we're going to bump into each other one day. I've got a question for
Yeah.
you about Rochester. Is the dinosaur barbecue still there? Because when I was working there, God, I love that place. This is an amazing barbecue restaurant in Rochester. And
dinosaur.
the dinosaur, yeah, which is what drew me to it in the first place.
Of
And
course.
they played nothing but blues music. They had about 300 different kinds of beer from around the world, and waitresses with more attitude than you can possibly imagine. It was love at first sight. I ate there every chance I got. Just loved it.
Nice. That sounds fun. Hey there, welcome, Brock. Brock says, I'm going through the show with my family. Your episode, Doug, is the one we have left. I told my brother I can't wait to see his reaction to the ending. Oh, yeah, it's going to be good.
Yeah, getting to watch somebody else to react to that scene would be fun for sure.
Oh God, yeah. I did a live. I was on another channel doing a live reaction to the finale when it aired, and when that scene happened, I was just losing my shit. I had to, I couldn't be too loud because I was live reacting, and it would have bothered other people watching it. But I was like, I had to restrain myself because what an ending that was, and I'm sure it's going to be nothing compared to what we see in season 4. I think we're in for some real insanity coming up regarding the Man in Yellow. I can't wait. And you said we're going to be losing our shit when we see it, so that makes me even more hyped. I can't wait.
Yes, I can't go into detail about any of it, but I guarantee you that I think the fandom is going to be very satisfied with season 4.
Yeah.
And yeah, they are going to lose their shit, guaranteed.
I love it. It got me hyped ever since you said that. Stuck in my head. And if anybody wants to watch with us, we're going to be doing watch parties in the Discord every week when the episodes drop at midnight. Saturday night into Sunday, it'll be dropping on the MGM Plus app, and I'm going to stream it. We'll have watch parties, and then we'll do a voice chat and discuss afterwards. So if you're not in the Discord and you want to watch with us, the Discord link is in the description of this video. I'll also throw the link in the chat too. So join us, and you can share your theories in the Discord too. We'd love to hear from you. And Ashley, hey, welcome, Ashley. Ashley says, "Oh my God, you worked at Dinosaur Barbecue. I love that place."
Yeah, it's awesome. Is it still there, Ashley? I was there in 2001, so that was a long time ago, or 2000, I think it was actually.
Parkland Media says, very satisfied maybe means we find out how the Man in Yellow keeps his suits clean, and he gives a discount on the knowledge that comes with a cost. Yeah.
Someone's asking here, who's my favorite character on the show? And that's Victor, hands down.
Oh yeah, he's amazing. What an amazing, deep psychological study he is. Wow.
Just a fascinating piece of work.
Oh yeah.
I mean, both from a writing and an acting point of view. I mean, what they have given Scott to do, and the fact that he has met that really high bar so consistently. I mean, I can't say enough about him. And you know, that's not to take anything away from the rest of the cast. I think the cast across the board is incredibly strong. But you know, Victor has arguably the hardest job in the whole series, and he never misses a beat. It's just astounding to me.
Yeah. I hope that they don't get rid of him. I really hope that he doesn't get killed off, because that would be a devastating death to the show.
Mm.
That would be gut wrenching. I worry about him sometimes. Like, I just don't know. I don't know if they're gonna keep him till the end. Yeah, I think they're gonna eventually gut punch us and kill him off the show. It would be horrible. Uh, it could happen.
I just think of
So
like Donna being punched by a scarecrow.
yeah.
Jen has said, she says, I bet Doug likes Sarah best. I will say this about Sarah. I think Sarah is also another fascinating character, and easily the most misunderstood character in the entire show.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Just, you know, all these people who just think she's evil. It's like, have you not been paying attention? Yeah, I think, again, a really complex and textured and difficult role to play, and good on her for doing the job that she's done, because that stuff's not easy, you know.
Oh yeah. She gets a lot of hate, but there's a surprising amount of love in the fandom for her too. You'd be surprised. I get a lot of love for her in my chats. So
Well, there's a lot of lust for her too. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Daryl.
Yes, Daryl. Anyone? And Bill. Daryl and Bill are duking it out for her affections.
For her honor, yes.
Yes. Yes, Chris, what an introduction. I love to see Jim, and to see Man in Yellow take him down was shocking. I didn't see that coming. Lost people cast really great villains. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, when I watched it the first time, I forgot Doug wasn't even going to be on it, and then also in the last minute, I was like, "What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?"
Right, it's happening. He's here. The hysterical gamer wanted to know, Doug, if you have a favorite season of the show.
That's a harder question to answer, because I think there are sort of like favorite episodes in each season. But if I had to generalize, I would probably say season 3.
Okay.
Just because so many pieces fall into place. One of the fan sites that I frequent on YouTube or on Facebook, there's a guy who's posted this long diatribe about how disappointing he thought season 3 was, and they didn't answer any questions, and it moves so slowly. And I thought, are you watching the same show I'm watching? Because like, I could not disagree with you more. I think a lot of that stuff sort of has to do with why people are watching the series. You know, I mean, there are people who are really into the theory crafting, and just the theory crafting. And they go down all these like ridiculous rabbit holes that are obviously nonsensical, but they're just convinced that this is what's really going on, you know, not naming any particular names here. But I look at those people and I think, you're missing the spine of this thing. Yes, there's a mystery box element, but the real story here is these fascinating characters and their really complex relationships with each other, and the way they all deal with this phenomenal trauma that they're dealing with. I mean, it's as much a psychological thriller as anything. And so many people don't even seem to be aware of that. It just mystifies me.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. As much as I love the mystery and I love making theories regarding the mystery, I do just so appreciate and love the psychological drama of it all, and the depth of the storytelling here. And it's like a great work of literature. It's full of foreshadowing and metaphors and symbolism. It's everywhere you look, and I just can't help but appreciate it as just a work of art, this show.
Yeah.
It really is.
And that's been my feeling from the very first scene that I saw like 5 years ago or whatever it was now, when I first auditioned for the show and didn't know anything about it, and just picked up this script and looked at it and went, holy crap, who wrote this? This is amazing,
Right.
and that sensation has never gone away.
I bet. um, and let's see. I saw a comment here from I think it was Joyce. Oh, hey, Lori. Real Cinema Therapy is here in the chat, and
Hey, Lori.
Joyce says, Doug, you were in one of the most bonkers episodes of Hannibal. People getting sewn into horses and whatnot with lost legend Jeremy Davies.
That was wild, that shoot. They had this woman who, like, there was a horse that had given birth, and I was playing the veterinarian who got called in because the horse had died and still appeared to be pregnant, that it had already had the foal, but there it was with this big distended belly. So I came in, and she had they'd opened her up for the birth. So there were these sutures there, and I cut open the sutures, and we open her up, and this dead body comes rolling out of the inside of the horse. So the woman who was playing the dead body, she was a stunt performer, had to climb inside this thing naked, covered in all this stuff that looked like amniotic fluid, with a what do you call it? The thing that divers wear, like with a breather on, so she could breathe while she was in there.
A scuba tank, Doug?
Yeah, well, not really a scuba. Well, I guess it was a little scuba tank, but like whatever they call them, regulator, whatever, that thing she had in her mouth. She had to have one of those just so she wouldn't suffocate while she was in there. I mean, it was quite risky shooting the thing in the first place, but my God, talk about no acting required. They had this really authentic looking, realistic dead horse, and then you open it up and this real human body comes sliding out of it. It was like one of the easiest acting jobs I've ever had. But oh my God, the mind that came up with that idea in the first place, it was like, Jesus. Anyway.
That sounds insane. Yes.
It was pretty nuts.
Welcome, Quentin. Quentin has a question. Doug, if you could be any other character besides the man in yellow, who would you be?
Jeez. There's too many good ones to answer that. Because, Victor would be a great challenge. Jade would be a great challenge. Boyd, I mean, I'm totally not right for Boyd, but like any of those would be a really interesting acting challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, Kenny, like what's come out in the press from the creators, and I have no reason not to believe this, is that, one of the reasons that character has gone through so much stuff is they slowly realized as they went from episode to episode that, holy shit, this kid can handle anything. Let's throw more at him and see what happens. And he's always met the challenge. And that's why Kenny has had such a rough time as he has, because he's been able to handle it,
That's right. They just keep throwing more at him. That's the reason for it. He's an amazing actor, dealing with grief and loss. So, Kenny is just not going to catch any breaks anytime
David's
soon.
asking, are they going to jump into filming season 5 soon? I have no idea, David. Season 4 wasn't even announced until season 3 had almost played out. I think there were only 3 days before the final episode of season 3 before it was even announced that season 4 was happening. So I didn't find that out till anybody else did. I have no reason to think it's going to be any different this time. I mean, it might be just because the series is doing so well in terms of viewership that it might be an easier decision for them this time. So it might happen sooner, but who's to say? I don't know.
Yeah.
At this point, officially, there is no season 5. I mean, hopefully there will be. We're kind of in the same position we were at the end of season 3. Everybody was kind of assuming there was going to be a season 4, but we didn't really know for sure. And that's kind of where we're at now.
Right.
By the way,
And
Julie, I feel like
yeah.
I should apologize. I didn't mean to monopolize your live here tonight.
No, not at all. No, it's been awesome having you on as a surprise guest. As long as you'd like to be here, we're happy to have you anytime. Anytime. You can monopolize, hijack, whatever you want to do. Anytime. You are welcome. Tam Keen. Sorry, what Scarlet? What?
Oh, I just was laughing at the word hijack.
Oh, okay. Tam Keen had said this earlier, and I started to save. Tam said, "Doug, did you know some of us theorized you might transform into the tree blocking the road on From?" That's funny.
That's funny.
Doug's gonna be the fallen.
I was going to make a joke online today because, like, so many people, it's like, oh God, they go on and on with these theories about, you know, how much yellow is used in the series, and so people think they mean that it means that Ethan is the man in yellow, or Boyd is the man in yellow, or Jim is the man in yellow, or Donna is the man in yellow, and it's all about, you know, everybody's wearing yellow, and it's like, well, so like maybe Pega is the man in yellow because like she wears lots of yellow, like it's just this crazy stuff. And there was one scene in the trailer where there was a lamp behind Boyd, and I noticed that the lampshade was yellow. So I was going to post on a theory that, you know, maybe the lampshade was the man in yellow.
Yeah.
It could be the entity flicking the lights.
Yeah. And now that the trailer has made it appear that the man in yellow is a shape-shifting entity, now it's really going to go bonkers. The man in yellow could be literally anyone. The man in yellow, now all the mole theories are resurrecting now. Now maybe the man in yellow is Donna again. Now the man in yellow is Donna, and that's the mole, and you know, he's going to be Miranda. That's a theory. I think the Sophia one has the most credence, but it's just, it gets really over the top. He could be literally anyone now.
He's in Donna's pocket.
Well, and I've also got an announcement that he can be. Oh, sorry, I'm talking over everybody. I must have a delay. I've heard that the man in yellow can be crows. I've heard the man in yellow could be rats. I've heard the man in yellow could be what else was there? A dog, perhaps? Gus? I've heard that the man in yellow could be Dracula and be a murder of crows, or you know, a group of rats, and he just changes like the 1992 Francis Ford Coppola movie into a bunch of rats or a bunch of crows.
Or a giant spider. We've heard that one too. Some people think a giant spider is finally going to show up. It's the man in yellow. There are an awful lot of bumps underneath his skin on the back, so that's a little suspicious.
Oh yeah, a dragon.
But who knows?
Also a dragon.
Oh yes,
also a dragon. We've heard that one too.
I've heard that too. Yeah. Well, of course, I can't comment on any of that stuff, but no, that like even before season 4 was even a topic of discussion, people talking about, you know, oh well, one of the first ones that came out, of course, was that Randall is the man in yellow, and it all seemed to spring from the reincarnation story that comes out about Tabitha and Jade, and people seem to think that meant that everybody was a reincarnation of somebody, you know. But even if that were true, how could I be a reincarnation of Randall while Randall is alive? That's not how reincarnation works. You know, first you have to die, then you have to come back. You can't be in two places at the same time. People
we are all the man in yellow.
There you go.
Yeah, there was a theory though that when Jade and Tabby like both went unconscious in the pilot episode, the soul of whatever all the souls were entered their bodies in the pilot.
They go.
But I don't think that's really reincarnation.
Oh well, yeah, he passes out because he's on drugs, right? And and she gets knocked out in the accident, right?
Yeah.
Fatima's sweater. And yeah, exactly.
Maybe the lampshade. Yeah, the sunset in that one
Never
scene is
know.
red and yellow. Oh man, that's good. Hey Owen, I feel the same way. People said everyone and everything yellow is the villain, right?
Hmm.
And you know, this a lot of the theories, I think what they don't realize about them is that in order for them to be true, you would have to have so much clumsy, lumpy exposition to explain them. And not only that, but you sort of have to deceive the audience, you know, let them spend 3 seasons thinking, oh, this is what's going on here. And then suddenly pull the rug out from under them and go, actually, no, this is just a big government conspiracy. You can't do that. As a writer, you can't do that to your audience. You know, they did that in Dallas 40 years ago with It Was All a Dream, and it almost killed the season. Yeah, killed the series, you know, because people just revolted. They went, you can't lie to us like that. And it's like, this series is complicated enough as it is. If you just take it at face value, you don't have to make it any more complicated than what's right there on the screen, you know?
Right. I think the real men in yellow must have been the friends we made along the way. um, and Quentin, this is true. With a show like this, it's hard not to go crazy with the theories, especially with this being created by the creators of Lost. It can either be very simple or very complicated. That's true. You got that. You got that right.
It is very complicated, that's for sure. And you know, and yes, there is a mystery box element to the show. There's no doubt about that. It's just one of the unfortunate side effects of that is that people start to make connections everywhere, where that's not really how the series works. There is a place for that, but it doesn't mean it's happening 24/7, and it doesn't mean that there's this whole, you know, other layer of reality that is suddenly going to get explained to us down the road somewhere. It's never worked that way. We know where we are, you know. I mean, a very simple example. Somebody runs up to that tree. Everybody who watches the show knows what that means, you know. It's very, very clear. And, you know, as they've said themselves, the creator have said, everything you need to know about the series is in the first episode, you know. And that brings me back every time to Ethan and the Chromonocle. It's like, you want to know what the series is about? It's that friggin' book. It's you know, it's that simple. You know, you want to know what the conspiracy theory is? Ethan has been spouting it from the beginning. This is a quest. These are the rules. This is what happens. He's been spelling it out for us all the way along. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that.
Yes, that's why I've finally gotten around to making an Ethan theory video, because we need to pay so much more attention to what Ethan is saying as a fan base. I've always done it. I've always taken notes on everything Ethan says because he is the key. He drops so many insights about how this thing works, the quest. It all applies. And if we take all of his insights and put them together, we can really form better theories and understand what's going on a lot better and predict some future events. You know, he is the key to understanding the show. So I have a theory video that it's almost ready to record. So I'm hoping that by morning I can have it done and released. So keep an eye out for that. Guys in the chat and listening, please give that a view and a like. If you have a hype, please hype the video. Everybody gets 3 free hypes per week from YouTube, and when you hype small creators like me, I get lots of extra points from YouTube to give me a boost since I have such a low subscriber count. I'm a small channel, small but growing, and so those hypes make a massive difference. In my last theory video on Jade, it was amazing. I got a lot more views thanks to the kind people who hyped the video, and it wasn't even that many individual hypes. So each one goes a long way when you hype small creators. So if you want to have the most possible power and the most impact you can possibly have, to support this channel, that's how you do it. That's how you can get more visibility and help me reach more people by hyping things, and especially those videos. You can hype live streams too, and that's great, and it's much appreciated. But hyping those scripted videos that I put out is the best way that you can help me reach more people, because that's where I get most of my subscribers. That's where I get most of my views. It comes from, not from the live streams, but from the scripted videos. And so that's going to be out within, if not tomorrow, it'll be the next day. So within the next couple days, that Ethan video will be out. Ethan knows the answers. He is our storyteller, as I like to call him. And I'm going to break it down. It's going to be a deep dive. It'll probably be like half an hour long, but it's worth it. Trust me. It's worth it. This is, I'm putting a lot of work into it, and I'm proud of it. It's been a long time coming. I've been thinking about his role in the show for a while, and doing the rewatch has just driven it home to me even more how much Ethan understands this place. So that is my pitch for that. But like they're clearly, like Doug, you recognize it too, that they're using Ethan as a storytelling device to explain to us how everything works, and from the mouths of babes. They're putting all this in the mouth of a child, so some of us may not pay attention to it, write it off because he's just a little kid. But no, we need to pay attention to what Ethan is saying, because he understands how it works, and he's the mouthpiece for the writers. Like, hey guys, like, this is how it works. This is what they're trying to tell us through Ethan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joyce.
Yeah, and also
Yes.
film's very based on children, with the child sacrifice and everything. You would think that, and the fact that the town doesn't have children in it might be a sign that maybe the child is the one that can lead the way to them getting out.
Right.
What I find interesting are the people who watch the series who either hate Ethan or are suspicious of him. And it's like, for you to have either of those attitudes, you have to like completely misunderstand Ethan's function in this show. You completely missed the boat on this kid.
Oh no, yeah, thinking that maybe Ethan is evil and he's creating all of this misery. He created this place out of his imagination. I can imagine that's probably what they're thinking.
That's one of them. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, no, they're missing the point. Ethan is the Carbonacle in yellow. Ethan knows that he knows what is going on, but he's our storytelling device. He knows because of the quest, that stuff, that all of the stories that he's read, and the boy in white connecting with him when he first got to town, I think also helped. He has a deep connection to the place. That's why he had a seizure, so anyway. So yes, agreed. Ethan and Julie are valuable. The show has a theme regarding adults dismissing children's needs for their own. Very good point, Ram. That's true. The needs of children in general.
Yeah, even with Ellis, and Ellis is older. That Boyd wasn't listening to Ellis when it came to Abby.
Yeah,
and it all goes back. And it goes back to the original sacrifice of the children too. The adults failed the children in the worst way, and Tabitha and Jade failed to save them. And so this is a theme that keeps echoing throughout the show. And Boyd definitely failed Ellis. That's true. And hey, LV, I see Mr. Doug. Yes, indeed. Doug Hughes, our surprise special guest tonight.
Susie Seashell was asking here, we were talking about this earlier, who's the most challenging character to play on from? And as I said earlier, Victor, hands down. I think Scott has far and away the hardest job in the whole series, and he nails it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Where is that? I'm looking for. No, I still don't see that. Oh, well. But yeah, he definitely has a challenging role to play. And thanks, Joyce. I'm excited to put out the Ethan video. So thank you for that. Money Mitch, there is no hype option for live streams until it ends. If you're looking now, when the live stream is over, about a half an hour later, there will be a hype button that pops up. Now, it only appears on phones and mobile devices. So iPads, tablets, that's where you're going to find it, and smartphones. So PCs, for some reason, computers, Macs, they're not going to have that hype button. And Chromebooks, I don't think have it either. So you gotta do that through your mobile device. Yeah, and everybody gets 3 per week. You can give all 3 to the same video, or you can divide them between whatever videos you would like. But those are the rules, and the number of hype points that each video each content creator gets, it's in proportion to the number of subscribers they have. So the more subscribers you have, the less points you get for each hype. And for me personally, I have such a little channel that I get 2.5k points for every single hype. So that's a lot. You have a big impact if you use your hype points on my channel. If you give a hype to a channel that has like 100k subscribers, they only get about 60 hype points from what I've seen. So, just a little info on that, because I'm learning more about all this hype stuff. It's new. It's a new thing. It hasn't been around very long. B says, Doug, I think people find smart kids creepy and evil more often than not. I guess kids aren't allowed to be smart on TV.
Good
true.
point, actually.
Indeed. I don't think Ethan is creepy. Jade even called him creepy. Jade said to Ethan, "You're a creepy little kid." You know that?
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, Ethan had just said something creepy. He said, you've got to figure out if it's a good symbol or a bad symbol, because sometimes bad symbols make you do bad things. So, yeah, that was pretty creepy, I got to say.
Susie said something here I don't understand. He's the Morrigan. Who are you talking about, Susie? And what's a Morrigan?
Oh, yeah. What is
a Morrigan? Is from Irish mythology. She's the like a war goddess. One myth I know about the Morrigan is that she is often on battlefields and she collects, I'm going to say it, trophies from the soldiers that have died on the field, like a finger or something from them. So it's kind of interesting. That ties into From and Victor collecting items from people who are dead.
Interesting. Okay. Well, it was certainly a very Irish-looking name, so I was curious.
Yeah.
Joyce, From is the only thing that I can quote effectively. I have a terrible memory for quotes, but From is such an obsession for me that I can quote it all day long. Forget it. If it's any other movie or TV show, no matter how much I love it, it's not happening. But for From, you bet I can do it. And
I feel the same way about Monty Python.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think I could probably quote the entire script of Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Start to finish, I bet, huh?
He's pining for the fjords.
Terrell said, Doug, I got a bone to pick with you. Why don't you like Survivor? How dare you?
Oh, dear. Well, to begin with, as an actor, I have a real issue with reality shows as a species, because reality shows just take work away from people who don't do reality, like me. So there's that. But no, the very first season that Survivor was out, I was working at the Shaw Festival. And I knew, I had never watched it, but I sort of knew about it. I knew what the basics were. And but there were several people in the company who were just like eating it up and watched it every week, and they were really huge, rabid fans. So at the end of the season, when they got to the season finale, they had this big party so everybody could come over and watch it. And I thought, oh, a party, okay, I'll show up. And I sat down and I started to watch this thing, and it was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is what you people have been watching all year? And I was complaining so loudly they almost threw me out. And everybody was so upset when the guy who won, because he was such a cockroach. They were like, how can they let him win? He's such a cockroach. And I said, don't you understand? Look at the rules of this game. It's been designed so that the person who most closely resembles a cockroach is going to win. And I think that's when they sent me home. Yeah. Anyway.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm not a
62
fan of
likes.
reality TV either.
62 likes. Yeah, I'm not either. I don't care for Survivor or any other reality TV, to be honest. It's just
Real
not my.
Housewives.
Oh, that would be the worst. No, torture.
Do they have The Amazing Race in the US?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The Canadian version, they advertise it on TV all the time. And I've watched those commercials, and what it looks like to me is like scenes that we're supposed to believe are genuine, but they've obviously been scripted, and these people aren't actors. And so it just comes off sounding like bad improv. It's like,
Yeah.
come on, you can't either let these people talk for themselves or hire people who know how to handle dialogue, because it's embarrassing. So yeah, that's my limited experience with reality TV. But yeah, the Real Housewives of wherever, no, thank you, not interested.
That would be the worst you could the worst reality TV you could possibly force me to watch. No, thank you.
Is there a Canadian version of it, Doug? Like the Real Wives of Moose Jaw or something?
Yeah, I would watch that for sure.
I'm glad you liked it, Doug.
You can just imagine what they'd look like too. Oh God.
That'd be great.
That's lovely. No, I've never seen a Kardashian, aside from, still images that show up on social media and stuff like that. I have no interest in any of that stuff.
Yeah. You kind of get forced to see them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Real Wives of Moose Jaw. I gotta write that down.
That's great.
Let's pitch that idea. I mean, I'll give that idea to you for free if you want to pitch it.
That's the kind of thing that if Second City TV were still around, they'd probably do an episode.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Kids in the Hall. Well,
Yeah.
Kids in the Hall's kind of still around, I think. Maybe.
Well, the guys are still around.
Yeah.
Bruce McCullough actually wrote a play that I used to do a speech from as an audition piece. It was called The Two-Headed Roommate, and it's a one-man show. And it's about this guy. This guy's just bitching about his roommate, who we never get to meet. And the device in the show is that as the show goes on, you slowly start to realize it's a classic case of, who is the asshole, and it's the guy who's telling the story who is in fact the two-headed roommate. The guy we never get to meet is kind of the victim. But yeah, there's this lovely speech in that. Well, it's all just one big speech, but there was this one little section where he's talking about. I don't know if I can remember it now, but he says he's complaining about the guy, and he says, "Yeah, I remember one night I was sitting here doing whatever it is that I do when I'm doing nothing, but I'm busy, and the door opens and I just kill him for something in the way I just look at him and say nothing, as if looks could kill, but in a way that I don't actually look at him, as if not looking could kill, I suppose. And I was right in the middle of killing him. I was right in the middle of strangling him. He was gurgling pathetically in my hands when, in a fit of mercy, I looked up and I realized it wasn't him, but this beautiful woman who I guess he must have just slept with because she was wearing his brown sweatpants. Him and this beautiful woman. I mean, not just that she was beautiful. I shouldn't have started with all of that, although in fairness, that was the thing that struck me first. I mean, she was so beautiful that even if she hadn't been beautiful, she would have been beautiful anyway, or she had the kind of beauty that dumb guys can't see, the best kind, that sort of top secret beauty that, say, a Polish film star might possess. And then she spoke. She said, "I am the fountain of beauty, and I have come for you to drink me in with your eyes and gargle me through your brain. Never forget my taste. Be quenched forever." She didn't say it with words, actually. It was in the way she scratched her arm, though. What she said with words was, "Got to smoke? Got to smoke?" Anyway, that's the speech. That was Bruce McCullough from Kids in the Hall who wrote that.
That was lovely. Thank you for entertaining us with the monologue.
I just, it killed me because the first time I went to Poland, I thought, boy, Bruce McCullough got it right, man. Because, man, the women in Poland are stunning. And they're coming out of the woodwork. It was like everybody I met looked like a fashion model. It was amazing.
That's awesome.
So it wasn't so top secret. It was like right in your face. But,
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, bravo. So good. Indeed. Chat enjoyed that. Doug, this is wonderful. Yes. Agreed.
I haven't done that speech in years. I'm amazed I actually managed to remember it.
Yeah, it didn't even sound like you were reaching for any lines. It just flowed out naturally.
Yeah.
The beauty dumb guys can't see. I loved that line too.
Yeah.
That was great. I love it.
Top secret beauty. Just such a great phraseology.
Yeah, you never know what you're gonna get. Like when we do our story time with Doug lives, Doug has regaled us with all kinds of things, ranging from a Shakespearean monologue to a dirty limerick, to a saxophone serenade. You just never know.
And blues harp. I did that one night, didn't I? Did I play some blues harp on here?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You did. Yes. And if anybody would like to check out any of those lives, I have a whole playlist I made from our story time with Doug lives. He's been on, oh my goodness, it might be up to almost 30 appearances on the channel that he's blessed us with, and it's just always been a great time with you.
I really need to get out more, Oh, by the way, Julie, I just did this course about marketing your novel, your debut novel, and I'm thinking of doing it with taking another crack with The Poor Player, trying to get it published.
Excellent. I think you should do it. That thing deserves to be published. It needs to be published.
There's one big stumbling block, though, and that is, and this is what everybody says when you're looking for a literary agent. If it's your first novel, and there are different criteria for different genres, but for example, if you're writing a thriller, you want it to be ideally between 70 and 90,000 words. You don't want it to be more than 100,000. Anything more than 100,000, and they're just going to dismiss it out of hand. And The Poor Player is 135,000.
Okay.
Now, the reason that they get concerned when they see something that size is they think, oh, it's going to lack pace, it's going to be meandering, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. And that's not the problem with my book. The reason it's that long is because it's 2 time periods in one. It's essentially 2 stories in one. But it's a real stumbling block. And I mean, I'm going to do this course and do the whole thing and try and pitch it one more time. But I'm going into it knowing that the chances are pretty slim for that simple reason alone right there, I mean, unless you do like a really amazing query letter, and so much so that they're compelled to read a sample of the thing, most people aren't going to get past the query letter. You're not going to hear back from them at all. So it's the cards are kind of stacked against me, but I figure, fuck it. I got nothing to lose. Give it a try.
It's certainly worth a try. You should do it. You should definitely do it. And B was late to the party. She found the channel only recently. Said, I missed out on reading Doug's book. Well, I could still email you a copy. I'm sure Doug doesn't mind if I still share it with
no, not at all.
So I can still, if you'd like to read Doug's novels, there are 2, The Poor Player and The Shaming of the True, which is the sequel, and it's basically Doug. The protagonist is basically Doug as if he were a spy. He weaves a lot of his stories from his life as a young actor.
It's autobiographical
in theater. Yeah. and it's great. He works for Canada as a spy. It's very entertaining and funny. So I can, if anybody would like to read his books, I can still send you the PDF copies via email. We did a series of live streams and discussed them with Doug, but and those are over now. But we can absolutely still share them with you with Doug's blessing. We can do
Sure,
that.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, so if anybody would like a copy, you can email me at JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com, or you can DM me if you're in Discord. I can also send it to you via Discord as well. So, yeah, feel free to do that. Anybody who's interested. Yes, what else are you going to do with a memorized monologue years later? Entertain the fandom. Doug is frumily. We all need to get out more, methinks. Yeah.
Fair point.
Definitely. And Anon, Anon, when I'm putting out a new video in a given week, yes, I would absolutely love it if you could save your hypes for my theory video rather than a live stream. Thank you for that question. And so if in any given week I announce like, hey, I'm putting out a theory video this week, if you could please hype that, I'll just say it whenever I announce it. If you could please hype that instead of the live stream, it would be a big help because those videos are what grow my channel the most. For some reason, they hit the algorithm more and more people view them than the lives. So yes, thank you for asking that. And yes, please. And that will be coming out, that Ethan video, within the next couple days. Yes, Brock had said earlier, all these theories based on a 1-minute cameo. That's how impactful Doug was. Absolutely. It's amazing how many theories could come out of a less than 1-minute cameo that you had at the end of season 3. Incredible.
Yeah, it's well, like I said, you know, when I first read the scene, I thought, boy, whoever gets to do this is a very lucky man, because it was a gift. And the thing was, like, at that point, because I hadn't even seen the series at all, I hadn't seen a single episode when I auditioned for The Man in Yellow. I had no idea what context it fit into, you know. And of course, when you know the whole story leading through the first 3 seasons, that scene has that much more punch, you know, because you've got so much invested in Jim, for instance, you know.
Right.
And the shock value of seeing that just must have been huge. But I didn't know any of that at the time. I just had the scene. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the lead actors in the whole show, and the Matthews were the first family that we got introduced to. I mean, they're the centerpiece of the show, so to kill off the patriarch of that family is huge. Yeah, absolutely. Do talismans? I don't think talismans are going to affect The Man in Yellow, Bruno. I just wanted to highlight that. Obviously, Doug can't comment on things like that, but I will just say I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I think that he'll be impervious to that sort of thing, since he can come out in the daytime. Obviously, he has different rules than the monsters. And yeah, Doug cannot talk about season 4, of course. But it's cool that you're allowed to at least talk about the show in general. It's great that you're at least able to do that. You know, we love talking with you.
Well, I sort of feel, you know, after seeing all the slop out there online about it, and just people having these really weird ideas about it and weird attitudes towards it and stuff like that, I sort of feel like I need to defend it in a way, you know. Or just try to clarify for people what it is they're watching, because so many of the people who are actively following the show don't seem to understand what they're watching, you know, and it drives me crazy because it's like, how can you not get this stuff? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting to me to talk this stuff out, you know, and I do find theories interesting, you know, whether it's stuff that I know anything about or not. I mean, I love theorizing on what's going to happen in the future based on what I know just from seasons 1, 2, and 3. But the theories have to be based in some kind of, like, you have to employ a little critical thought when you're putting your theories together. Let's put it that way. I've just seen so many things online where it's like, don't you see how this is just internally inconsistent? This idea you've come up with, it doesn't make sense. And that kind of stuff just makes me nuts.
I agree. There are a lot of theories that they don't seem to make sense in the context of what the show has been presenting to us and the answers they've already given us, especially after season 3, all the lore and the mythos that they're building here. To me, it's clear that this is a mystical, magical show more than it is sci-fi, and there may be sci-fi elements. I know it's been categorized that way in the marketing, sci-fi horror, but when you have a show about two people being reincarnated over and over again because they failed to save some children who were being sacrificed by people who were turned into shape-shifting monsters, immortal monsters by some unknown entity. I mean, come on, that's pretty damn mystical if you ask me, and there's no way that it's pure sci-fi. I don't believe it, and I don't believe that these incredible writers would erase all of that lore that they just built up and just say, psych, it's all an experiment, gotcha. I don't think so.
And I think one of the reasons that there are so many people who are trying to frame the show that way is because of the fact that it's been designated as a sci-fi horror, which I think was a mistake. And generally, I mean, I don't know who made that decision, but generally those decisions aren't made by the creators. They're made by the marketing department at MGM. And the question is all about what's going to attract us the biggest audience. And I've been, just a sec, sorry. I've been reading up a lot lately because I'm trying to remarket the book. I've been reading up about the publishing industry and how important it is to figure out what your genre is that you're trying to sell. Because if you're trying to find a literary agent who's going to shop your book around, they want to know what bookshelf is your book going to sit on, you know? Because if you've written a romance and you're trying to sell it as a thriller, you've got a problem. You know, and if what you've written is somewhere halfway between the two, you definitely have a problem. And if you go into a bookstore, where do you find the sci-fi and the fantasy section? It's all one section. I think they should have called it a fantasy horror. I think it would have been more accurate. I kind of get why they didn't. I think they might have been concerned that, no, if we call it a fantasy, people are going to be expecting, you know, Game of Thrones or something like that, or Lord of the Rings, and it's not really that. And so they went for sci-fi. But even sci-fi itself, I mean, I was a huge sci-fi fan when I was younger, and a lot of the sci-fi that I read, you could just as easily describe as fantasy because there wasn't really any science in the sci-fi. It was just, that's why a lot of sci-fi writers started resisting being called sci-fi. They wanted to be called speculative fiction because they thought it was a better description. You know, it was still SF, but yeah, there was this big movement back in the 70s to start calling sci-fi speculative fiction, and it kind of stuck for a while, but then it went away, or it seems to have.
Yeah, that's where steampunk falls. Usually, steampunk falls there. You know, Doug, on the MGM website, they have 3 words that describe from, and the 3 words.
We lost your audio there, Scarlet.
Words hunting.
Sorry?
Oh, there's 3 words that describe from. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
On the MGM website, and the 3 words they use to describe the show are drama, psychological, and haunting. There
you go. You know, but when you're selling it in ads, you've got to give it a genre. And somebody made the decision to go with science fiction.
Well, then you just put from the producers of Lost on top of it and call it good.
Right.
What's that, sorry?
You just put from the producers of Lost in really big letters and call it good.
Yeah. I although, you know, even there, I mean, they do have something common in that both of them clearly have a supernatural element, you know, and what's happened, I think, as a result of the science fiction label is you got all these people who are trying to apply science to a series where, you know, I'm sorry, where's the science in a bunch of apparent humans turning into monsters every night, you know? Or
Yes.
where's the science in walking into a tree and finding yourself stuck in the wall of a swimming pool?
Right.
I mean, there are so many examples. Where's the science in a woman who cannot give birth, giving birth to a monster? It's not even a baby. Like, there's no science involved in any of that. I'm sorry. That's you can't explain it with science.
Yes, 100%. I could not agree more with all of that. You can't explain any of that with science, and they are explaining it to us via a mythos that they're building, a mystical mythos that they revealed in season 3. And they're not going to just go back on all of that and say, "Oh, haha, we tricked you." It's that would be terrible writing. It would be redundant. We've seen that. We've seen experiments, and we've seen simulations be done to death, and it's not going to be that. I have complete faith that it's not going to be that.
No, I mean, from my perspective, watching the show is constantly telling you what it is. It's not pretending to be something else. It's quite upfront about what it is, you know?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It doesn't need another layer. That would just muddy the water as far as I'm concerned.
Yes. From is kind of, lady, I agree. It's like From is crafting its own new genre. It's genre bending is what it is.
Mhm.
It's truly a unique show. Quentin says, I'll say it again. It's very hard not to think out of the box for theories. The answers we got from the show are even far out there, honestly. Yeah, a lot of people, like for example, the reincarnation reveal. A lot of people really hated on the theories. The people who were theorizing about reincarnation, people got flack for that. People got told they were being ridiculous. And and then it turned out to be true. So yeah, there are some really out there theories. But I mean, there's that, and then there's taking what we see on the show and saying, oh, they're lying to us about all of it, and it's something completely different, like it's all going to be an experiment. And that's different. It's one thing to take the clues that we're getting on the show and piece them together the way that they're designed to be pieced together by this mystery box, and there's another to say, oh, forget everything they just told us in season 3 about the reincarnation and where the monsters came from. It's all an experiment. You're pulling things out of the air, and that's where I think it gets to be over the top, where you're doing that. And not everything means something. Not every detail of the show means something too.
No, and I understand why people get caught up in that stuff because there is such a strong mystery box element to the show. You intend to look for connections constantly. So inevitably you're going to make some where they don't actually exist. But the reincarnation thing is a great yes, Tamkeen, I agree. And I've used that example myself. Where's the science in that? When you don't have Scotty around with a transporter to do that for you, how do you explain it? Anyway, with regard to the reincarnation thing, there are lots of clues that were given along the way so that when it comes out that these people have been reincarnated, it's not a surprise. It doesn't come straight out of left field. We're not left feeling that we've been lied to because we've been given this string of breadcrumbs along the way that all of a sudden fall into place when we get that new piece of information. And that's what I love about the show. They're not pulling fast ones on us. When new information is revealed, we realize that some of the stuff we've already been told has been leading up to this.
Absolutely. The reincarnation reveal is a great example of that. That didn't come out of left field if you were really paying close attention. And even if you hadn't noticed the clues toward that, if you went back and rewatched after, you could see the clues, the breadcrumbs that were being left from the beginning. From season 1, there were clues that Jade and Tabitha had been reincarnated. If you go back and look, and when it was confirmed, it was like, oh my God, it's it makes total sense now. All these clues, for me, that was my reaction. Oh, this makes total sense. This fits with all the clues we've gotten. And I already came to that conclusion early in season 3 that I thought they were going to be reincarnated, and it was not out of left field. And this is this is theory crafting that makes sense, following the clues that we've been given and not just, rejecting them all and saying, no, it's something else. They're lying to us. Like Michael says, they directly have told us what's going on in a lot of ways in season 3. They really did. They revealed a lot.
By the way, Julie, just so you know, there's a question here. Someone's asking if there's a cover for my book. And I actually do have an image here. I'm just trying to find it on my computer. I'm going to post it for you so you can stick it on here. You've seen this before, I know, but this is for the benefit of the person who's asking about this. Who is asking about this? Oh, I can't get this window out of the way. Bear with me. Here we are.
I'll look for that.
There it is.
Okay, let's see. I'll put that up. And
it was Susie Seashell. That's who was asking.
Oh, okay.
That's the cover we came up with. Most of you are probably not old enough to remember this, but there were these comics that they used to do in Mad Magazine called Spy versus Spy. And one of them was white and one was black. And they would just be these little comics that would be in the fringes of the pages of the magazine. And they look very much like this. So I just sort of combined that idea with the comedy and tragedy mask. And that's how we came up with this.
They still have Mad Magazine, Doug.
Is it still going? I bet they don't have Spy versus Spy anymore.
Yeah, I think they do. There's
really?
a horror movie host that I like named Svengoolie, and he got a Mad Magazine story done, like a parody of his show. And I picked it up, and it does have Spy versus Spy in it.
Svengoolie.
Still.
Seriously. Wow. Good God. That's been going on for like 60 years then.
Oh yeah.
I think the Mad TV show had some animated versions of Spy versus Spy. I remember.
Yeah,
right?
I remember those animations.
That would make total sense. I never actually watched Mad TV, but yeah, that.
Oh, it's so good, Doug. It was so funny.
I've never seen it either, actually.
It was better than Saturday Night Live. I watched it all the time. It was great.
Love it. I love this cover. Yeah, this is so perfect for the book. It fits, and the using the comedy and tragedy masks. It's awesome. The theatrical element of the book.
Yeah, Joyce, I looked at a bookstore and got my Mad Magazine in a bookstore, not on a newsstand. I guess it does have a magazine stand. It's kind of like a newsstand at a bookstore, I guess.
So again, if anybody would like a PDF version of this book that Doug has written, I can still email you a PDF copy at JulieBDeepDives, JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com. I can email you a copy of that and the sequel too. But yeah, if Doug does decide to publish it, we should all still purchase a copy to support, so I forget who it was in the chat earlier who I saw say, that if you self-published, I bet, and told the Frumley, I bet a lot of people would buy it, and I think they would too.
I think it was Beehive Girl, but I hate to disappoint you, but no, I'm not going to self-publish.
Yeah,
I'm not interested at all.
Doug.
I don't want to go down that road.
I get an agent, man.
I'm going to go the traditional route.
A bunch of us steampunk ideas about people have published anthologies and stuff, and I've made some money, but I haven't made a lot of money. Not like some of my friends who have agents that write steampunk books.
Yeah, no, if I were going to do it, I would want to go the traditional route. I really don't want to do the self-publishing thing at all. So, yeah.
Good idea.
Carl says, Doug thinks your theory is trash. So Trash thinks your theory is Doug. Oh man. And Ram, I feel the same way. Ram said, I still like Tony's show. He is a blast, even if I don't agree with his theory. Absolutely.
And so do I. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Tony dearly. He's a really sweet guy. He's just got some really wacky ideas. And I've spent a lot of time wondering why that is. And I think it's because he's just extremely literal minded, and I think he he makes connections with things, and once that connection has been made, that's it. There's no talking to him. Like he's solved the mystery, you know. And so, and the fact that From has been marketed as a sci-fi horror is a perfect example. You know, he has viewed the entire series through that lens because of that one fact, and I think that's a mistake. And he has a tendency to do that with a lot of stuff. And what I think Tony doesn't realize is that when he does that, when he looks at things at a certain point of view, from a certain point of view, or puts a couple of things together that don't necessarily go together, those ideas only work if you ignore all the other stuff that he hasn't included in this theory. For example, you know, thinking it's all science when where do you get science that explains somebody walking into a tree and ending up stuck in the wall of a swimming pool? Like he buys into these ideas, and once he has, there's no discussion, you know, and you got to be more open-minded than that, because if you decide, you know, on day one that you know what this series is all about and how it's working, you're going to miss the boat entirely.
And I think, sorry, am I cutting you off, Doug?
No, go ahead.
And I think that a big issue is that for a lot of people is that there was in my opinion, there was a big red herring dropped in season 1, episode 3 of From. I believe it's a red herring where Jade talks about his quantum computing company that he just sold. And that, I believe, was a deliberate red herring dropped by the writers to make us wonder if this place was somehow created by his quantum computing company, because, you know, you get into quantum physics and maybe it opened a wormhole into some other dimension, and, you know, or this is all a simulation, you know, and unfortunately, though, ever since then, there's been way too much evidence that it has nothing to do with something like that. It's there's way too much mystical stuff happening, and way too much lore revealed in season 3 related to the reincarnation and the monsters.
And I've heard a lot of those references to Jade's speech about quantum theory and all of that stuff. And I don't know this for certain. I've never spoken to the writers about it, but the way I took that when it happened is, here's a really smart guy using what he knows from his background to try and explain what's going on here. For me, the big picture in season 1 was you had people like Jade, you know, who's a computer whiz, and Jim, who's an engineer, trying to explain this strange stuff going on around them from the one frame of reference that they have. You know, Jim's being nuts and bolts, and Jade's being, you know, quantum theory and all that kind of stuff. And what we learn in season 1 is that trying to figure out what's going on in From using nuts and bolts reality doesn't work. That's the point of that stuff. That's why it's there. This is my own personal theory. That stuff was put in to go, yeah, you can try all that. It's not going to help you, you know?
Yes.
And that culminates in the end of season 1 when the radio happens, you know? And it's like, see, that's why this stuff doesn't work, you know?
Exactly. Yes. It was there, you know, there were a lot of things floated in the beginning. You know, are they dead potentially? Tabitha wondered if they were all dead and in hell, and, you know, and these things were put in there, you know, for us to reject it when we see that the evidence to the contrary mounting, you know, and I definitely think that whole thing about Jade's company was part of it. Tony is going to end up eating the chip. I'm afraid so. And now he's got a bet with Doug. Doug will eat the chip if Tony's right.
A gentleman's wager.
Well, and our wager is specifically about Donna. What we bet on is that, like, he's absolutely convinced she's a mole, and I'm equally convinced that she isn't. So that's what that chip is about.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely side with you on that one again, Doug. I am convinced that Donna is not a mole.
Why does this place need a mole? You know, I mean, what does the man in yellow need a mole for? He seems to know what's going on. He doesn't need any help.
They don't need any help. From does not need a mole. There's some entity that can see and hear them even when no one is around. They went out of their way to demonstrate that to us by giving us the example of Father Khatri burying his bag in the middle of a field by himself, and he specifically said no one was around, and yet Sarah was able to draw the candy bar, the alien on the candy bar wrapper that he buried. Nobody was there, and the voices in her head took control of her and made her draw that. That proves there is some entity that can see and hear them wherever they are, and it doesn't need a mole reporting back to them.
And if Donna were the mole, how did she get that piece of information to pass on? She wasn't around for any of that.
Exactly. Exactly. Tabitha was digging the hole in the basement. The man in yellow knew that. Boyd was out in the middle of the woods yelling, "You don't break me. You don't fucking break me." And then the monsters said that back to him in season 3. So somebody heard him, and whatever was controlling the monsters was the thing that heard him, and it was in the middle of the woods. Come on. Something could see and hear them wherever they are. Doesn't need a mole. The only use that I could see for having some person working with the evil entity is just to manipulate them a little more effectively than some vision might be able to manipulate a really smart person who's like, you know what, that's bullshit. Like, Boyd was not able to be manipulated by Ghost Abby, who tried to convince him not to break the music box, not to smash the music box, and just give up hope. He wasn't convinced. But you put somebody in town who's in league with the evil entity, or say the evil entity shapeshifts into a person and pretends to be a resident of the town, I could see the value in that, if only just to, manipulate them a bit better and guide their behavior a bit better than an evil entity like a Ghost Abby could do, because she was overtly evil. It was clear that he shouldn't trust her.
And this is one of the, for the people who believe that Donna is a mole, this is one of their arguments. They say she has been influencing people, but that doesn't bear scrutiny either. Show me where Donna has actively discouraged someone from trying to figure out what's going on, or has tried to destroy somebody's morale. She's constantly doing the opposite.
Yes.
It's just ridiculous.
I agree, absolutely. And so maybe in the future, I could see potentially the man in yellow shapeshifts into a person and pretends to be a town resident, perhaps Sophia, for the purpose of manipulating them better and, starting a cult, maybe. Yeah, who knows what she's going to do, but thus far, I don't see any character in the show fitting that description that works for me. I don't think there's been a mole yet. I agree on that, and most of the chat here seems to agree too. And Carla Way, nice to see you as always. Nice to see Carla Way. Yes, I agree. Donna is a broken woman. What, Scarlet?
People haven't been listening to my songs about Donna.
Yeah, your connection keeps
Can
cutting
you hear
out.
me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I keep moving around my house. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I wrote some songs that I sing when Julie has to get her book, her phone dies and she has to get her computer, or vice versa. And I made a couple songs about Donna not being a mole, and I sing them. And I hope someday that Elizabeth Saunders hears them.
Yeah.
Because I think Donna's not a mole, and the only reason that she's walking around in all these scenes is that she gets shit done.
Yeah. And I agree with
man.
And I agree with LV, who says Donna is a broken woman trying to help all of the broken people she encounters. That is the point of Colony House. It is a house of broken people who get together to make something of the bad. And they try to live for today, because tomorrow isn't promised. That's their whole, that's their mantra. So, hey, Miss J. Yes, go watch the new trailer. It only shows a little bit. There's not much, but I got excited by the little bit that we got. I thought it was cool. There was a little bit more of the scene with Jade in the cave getting grabbed up by the monsters. That was cool. They were manhandling Jade, and Sophia is looking pretty damn evil. And hey there,
Yeah.
the Taito
Why?
Guardian. Welcome, the Taito Guardian. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Yeah, Sophia I think looks extremely sinister. So we'll see. I frankly I wish they wouldn't release all these things because I want to be surprised. And now I feel like they tipped their hand too much about
Yeah.
Sophia.
Mhm.
She looks sinister as heck to me. And Carla says, "Hey Doug, um, Kalispera or
Kalimera. Kalispera, Kalimera. Good afternoon or good morning. It's actually, well, it's technically it's morning,
oh,
but I'm
cool.
about to say Kalinikta because I have to go to bed. It's way past my bedtime here.
Cool. Well, thanks so much for being here, Doug. Always a pleasure. A surprise this time, and we'd love to have you on whenever it is you're allowed to talk a little about from season 4 too. We'd love to talk about that. But I would imagine right now they probably don't want you to talk about even stuff that happens with your character in the trailer because it's too mysterious at the moment, and we don't even really know what's happening to the man in yellow in the trailer, so it's probably not something they want you to do at the moment.
No, I mean, I have said nothing about what's going on with the man in yellow in the trailer. People have drawn their own conclusions from what they've seen, but like I don't comment on any of that stuff because it's, as you say, like, yeah, I don't want to spoil it for people. I don't even like, if I'm going to see a movie, for example, I just went to see is it Project Hail Mary? Is that the proper title of it?
Mhm.
Just saw
Yeah.
it the other night, and I had heard just enough about it that I was interested to go and see it. But it's like I did not want to have any advance information about it at all. I just like to be able to go and see it and judge it on its own terms. So I don't want to be a part of messing up anybody else's process when it comes to that.
Right. I mean, I would imagine even just talking about things like the makeup, like how they put that makeup on you and the prosthetics and stuff in the trailer. You probably can't even talk about that yet because even that might give something away, I would think, right?
Well, I mean, it's obvious I'm wearing makeup, so I don't think there's anything wrong in talking about that, but anything beyond that, I don't actually know anything about any more than you do. So,
Right.
you know,
Right. Yeah, we'd love to chat with you when you are able to talk about episodes that air, and it's always a pleasure having you on to chat about anything, your other projects and our story time sessions. You always have a million entertaining stories for us, and we can't thank you enough for spending this time with the Frumily.
well, as I've told you before, I got a bunch of old videos of stuff that I did when I was much younger, like commercials and TV shows and stuff like that, that I now have digital copies of. And it would be fun to come on some night and show a few of those, I think.
Oh, that would be great. We would love it. We would get a kick out of it.
You
Absolutely.
showed us Labatt's commercials.
Yeah, got a couple. Well, I've got one of those. I have a series of lottery commercials that I did, and a
Nice.
few other things. Most of it very silly. There's also this TV show that I did very early in my career that was shot here in Toronto called Life on Venus Avenue, and I play this silly Hispanic character named Eddie Chinchilla. It's really goofy stuff, but it's kind of fun. We could maybe do a watch party on Discord with that some night.
Oh, I'd love to do that. That's
All right.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just we'll chat and we'll plan something, and if anybody isn't in the Discord, sometimes we do watch parties with Doug, and you can watch with us if you want to join. The link is in the description of the video. to join the Discord. And thank you so much for hanging out with us as always. Susie had said that this is the longest I think you stayed with us like this. I think the longest might be like 3.5 hours, maybe one time. Doug, you've been
I
with
think
us
so.
for long.
Oh yeah,
stretch.
I don't think we've broken any records
time.
tonight.
No, you've put in a lot of hours hanging with us, and we can't thank you enough. So
Well,
have
it's
a
been
great
my
night.
pleasure. And yeah, we'll do it again soon. So good night, everybody. Pleasure seeing you all. And
Good night,
see
Doug.
you soon. Okay,
Sleep
take
All
well.
care.
right. Take it easy.
Doug looking fine as hell as the man in yellow. Yeah, that's great. Good night, Doug. Rest well. Good night, Doug. It's been fun, Doug. Thanks for hanging with us.
I take it you haven't looked at the trailer yet, then.
Me, of course, I've looked at the trailer.
No, I meant covering it here, like looking at stills.
Oh no, yeah. We looked at. I pulled up the evil Sophia face, and we talked
Yeah,
about that.
I didn't see that at first, and then I saw it later. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, yeah. I pulled it up before Doug came on. We were talking about Sophia for a little while. So we were on talking about that stuff for maybe half an hour or so, and then Doug joined us, and so yeah, we'll break down all the stills. I've got all the stills, so we're not going anywhere. We'll stay out. This isn't going to be a really long one though. We've already been on for a while. So we'll stay on and break down the stills and talk about it for a bit, and just not hours more, maybe another hour. But some of our theories come from the show and not YouTube. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, LV. Love a watch party with Doug. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So if you want to, come hang out with Doug and watch some of his appearances and other things, and also the From watch parties. He said he wants to join our From watch parties for season 4. So join the Discord and you can watch with us. You might want to come early. I don't know how many people are going to show up for those season 4 watch parties. I think the maximum the maximum slots are 50 spots in there. So we'll see. Hopefully we won't have more than 50.
Get yourself there.
Yeah.
Don't wait.
Yes, and
Go in there right now.
yeah, go in there right now.
Yeah. It's only 12 days away. Just wait. Just wait in there. Reserve your spot now.
So let's talk about this trailer. David says it's a mixed signal with Sophia, her traditional role and her name versus her sinister smile. Yeah. And Jade, LV says, I don't think Jade will believe the reincarnation stuff. He is a scientific man like me. Well, I think his mind has been opened to the mystical side of things now, though. I think it's changed. It was like that originally. He was walking around talking about Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen, talking about these scientists and trying to explain all this with science. But his mind has opened because of all these visions he has with the symbol. So I think he'll believe it. And he, in the trailer, in the full trailer, when they see knowledge comes at a cost on the barn wall, Jade says to Tabitha, I think it means that what they were showing us is real. So I think he's referring to those revelations they had. That whatever that entity is that gave them those revelations, it's real. What they were showing us is real, is what he said.
Yeah, but Jade's company is also made by pure imagination or whatever it said too, so he might already be open to that,
Right.
as well. I mean, that's because you're opened up to scientific reality doesn't mean you're not open to imagination as well, or mysticism. They're not mutually exclusive.
Yes. And Anon Anon, I just to answer this question from earlier, I didn't get a chance to answer. Yes, so I would humbly ask if you want to hype, if there's something that you really want to hype, for me, for my channel this week, and you have to choose between this live stream and something else, please choose the Ethan video that I'm going to release. That I would greatly appreciate. So, that Ethan video, if you could save your hype for that, hype or hypes or however, whatever you want to do it, you could save it for that. That would be greatly appreciated because, like I've said, I thank you for hyping the live streams, and I'm not telling you to stop doing that. Please keep doing it. But when there's a week that I'm releasing a video, which is not every week at the moment, although it's going to start being every week. With season 4, I'm going to be releasing videos every week. I would just say whenever I'm releasing a video, which is actually it's going to be every week now. And if you have, you only have so many hypes to give out, I would ask, please save the hypes for the videos. And that will in turn help bring people to the live streams as well, because then they find my channel and suddenly, boom, I've got new people in the chat. For some reason, the videos are the thing that hit the algorithm the best, not the live streams. I don't know why, but for some reason, that's just how it works. So I get the vast majority of my new subscribers from my videos. That's how they find the channel. And that's how they eventually then wind up in the live chat. So if you really want to help, if you want to support the channel, please hype the videos, the scripted videos. This week is going to be an Ethan theory video. And next week, I'm going to release a video on theories and predictions going into season 4. And after that, well, it's going to be every week an episode deep dive, and sometimes also a theory video, depending on whether I have a new theory. So actually, I could just say going forward, if you only have like one hype to spare or something, yeah, please save it for the scripted videos. And I really appreciate the question, Anon, because I can't tell you how much the hypes really make a massive difference. It blew my mind watching the hype points stacking up from my Jade theory video and what it did. Normally, my videos always stagnate after the first 2 days, and they might pick up maybe a little bit more in terms of views, but not much. And with the Jade video, I mean, it's not like it went crazy viral or anything ridiculous, but it just amazed me watching it continue to pick up views after the 2-day mark. It kept on going, and it picked up a few thousand more than it normally would have, above the average performance. And it was the hype points that did it. And someone even commented, I only found this video because so many people hyped it, and they were really happy that they found it. And that was amazing. So yeah, it's a powerful tool when you use it on small channels like mine. It's unbelievable. Like it's like hitting the like button times 10,000. It's crazy how much more of an impact the hypes have. I'm not saying don't hit the like button, because please hit the like button. That's really important too. But also the hype is like supercharged like button on steroids. So anyway, that is my TED Talk. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk on the hypes again. But just so yeah, like it's a new thing on YouTube, and I'm just learning how it works myself. So I thought I would share that, and so for people who want to support, and I know there are so many kind people out there who do want to support my channel, that is the best way to do it, hyping the scripted videos. And then voila, we'll see new people in the chat. That's what happened after the Jade theory video came out and my trailer breakdown scripted video. I saw a bunch of new people show up who I never saw before until that video. They were in my comment sections for those videos, and then they came to the chat. So there you go. And I saw Susie say, I'm gonna go hype your last video. Thank you so much, Susie. Thank you. And if you have a hype that's left over, Maybe earmark one for the Ethan one that's going to be coming out within the next day or two. I would really appreciate it. Anyway, so let's see. LV says I came here from a scripted video. See, this is what I'm talking about. And now LV is here on a regular basis. So this is what happens. This is how the channel grows, and I see it. I see, the subscriber count will go up a lot. It'll go up. I'll get like dozens of new subscribers versus maybe, if I'm lucky, 2 or 3 from a live stream. So that's the difference. So thanks, LV. The title says it's because live stream viewers tend to be different than video watchers, so YouTube tends to push videos more. Okay, gotcha. Michael says, if you really want to help, don't cut down the tree, but also hype the new videos. Yes, don't cut down that tree and hype the new videos. Yes, please. B says, good to know. I have several channels I try to hype, and I can't hype everyone every week. So it's good to know what's most important to hype. Yes, this is, I want to do this. This isn't just to help myself. I want to spread that information around to help other, especially small channels who really need the support. Small channels, if you want to have the most impact, don't give your hypes away to really big channels. Give them to small creators. That's where you literally have way more impact, because the less subscribers that a channel has, the more hype points they get, the more your hype is worth per video. So I said this earlier, I get 2.5K points per hype. For every single hype that you give me, I get 2.5K points. And I looked into it, and somebody who has like 100,000 subscribers, they only get about 60 hype points per video. So you don't have much of an impact when you hype their videos. And they also don't really need the help, the bigger channels. They already hit the algorithm without your help. But the smaller channels are the ones who really need it. So this is not just for me. I also want to, I want people to know, so you can help other small channels and save your hypes for their scripted videos if they make them, and you'll help them a lot more that way. Now, if I'm not putting out any scripted videos, well, then by all means, the live streams are the best option in that case, in that particular week. Anyway, so let's see. Hey, Mackie, I've been too generous with my hypes. Honestly, rather just use them all here. By the way, what's up, people? Nice to see you, Mackie.
Okay.
And thank you for saying that. Thank you. It would be awesome if you have some hypes to spare for me sometime. Thank you. Hype it up. Hype it up. I don't see how to hype it. You're not dumb, Susie. You have to look on a mobile device or a tablet. So only mobile devices work for hypes. So you got to look on a phone or a tablet, an iPad. That's how you can hype. The button will be right near all the other buttons, like, share, promote, save. It'll be right around all those other buttons. Anyway, Mackie got his bell. Got the bell for Mackie. Always nice to see Mackie in the chat. Even though it's not 4 a.m. and we're not doing that tonight. We're not gonna be here at 4 a.m. tonight.
Yeah, we're not doing that tonight. Well,
No.
the other live, I thought around 4 a.m. I should bring it, but I just didn't.
Yes. Tonight we're gonna go through the little trailer. Not for too long, because we have another live coming up. I am gonna move it to Thursday officially. I need to move it to Thursday to do the rewatch because of the live tonight. I'm not gonna have time, and I also have to record my Ethan video tonight, so we're gonna have to move the rewatch, the next rewatch live to Thursday night. Probably starting at 10:30 Eastern, but it might have to get pushed a little later than that, knowing me. Anyway, Supa says, "Hey, Ms. B, I just want to say I see why people don't like season 3's nurse. She's cute and not creepy at all. Season 1's nurse was creepy." Oh yeah, yeah. Season 1's nurse was way creepier. I totally agree on that. Absolutely. Um, Susie says, "I think I'll
It's really weird for it's really weird for somebody to do the opposite, and it's really weird for somebody to I just lost my thought because of the stupid delay. That like people usually want characters like Jasmine and Sarah around because they're hot, even though they're crazy. So this is one time where the hotness doesn't work.
right."
I'm gonna go in and out of my StreamYard again and see if my audio gets better.
Okay. Mackie says, "All the time I will be using no more hypes unless it's here." Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mackie. I truly appreciate that so much. I can't thank you enough. And yes, you can hype live streams when they're over. But yes, if you want to help the channel the most, I would ask you to please hype the Ethan theory video that's going to come out in the next couple days if you have a hype available, because that will help the channel a lot more. And it'll bring people's attention to the live streams then. Susie said that there are audiobooks. I don't think this is him, Susie. I think he said that there's a no, actually, no, it is him.
He's talked about doing this before. Yeah, doing the books.
Yeah, that's right. These are his. So Doug has narrated audiobooks. That's true.
I remember he did one that was set in World War II era. I remember that one. He was talking about it with us.
Yeah. LV says, I am very glad I clicked into the peace chat. Well, thank you. I'm so glad. I'm glad you found us. And it's all thanks to, my video getting into the algorithm enough to reach new people like LV. And then LV made their way over to the live stream. So there you go. That's what happens. It's the magic of the scripted videos. Anyway, let's see. So let's look at these new images. I'm going to put them back up. Let's see. Let's go through it frame by frame. And most of them are old images that are just meant to draw in new viewers. This is trying to appeal to new fans who haven't seen the show before. And that's what they did before season 3 as well. They put out another trailer close to the start of the season, mostly to try and bring in new viewers. Like, hey, binge the show really quick before season 4. I feel like they should have done this a little sooner, like it's 30 episodes they'd have to binge.
Well, this time they just said you had to watch 10.
Yeah, but it says in this trailer all 3 seasons now streaming, like
well, that's a bad attitude then when they said there was 10 episodes.
Yeah.
They should have started heavy and said binge them all, then watch the recommended episodes for even more insight.
Right. So the trailer opens with Boyd, and this one is a new shot. He's outside looking kind of stunned, like he's looking at something shocking, I think. So is that for what it's worth, and it kind of makes it look like he's looking at the man in yellow transforming, but I think that's just editing. I think that's just the editing making it look like that's what he's watching, deceptive editing, because it goes right from that to Doug once again disrobing. More shots of Doug disrobing. Does he do anything else in this season? I really hope that this isn't all we're getting of Doug in season 4.
It should be like da 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 da.
So here he is. He's still near the RV.
Ooh.
There you go. He's even
sweaty.
He's smiling from ear to ear while he does it too. Sultry little smile. And so he's still near the area where he's just killed Jim. So I'm sure this picks up right where the finale left off, and so right after he kills Jim, it looks like he's already transforming. And in the full trailer that we got before, it wasn't really clear where he was transforming. It didn't show him disrobing next to the RV.
Yeah.
So this is new. This puts it into context. It shows that, okay, that's happening right away from the looks of things, unless he just decided to go back to the scene of the crime.
It's like hangs out in the woods for a while, then decides, oh, I can go back to the RV.
Revisit the scene of the crime, like reminisce. Oh yeah, this is where I slit Jim's throat. Yeah, good times. Reminiscing. And he's got a big grin on his face. There's the suitcase in front of him. Now it's not in this shot for some reason, but it's in this one. And so the suitcase is right there. That's the one from the cave that we saw in the other trailer. Is he changing into a dress, perhaps? There was a white dress in there when Tabitha looked in it in season 2, but that wouldn't fit if he is turning into Sophia. I mean, I don't know.
He's got to have a sister wife dress in there.
Maybe so. He's got a big grin on as he takes off his coat. It kind of reminds me of the way the monsters smile. Just so just maniacal.
They love their work.
Yes. And Boyd is once again, just like the other trailer, saying, we don't even know the goddamn. He says, like, we're running out of time. He said, we're losing, we're running out of time, and we don't even know. This time he doesn't say the goddamn rules. He just says, we don't even know the rules. So they censored the goddamn out of it. New viewers of the show are going to, they're going to be shocked when they hear his colorful vocabulary then, I guess. No need to censor it. They're going to hear a lot worse than that.
Let's put Boyd in the trailer and he just moves his mouth but no words come out.
Yeah. They're going to hear a lot more colorful language than that. They don't need to put censoring goddamn out of the trailer. So this is that scene where he's in the sheriff's station talking to Donna and the others, and we see this is after the car accident. We see the wall has a cloth taped over it where the car drove through the wall, and so that's going to be that scene where he's got his close circle of trust in there. Tabitha, not Jim, Tabitha, Jade, Alice, and who was the other one other than Donna? Was there one more?
Christy?
No, she wasn't there.
Because I thought Christy was in the circle of trust, but I can't remember.
But she wasn't in the scene. Yeah. It was just Jade, Tabitha, Alice, Donna, and I guess that was it. But for some reason, Kenny isn't there. Maybe he had something else to do. I don't know. Or they had a falling out. Then, once again, the ballerina music box. Somebody in the chat said they think this is from, a new angle. I don't think so. I doubt we're going to see the music box again.
Ooh, maybe. Maybe we'll see the ballerina. Maybe Murray will be dancing this season. Doing some ballerina.
And then what is it that Julie says here? I'm so tired. I'm trying to remember. Julie said everything here is impossible. I think she said everything that happens here is impossible and it's real, I believe is what she said.
Wearing her whaling boat shirt and carrying a copy of The Adventures of the Grand Gulagog.
Is that how is it how are you so sure that's the book? How can you see
because
it
of the
way?
eyes on it? Because the cover has eyes on it exactly like that. And I see it on TV.
I see the eyes. Yeah.
It's the one that Jim holds up.
Yes, I recognize it now. Yeah, Jim holds that up in season 1. It was season 1, like episode 2. He brought the Kromenunkel and the Adventures of the Grand Gulagog from the RV to Ethan, and it had these eyes on it, these distinctive eyes. So yeah, good catch.
Yeah, they remind me of The Great Gatsby, like that real popular cover. Yeah.
It reminds me of the eyes of T.J. Eckelberg from The Great Gatsby.
Yep.
They were eyes on a billboard overlooking an ash heap, and they symbolized the eyes of a god who had forsaken the people of the earth.
Interesting.
Yeah,
that kind of flies here.
I loved that because I love symbolism. And it's another reason why I love this show, because it has symbolism in it too, and it does fit very well here. I'm trying to zoom out. I need to get a better device. This is, oh my god, this is annoying. Okay.
I didn't think that book was going to come back.
I didn't think it would either. But yeah, there it is, and that's not the book. I don't think that's the book that was in the other trailer that flew against the wall.
It wasn't, because that one only had like one circular thing. It almost looked like a moon.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't think this is the same. It's definitely not the same book, and yet Julie is holding it. So that's interesting. That's interesting that she's doing that. And Ethan's books are definitely, an important part of the show. I mean, all of his quest knowledge comes from these books, and that's how this show works. So I like that Julie is holding that book. Maybe it means like, the people in the show are going to start taking Ethan and his quest stuff more seriously, like they need to do. Like one of the points I make in my video that I'm going to be putting out about Ethan, he has the answers. He has not all the answers, but he has a lot of key insights that that they could really benefit from, and I think Ethan is going to play a huge role in all of this. An important player in figuring all of this out. They need to take him seriously. He understands his place on a deep level, and I get into that a lot in my video that I'm going to be releasing, and so I like this. I like that she's holding this book.
I kind of feel like this book is kind of racist though.
Oh, is it really?
Well, can I say Galawag on your live? Yeah, I will. Okay, I did. Because that's so close to the other word, and then that's kind of like what they used to call nanny dolls, which is a rag doll, I'm gonna say.
Oh,
yeah. But it's not. It's bad. It's racist.
Yeah. Okay.
So there were some theories when this book first came out that maybe it was tied to like Kizabawal tree and Southern like hoodoo and stuff, and then there's this book that's referencing kind of like oppression,
right?
Because I feel like there's a lot of oppression in this show. I didn't know it was going to come back. I thought it was just a little like blurb that they just had in the background. I didn't know it's going to be important. So I'm hoping it's better than that.
Right. Oh yeah. So we'll see. And Julie is wearing her shirt with boats on it. And
I've got my book here, my avatar. Because this is a book about whaling.
Oh, cool. Yeah, the book. Wait a minute. What book is it? What's the title?
The Narrative of Author Gordon Pym of Nantucket.
That's the book that Kenny and Christy were reading in season 1.
And on the back of my copy, Julie, it's really weird. It says it has a quote from it about being about like some triple horror that came to the town. Triple horror.
Oh.
So I thought that's interesting. And then also in the actual text, there's a made up word that's kind of like Ankui. It's not Ankui, kids. It starts with a T, but it's a made up word that they say throughout the book. So they may have got inspired by that because they have it in the show, but they also may have been inspired to make the word Ankui off of this story as well.
Um, Interesting. Yeah, and yeah, I definitely take that as an interest in that book because of the way it was featured in From. Um,
Yeah, I might post more about it in your book club area in your Discord if I have time.
yeah, you should. I didn't get a chance to read that yet, but I want to.
It's pretty short. It's like novella length.
Okay,
I think it's the only novella Poe ever wrote.
right. B says Sophia creeped me out more when she looked like a sister wife getting out of the car with a pastor.
Oh, never gets tired.
Sophia is scary, but she cute. No, she is.
Oh, let's like Sarah.
Mhm.
Sarah be cute.
Joyce, no, the waitress monster handed Boyd the keys to the ambulance in season 3. The new nurse is the one who stood outside his window and used her hand to make a finger gun to her head, like suggesting that he off himself, just to taunt him. That was creepy, but she wasn't as creepy as the previous nurse. Let's see. Well, Daryl says Jim isn't in the shot with the man in yellow in RV, so that scene must take place later. Unless he's already moved the body at that point. You know, maybe he just moves the body out of the way. But yeah, you make a good point. I mean, why would he do that?
Just pushes Jim. Sorry.
Yeah, just shoves his body out of the way.
Get out of the way.
Uh,
Either that or he strips Jim and then becomes Jim. He's like, here, I'm gonna take clothes off.
Carla is just, man in yellow just getting his steps in. The man in yellow keeps what he kills. Ooh, Bill.
Ugh.
B says man in yellow will be wearing.
Does he put it in the suitcase?
I don't know.
Ugh.
B says man in yellow will be wearing that dress as the man in yellow, roaming about as a creepy man bride. Love it. Man in yellow got that summer body ready. I wish I did. Not quite. I'm sitting here eating a sugar cookie right now as we speak. Daryl thinks that it looks like a new shot of a music box. It's possible, you know. There's always the potential for more story walking and seeing that again, but I hope we don't see a lot of rehashed scenes that were from past shows, like a clip show.
We talked about this before, right? The clip show.
Yeah. You got me cussing in the house of the Lord. What is the world coming to? I love that scene, Samuel, with Boyd.
Your worst priest.
The worst fucking priest. You got a clear view of the book. Yeah, the book in the other trailer definitely wasn't this one. Keep foreshadowing the boats. Yeah, Boyd's gonna get his boat. I think so. Julie moves the book down a bit in a later frame. Okay.
Yeah, well, these are quick, man. I could even catch one. I sent you one of a play thing in the middle, the play button.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because I couldn't get it fast enough. I'm like, okay, this is the best. It's quick.
Guessing it's Julie from episode 4. Agree. Yes. Don't know who she's talking to. Likely Randall based on the preview pic. It looks like she's still like at home here, on the porch. She could be talking to her mom potentially. I would say maybe talking to her mom. She's saying like impossible, everything here that happens here is impossible, but it's real is basically what she says. So Julie, you said we wouldn't see Martin again, so you shouldn't be so sure. Yeah, that's true, that we won't see the music box again. Very true. You never know with this show what could come back at us.
I predict Murray will ballerina dance in this season. Maybe it's the same outfit. Swan Lake, right?
Yeah, they often they wear the same clothes a lot. They don't exactly have a big wardrobe.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So yeah, there's not much to say here. Obviously, everything here is impossible, and but it's real, and yeah, we know, we get it. we've seen enough of this show to understand that. Susie doesn't think it's anything wrong with acknowledging and talking about it, especially in a world trying to erase important history. Oh yeah, nobody wants to do that. Like we're not advocating for erasing
Mm-hmm.
or racist history.
Well, I think it is interesting, the shot, though. She's got the whaling shirt on. She's holding this book that might reference something else. And then they're all under the American flag. And I think that's a good composition shot.
Right. And Daryl points out that Julie still has long hair in episode 4. Wonder when it gets short. Yeah, because we know it's coming. There's a behind the scenes clip that Hannah posted on social media like a couple months ago where she had the short bob haircut again. So it's coming. And that could just be, even without a time jump, she just chops her hair off. That's probably what's going to happen. I don't think we're going to see a time jump.
Oh, you don't think that she's going to be in the first episode as future Julie, like going back to wherever she came from?
Oh yeah, we'll see that. I think we might see that. Let's say.
Yeah.
We might. But I think we'll see more of her than just one scene potentially. I think we'll see her cut her hair. Hey, Jeff
She
says
gets close to Marielle.
yeah, gets a little too close to her. Jeff says maybe the pastor picked Sophie up when he arrived, saw her walking. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Jeff. So that could kind of explain, like maybe she's not even a person at all, and the man in yellow just shifts into this figure of a young girl, and he picks her up, and she's like, oh, but actually, we already know the casting announcement said that she's a pastor's daughter, so never mind.
I was gonna say that, but you're on a roll.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of pain, and sometimes that makes my brain foggy, and I forget things. So, it's frustrating trying to make my brain work when I'm in constant pain. Yes, Michael, lots of African lore and imagery like bottle trees, Nikandi statues. Not clear why so many references to African lore and U.S. racial stuff. Right.
I think that also the colonists too, like just like, Native Americans versus colonists and other people that were oppressed versus colonists.
Yeah.
Inuits as well.
Hey, Incognito. Nice to see you. Jim's body is on tour.
in the suitcase, yeah.
The man in yellow collector wrote. Yep, the man in yellow. It rubs the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. To Julie about Jim's body. What the hell?
Ooh, that's dark.
That is dark. Let's see. Julie looking at Ethan's book is a nice development. I agree. Let's see. I doubt we'll see future Julie go back to where she came from in episode 1. Yeah, we may not see her again. That's true. So anyway, so moving on. Fatima, we see her. We pick up right where we left off with her still in the secret room of the root cellar, having just given birth to the Smiley pod. And she's looking, in the other trailer, she was crying. In this one, she is just looking intense at something or someone. So, I don't know. Kimono Lady's already gone. But this is just a really quick shot. So, I mean, that can be deceiving. This doesn't mean that she's looking at something threatening. I don't think. I think the threat for her is done for now.
Yeah.
So, and then
Yeah.
we have that
God.
jump scare. Jump scare. Look, there's a vein bulging out of her forehead, for God's sake. Look at that. Look at that thing. Like that, and then that like they had to shoot this from this specific angle for a reason, just to make her look extra sinister.
Mm-hmm.
The composition of this shot is brilliant. The way that this is done, it's just it's so well done. Like the angle they're shooting her from makes her look so creepy, and there's something about a shot of somebody with their face tilted down and their eyes looking up that makes them look evil. And it's
Well,
something.
She definitely looks like one of the nighttime creatures.
Yeah, and it's a trick that's been used in cinema for eons. It's been done, back in Psycho. That was one of the most famous examples of it, where you had Norman Bates looking up at the camera in the final shot of Psycho, as he's sitting in the prison cell looking completely insane, and that shot of him looking up, there's something about that. It can make somebody just look evil, and so they're using that kind of trick. Just she's not looking directly into the camera, but it's the same kind of composition. And she's leaning over somebody, and it's in the clinic.
Yeah, it looks like a clinic. Yeah.
And we know she's going to be in there. She's been in a car accident. She's got a lot of cuts and scratches on her. But why she's looking awfully like comfortable here, like no issues. And
she looks like she's gonna make out with somebody and then stab them with a screwdriver and take out their tongue.
Yeah, she looks like she's thoroughly enjoying herself, like Sarah 2.0, perhaps. But
maybe that's because they're roomies.
Way scarier. And it's the same place, the same area where Sarah did that evil deed. This is wild. I lost my shit when I saw this.
Do you think this could be part of a dream sequence?
No.
No,
I don't think so.
I feel like it might be a psych out.
I think that would be a really cheap trick to do that. And I know From has pulled some tricks before with trailers, but not like this. Not to my recollection. They did a bait and switch with the scream in the teaser for From season 3, where they took out Tian Shen's scream and put in a scream that was an audio clip from season 2, where Kelly was tethered to the tree with a rebar, and they did that just to conceal the identity of who was screaming, because Tian Shen's voice would have been too recognizable. That's not a dirty trick. That's an understandable trick. This would be something altogether different. To put this in there and make us think of this brand new character is evil and lead us to believe maybe even the man in yellow could have shapeshifted into her too. But I don't know. I just think it would be a really cheap trick to make this a dream. I can understand if the scarecrow monsters are a dream. Hopefully a dream that's actually, I think it'll be a dream that can actually kill people. A killer nightmare. But this, yeah, I don't know. I hope not, but
maybe she's excited she found a new Bible in town or something.
Yeah.
She's really happy. She found a rosary.
Oh,
keep her excitement back.
Yeah, she is. She's thrilled. Look at the gleam in her eye. It is just wicked.
She could be the power of Christ compels you sort of girl.
Yeah, she could be. This is the thing that I tripped out on the most by far with this trailer.
Definitely.
Easily, because we've looked at we looked at the image of Sophia that was released via Rotten Tomatoes, and we talked about how she looked a little sinister.
Or she looked like somebody
but
passed cabbage gas.
yeah, but there's a little sinister and there's downright evil, pure
Yeah.
evil. This is just a little sinister. This is no big deal. This
It's the
could
wind
easily
up.
just be.
It's the wind up.
This could easily just be like her being mildly annoyed, or her being shell shocked because her father just died and she was injured, and now she's stuck in a nightmare town. I mean, so there wasn't an overtly evil tone to this, but that other picture, I mean, that other shot is something altogether different, and I just can't. I don't know. I can't unsee that. I can't see her as anything but evil now. I've been here I have been, saying that
Supporting her.
I've been supporting her.
Yeah.
Father Khatri was good and helpful, and then when he died, it seemed like he was replaced by Tilly, who was also good and helpful, and another religious figure. She led a prayer circle, and it seems like Tilly is now being replaced by Sophia. But I did mention in my trailer breakdown video that it's possible that the pastor was the one who was chosen to be in this place, and he was going to be a good, helpful person, but he died in the accident, and her daughter could wind up being trouble, because Sophia, also translates to wisdom, and you could substitute that for knowledge, and knowledge comes at a cost. Sophia comes at a cost, perhaps. And, so I could see it. I could see her starting a cult. I could see her being evil, and now I could see her being the goddamn man in yellow. I really think she could be.
Well, the monsters like their wordplay, like Brian Kelly and the like. So of course they would bring in Sophia.
Yeah, I think she. I've been saying all along, though. I do love that theory that the man in yellow shapeshifts into Sophia, but I didn't think it was too likely until now. Now
Until
I'm
this,
like, this is it. I think he's gonna shapeshift into her. I think that would be an amazing storyline, and it would fulfill that theory I threw out during one of the Storytime with Doug live streams like a year or so ago, when I said that wouldn't it be awesome if the new arrival for season 4 is the man in yellow, but nobody knows he's a monster. He looks like a normal guy. Well, yeah, I said, like, wouldn't that be awesome? I said, I could totally see them doing that. And, and then when I saw that she was cast as the new arrival, I obviously discarded that theory, thinking that it couldn't be. But maybe I was partly right after all. And it is going to be the evil entity, the man in yellow, but shapeshifting into her.
Maybe she's just excited she exercised Sarah.
Yeah.
I hope this isn't just like she grabs something and she's excited to see a book or something.
Oh, good.
That's a total fake out.
Right? Let's hope not. Daryl, I think you're tripping. She does not look creepy at all. You need glasses? I'm sorry, but
maybe he's going to like hope that he could live in a house with Sarah and Sophie.
Well, we are talking about the guy who's like head over heels for Sarah, so he doesn't really see the evil in these young ladies. Maybe no, I'm kidding. Sarah's not evil, but what were you saying?
I think it's valid. She might be dying. She's trying to be happy. She's trying to make her dad happy.
I don't think you should have a smile that big on when your dad's dying. No,
he's going to Jesus.
That's way too big of a grin. There's no way. No. No, I'm sorry, Daryl. No way.
Not Daryl look at this and like he was like, wait a second, she's kind of hot because she used to kind of look more sister wife, but in this one she looks better.
Daryl just has a thing for the crazy chicks. I swear.
Oh, yeah.
I swear to God. Sophia and Sarah are gonna be best
roommates.
They're gonna fit in perfectly. The fact that she lives with Sarah now makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
Could not make any more sense. Like, oh my God.
They understand each other. Oh, Parkland Media.
Match made in heaven. Yeah, Parkland Media. He was here earlier in the chat when Doug was here, and here again. Shout out to Parkland Media. Awesome channel. Love your From content. It's so entertaining. I watch the live streams, after the fact when I can, because I never seem to catch them. But there's just so much fun and really interesting, quirky, creative theories that he comes up with. It's so great. I love the sound effects he uses in his live stream.
I was gonna say I love the sound effects, surprisingly.
Yeah, they're so much fun. Sophia may be Carrie 2.0. We better be nice to her. Yes. We better be nice to her indeed. Yes. She's giving Carrie vibes. Yes. Carrie, I said that even before I saw this comment, Susie. Yes. B says that doesn't look sinister to me. It looks more like a bored high schooler. Oh, in the other picture, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I agree. Yes, the movie Carrie comes to mind.
She's not bored in this shot.
No, indeed. Daryl said, when you guys find out Sophia is a good person, I want you all to apologize. In the other picture, Joyce says she's looking a little grumpy. That's all. Yes, I agree on that one. One smile and Julie is against her. Hey, it's not just me. It's not just me. There's a whole chorus of people in the fandom singing the same tune as me right now. It seems like the birds, they attack every spiritual person. Well, in the show, it seems like all the spiritual people do get attacked. So maybe the man in yellow kills her right away. Maybe for bringing a Bible to town or something, So there was this person who wrote a really interesting comment, and I wish I had screenshotted it when I saw it, or that was bad grammar, but I wish I had made a screenshot because it was a while ago and it's buried now. But it was on one of my recent videos, and they said that they think the man in yellow is going to either like there are two different options, but become Sophia in one way or another, like kill her. Kill her outside of town and dispose of the body, shapeshift into her, there was something else. I don't remember what the other option was. Oh, I wish I could remember. It was like no, I don't remember. Yeah, I lost the other one, but yeah, there were two different possibilities they laid out, and I was like, that is so interesting. I could see that happening. But I didn't think it was too likely until now. Until now. Cruel Intentions vibe. Good one too, Bill. Yes. Yes. Susie said that's why I said the Morrigan. The Morrigan is a shape-shifting fae triple goddess that comes as a crow first and cow, but they can take any form, or they can do any form. Interesting. Where's the pig's blood? Yuck. Sorry to hear that, Jen. You had a lousy doctor's appointment. That sucks. Yeah. Don't we all like to indulge in some unhealthy food we shouldn't be eating? I mean, I know I do.
I'm eating strawberries.
I just had a sugar cookie from Easter.
You need to eat better.
Yeah. I do eat a lot of fruit, though. Daryl's so defensive because he knows this is not a good look. Yeah. Bill said this is a shot of when Sophia first meets me. Yes, I second that, what Jen said. You can't fix her, Daryl. You will all see and you will ruin this day. Oh, and Bill is Bill's all lining up for her too. Meet
yeah.
Sophia. Welcome to the family.
I'm sure the two of them could room with Sarah and Sophie and be great.
Yeah. I do like how her eyes sparkle. Oh, yeah, she's got an evil gleam in her eye, doesn't she?
Sparkle with evil.
It is. Hey, Javon Keys. Long time no see. She's telling Kenny, I've never done this before, but take off your clothes. Yes. Yes, that could be what's going down. I love it. If you're just joining us, anybody out there, please hit the like button. It tells YouTube to show this to more people and helps them find my channel. Please and thank you. And Joyce says, I'm thinking Sophia and Dad had a complicated relationship. Oh God, a complicated relationship. Ooh.
Please, not like Nathan and Sarah.
Yeah, please no. Talk about
No.
daddy issues. Oh no.
God. Oh God. No.
Tam says, Daryl, I'm sorry, I cannot join you on this opinion bandwagon this time. Sorry, friend. He's gonna stand alone. Stabby issues. Good one, Mackie. Daryl says, also in the previous shot, Fatima is back in Colony House. Didn't that look like... Wait a minute.
Was she in the attic room?
Oh, yeah, that does look like the attic room. Yeah, yeah. In the other trailer, I think she was in the secret room still. But that does look like the attic room. And she's still in that she's still in the nightgown from when she was giving birth. But let's just compare to the other trailer, because I think in the other one she was still in that secret room of the root cellar. Yeah, in here she's still in the secret room and wearing the same thing, and there's the stone wall behind her. So yeah, you're right, Daryl. Still wearing the same outfit and in the same kind of position, but now she's back in Colony House.
I wonder if she has a bad dream that she's there and then she wakes up and she's in Colony House. Will you stop making that thing move? You're making like Sophia's mouth move back and forth. That's gruesome. No.
Yeah, just trying to give you some sweet nightmares tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Shake him up, Sophie. She's just tired. Long day. Surprised Tabby didn't get stabby with Sarah. Yeah, after what she did to Ethan or tried to do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Joyce says, I also suspect Sophia might not last long. Maybe. She isn't mentioned in any of the synopses. Well, hardly anyone was mentioned. Right. So we can't really assume from that. There's a really large cast.
Mm-hmm.
So
plus they might want to keep her secret,
Yeah.
Wink wink, because she's evil.
And we can expect her to be around for a while because the casting announcement said she's going to be a series regular. So that tells us a lot right there.
Mm-hmm.
I think they shouldn't really have released that information. B says, I don't agree that the Sophia shot is too spoilery. I'm excited to see what the heck is going on in this scene. Sophia with that smile. Why? Where? Who? I have no...
Yeah.
Me too, B. I don't know. I'd rather see as little as possible and just go into it blind and be shocked at everything. Although I do love to find something to theorize about before the show, but I think we've had enough from the first trailer. So I didn't really need any more or want any more. It's fun to get this stuff, but I do like to be surprised and so this, I think that MGM puts out a little bit too much content that kind of gives too much away before the episodes air. And they did that in season 3, and I think, in my opinion, they're still doing it.
Yeah.
In season 3, they put a picture on social media of the bracelet that Tabitha was going to find in Henry's glove compartment. Like, what the fuck? That was way too spoilery. So they kind of spoil their own show sometimes. Hey there, welcome all to the 777. Welcome, and please consider subscribing if you're new here and you haven't already subscribed. I'm hoping to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of From season 4. That's my next goal. And where did the man in the yellow jacket go? Well, maybe into her, or maybe this is the man in the yellow jacket. Like, maybe he shapeshifted into Sophia. I honestly think it's possible now, and it's there's a strong possibility that that's what's happening. Yeah, I mean, and that could be the actual meaning of Victor's drawing of that figure in the dress. I know Sophia's dress isn't white, but it is light colored.
Yeah.
And just denoting a female, the whole thing was colored in white, and it's just kind of denoting this is a female figure. Maybe that's what it's supposed to mean. It was one of the only pictures left in Victor's room in season 3. And I'll show you what I mean here. And just divert over here for a minute so I can show you, because I think there might be a reason why there were just a few pictures on the walls in Victor's room, and they were strongly highlighted, literally highlighted, like this one with the light shining directly on it, like, hey, look at this.
Yeah.
The rest of the shot is so dark, and they clearly wanted us to notice this, which I definitely think represents the man in yellow entity shape shifting. It looks like the man in yellow when he took his clothes off and he has his arms up in the full trailer, the previous trailer. It looks just like him shape-shifting. And so I think this has been staring us in the face all along. This has been in Victor's room since season 1. And now it's one of the only things left on the wall. There used to be a lot more. Victor took a lot of it down and gave it to Julie on the night of the Colony House massacre to get it out of there safely. But since then, Victor's drawn a lot more pictures, and they're just kind of laying on his desk instead of hanging on the wall. I really think it's because they want us to notice this more, and because that was foreshadowing the man in yellow entity being a shapeshifter that was coming. And then there's this really unassuming picture back here, and I'll find the shot that shows it a little bit better, because Henry picks it up and holds it, and there's a close-up on it right here. So there are 2 different episodes where it's featured, and this is one of them. And I know it doesn't look like much. It's not like a bombshell thing, like, oh my god, that thing looks so fucked up. But I think its subtlety is what makes it a great clue. It's something you wouldn't expect to be anything crazy that's going to happen. You don't expect a big bombshell coming out of this, but it could be a clue. It could be foreshadowing that man in yellow entity we saw transforming in this other picture right here, highlighted again in that shot, is going to turn into a female, is going to turn into this. And both of them are drawn in all white, very pale skin. And this one just
had like tree lines going through it, which is interesting texture choice.
It is, yeah. It's drawn really differently too. The whole thing is colored in dark black crayon, and then it's like drawn in kind of a negative form. So, the white figure is just kind of coming out of the crayon all around it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really think this could be foreshadowing that the man in yellow entity is going to transform into a female, and this is it. And
I hope that isn't it for Doug.
Yeah. But like the fact that Henry picked it up and there's a close up on this drawing really makes me think this could actually have been foreshadowing and a clue for the future. The way they plant Easter eggs, the way they leave breadcrumbs for us to find, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what this turns out to be. And it's in 2 different episodes in season 3. All of Victor's drawings are all over his desk like this, except a select few. There's another one with 2 houses next to it, but there's this one that Henry specifically picks up and looks at. And in another episode, he's standing next to it.
Touching it, yeah.
Right there. So that's another episode.
Oh, yeah, that's right behind him. I see.
He's right behind him there.
Yeah.
You can see it. And then he's standing next to the man in yellow transforming as well. And they want us to notice it. He even stops and looks at this. He looks at this too. He stops and specifically stares at this. So they want us to look at it clearly, and they want us to notice that white dress figure as well, since he picked it up and brought it up to the camera, for God's sake. So I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. I think he's going to shapeshift into a woman, and it's probably going to be Sophia. So with that, let's go back to the trailer images, but I'll leave it on this for a minute, and I'll go over to the chat first. Let's see what the chat has to say. Let's see. Bill says, foreshadowing. Henry will get a visit from the man in yellow. Very well could be. Joy says, who wouldn't stare? I'm so excited to hear how Victor knows the man in yellow. Yes. Victor drew a picture of him, so I'm really excited to hear about that too. Let's see. Wedding monster, pilgrim monster, and shapeshifter morphing. Interesting, Bill. Man in the birthday suit over here. Yeah, they want us to look at that, Michael. They wanted us to look at that picture. Like, hey, look at that. You know, it literally had a light shining on it, and it was the only thing lit up in this shot with Victor and that thing. And it was highlighted in multiple episodes too. This thing, this man in yellow entity shapeshifting. Javon says, that's a good point, Julie. Also, when the man in yellow was transforming, it looked like he had hair growing. And thank you. Yes, I'll take another look at that and see if I think so too. Yeah. Naked Doug. It's Naked Doug. Yes, Daryl. Parkland says, if the man in yellow shapeshifts into Sophia or Jim, there is no chance in winning. Yeah, it's honestly like that's really bad for them. And I think this could be what he means by this is my favorite part. You know, this is my favorite part, you know, part where he shapeshifts into a person and, you know, infiltrates the town and really fucks with them. Football says it definitely worked on us though, because that's what we're talking about right now. Yes, absolutely. And let's see. Mackie says, this Sophie girl looks like one of my exes. It's really freaking me out. Not gonna lie. She was evil as well. Sorry to hear that, Mackie. Yikes. And yes, it could be meant to trick us, like B is saying. Maybe the Sophia scary smile face is meant to trick us. I know that they like to mess with us sometimes with trailers. Yes, absolutely. We always have to keep that in mind. You know, they want to mess with us. They want to mislead us and keep us from guessing everything ahead of time. Yeah, that's for sure. So we always have to remember that. Okay. So we have here. The accused, Sophia, is innocent, and I will prove it. Now you're going to be Sophia's defender, too. All the crazy ladies. All the crazy ladies. Julie, I call you to the stand. You think Sophia is evil because of a smile, but have you ever seen other people with a creepy smile? I think not. Oh man, exactly, Julie. Trailers are often misleading. The Sophia look is out of context. She easily can be a villain. Right, incognito. Yes. She could be a villain, it could be out of context. It could go either way, but I think gosh, I already have a lot on my plate, but now I want to make another video. Oh, I'm in the middle of working on my Ethan theory video, and I'm gonna make a video on theories and predictions for season 4. And now I feel like I need to make a video on the Man in Yellow potentially shape-shifting into Sophia, and using the potential foreshadowing from that artwork from last season, and damn it, I don't know how I'm gonna get all this done. We only got about a week and a half to go until season 4 is here.
I believe
I
in
need
you.
more time.
I believe in you.
I need more time. Oh, and we have like we're covering 5 episodes of From in the rewatch this week. 5.
Yeah.
2
Get it
episodes
going.
of season 2 and 3 of season 3. Oh, Jesus. Daryl says, I plead my case to the chat. Should we really dismiss Sophia over a smile, or because other religious characters have been evil in previous fiction? I ask you to look inside your hearts and give Sophia a fair shot. Thank you, ladies and gents. Oh, what a beautiful defense, Daryl. Truly. Oh, okay. Let's move on. But yeah, just one last look at this. Oh
Yeah,
my,
let's get away from this.
look at the way her eyebrows are arching upward.
Yeah.
Even the arch of her eyebrows looks evil. Like, oh my
She
god.
probably just found something in the clinic that will help somebody. She's like, look, I found something that'll help.
Yes. Oh my god.
And all the time we're going, she's evil.
And I've seen people comparing her to Smiley, like
Yeah.
Mrs. Smiley, like
That's the
because
librarian.
she's got an amazing creepy smile. She's like the female equivalent of Smiley now. Oh man, I'm excited. This makes me even more excited for season 4. I cannot wait to see the havoc Sophia is going to wreak on this town. Oh, it's going to be amazing.
Fucking bananas.
Yes. It's fucking bananas. So the trailer goes on saying, if you haven't watched,
What's your problem?
yes, yeah, what are you waiting for? Yes, because this is a pitch to people who have never watched From, obviously. So this is their last minute pitch to get people to binge the show before season 4.
Jeez, in 12 days?
Yes,
Oh.
and you know what I think they should have done though? I think that if they're trying to pitch this to new people, they should have shown what these monsters actually transform into. They didn't have a single shot of them transforming into anything. Like, how do they know what the hell these people are? It's a milkman, a nurse, a librarian. Like,
Yeah.
they needed to show one of them actually shape-shifting in front of them. Because they showed some of the greatest hits, some of the coolest moments in the history of the show, like Tabitha getting pushed out the window of the lighthouse. That looks crazy. An evil little kid, well, evil looking. Yeah, he's not evil. An evil looking little kid pushing a woman out a window. Imagine what this Imagine what this would look like to someone who'd never watched the show. A kid pushing a woman out a window.
Yep.
That's wild. And these creeps stalking a guy.
Yeah.
But they definitely should have shown a monster transforming, like Granny Monster. That's what hooked so many people originally. They should have shown Granny Monster too. But anyway, going back, this is another new shot. Tabitha approaches a totem at the new village. We already knew that she was going to be going out there from the other trailer. She's shown at the cabin with Ethan the night that the scarecrow attack happens. So I think it's safe to say that Donna is also in that cabin. It was her blonde hair we saw, and she's probably going to get attacked.
She's gonna get punched.
Yeah, she's going to get punched by the scarecrow monster. Because in the first, so this is similar to so going back to the first teaser that we got. The first teaser showed Donna in front of.
I guess that's
a
what you
totem.
tell when people are in the colonial village is when they're stabbed by a totem.
Right. So we can assume they're all on this trip together, and Donna is there, even though we don't see her face in the full trailer or this second trailer. We can assume she's there at the cabin with everyone else. She's there looking at one of the totems. They've already seen these totems. I don't know why they're looking at them like it's something brand new.
Well, maybe for Donna it is. Donna hasn't been there.
That's true. But I'm sure
Tabby's
someone
been there.
described them to her by now.
Tabby's been there like 20 times through different reincarnations.
Yes, this is an old friend at this point.
Old friend.
Yes, an old friend that haunts her nightmares. Remember? She drew it in season 3. She drew it from memory from her nightmare that she saw this thing. So she's gonna be reuniting with this beauty, and dumbass should not be bringing Ethan out there to this horrible place.
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
She's had nightmares about this place, this particular place in Fromland, since she was a child, in which she would be screaming at some unknown threat in the daytime, no less, as a little girl. And she decides, hey, this would be a good idea for a camping trip for Ethan. Let's bring my little son out there with me overnight. That's a great idea. The fuck? Ridiculous. Oh my God, the parenting, just when you think it can't reach a new low.
Yeah.
God. Anyway, so she's bringing Ethan out there. Then we've got an Ankui kid. This looks like it was plucked out of that scene in season 2 where Tabitha summons them at the cave and they all surround her.
Is that the son that usually holds hands with the daughter?
I don't think so. This kid has less hair. He looks like he's balding. I know they're all kind of balding, but this one looks like he's balding in the way an old man does or a middle-aged man does, instead of like just having their hair randomly falling out in different random places.
Well, that's how it happens when you don't get vitamin D. You get like rickets and you get scurvy when you're raised in darkness.
That's true.
Sorry.
But this one, his hairline is receding like a middle-aged man, which is kind of funny. The other ones have a hair that is just kind of randomly has fallen out and it's patchy. But so this one is different. His hair is different than the one who holds hands with her daughter.
Yeah.
So then we've got Boy in White pushing Tabitha out the window. This one is also from season 3. That's new. Not new. It's Boyd going down into the cave where he saw Smiley get reborn. And then this one here is new. And then we hear an overlay of Boyd, a voiceover, I mean, of Boyd saying there's something new here, something different. So he's talking about a new threat. I think that's what he said. In the chat, let me know if there's something I'm missing that he said, but I think that was it. There's something new here, something different.
So he's getting a little whiff of the man in yellow.
It sounds like it.
A little whiff in the air.
He's getting something. There's something new for sure. He's right about that. And yeah, it's the man in yellow and the scarecrow monsters too. But I think specifically the man in yellow entity is what Boyd is getting vibes about. And it's unclear where he gets that from. We know they're going to find that yellow jacket in the woods, but I don't know how much they can glean from a dirty yellow jacket, but Victor may remember some things from when he knew the man in yellow, so that might be helpful. And then we've got Julie.
You got Stephen King.
Julie screaming in the dungeon from season 2, of course, the cicada coma. That's old footage. And they always use this quote when they promote the new From season. This is from an old review from years ago. Believable and scary as hell. And they always use that quote. Because Stephen King is a fan of the show. And then it's Scarecrow attack.
Yeah.
Scarecrow. Yes, indeed. And it's a slightly different angle or a different timing of the shot, because we don't see Ellis,
his booty
flashing that, flashing his assets to the Scarecrow monster in this one. It cuts away before it gets to that point. So, yeah, it cuts away a little quicker, but it's basically the same. And we still have the blonde-haired woman who we all know is Donna in the foreground of the shot. Moving off to the side, he busts through, and then this is different. This is a slightly different angle right here. We see his mouth. So, yeah, it's a slightly different angle. And Punchy with his big, soft, pillowy fist. It's real threatening.
You get the comfy pillow.
Yeah. So now let's look back just to refresh our memory at the other one. Let's see. Oops, no. Don't want to zoom in. No, stop it. What the fuck? Okay.
Sophia really wants you to look at her.
Yeah, I think she did. So where's our Scarecrow attack? Right here. Right here. So here's how it plays out in this trailer, in this the first full trailer. So it's a little bit longer. He busts in, and it cuts away for a second then to Tabitha. Then it cuts back, and we see Ellis diving off to the side, and then the thing approaches, and so we don't see the same kind of angle shot here. We do see its mouth, but not as clearly as in the other shot.
Yeah.
And yeah, its mouth is there now, but I honestly could hardly see it in this shot compared to the other one.
I wanted to do a little post on it in between this one and the other one.
Maybe they did. I think it looks a little bit better in the new trailer.
Yeah, it might have been a rough edit, and then they just put some effect on it and made it look better.
Right, because see how you can actually see the stitched mouth more clearly now.
Yeah.
So it's a quicker clip.
Because sometimes I don't think it looks exactly like God's hair, but then I think it could be a stunt double if that guy, that thing's gonna go, oh yeah, punch her.
Oh yeah, it could easily be a stunt double. Yes. So, we can also compare it to what she was wearing. She's got like a light colored shirt on. Let's look at the teaser shot of her. Looks like she's wearing a light blue shirt there. So let's check what I think she was wearing the same color in this. Let's see.
She's wearing like a
black.
Yeah.
She's wearing a light blue shirt. It's definitely her. It looked like a light blue denim shirt to me in the full trailer. Yes. So I would bank on it that it's Donna.
Poor Donna.
Donna might be getting taken out by a giant scarecrow ragdoll monster thingy.
Death by 1,000 soft punches.
Yes.
Hopefully she doesn't die. Hopefully she just gets punched a couple times.
Yeah. I hope they don't make this silly, because it could run the risk of being ridiculous.
What? How could this be silly?
Oh yeah, there's no way this could be silly. No way.
For that ragdoll? Oh my god. Oh yeah.
Bust
Oh
through
no.
like the Kool-Aid man. Oh man. In the full trailer, the Scarecrow punches, and the Scarecrow is lunging forward. Right, and it looks like he's kind of grabbing versus punching. You know, just
Gonna
kind
grab her
of
to punch her.
yeah. He looks like he's kind of reaching out. Hey, Mark Yablonsky, nice to see you. Good morning, my fellow Frumsters. Good morning to you too. Tam says, I think the Scarecrow is nice, just misunderstood.
It's like Sarah, but in Scarecrow form.
Yes. The close-up is a bit new. Yeah, Daryl, it's a little bit different. Yeah, Boyd said, there's something else here now. Yeah, so this is what he said. This is the quote. Thanks, Incognito. There's something else here now. Something different. Daryl said something new. There's something else here now. Something new.
I can smell the man in yellow musk in the air. What's that smell?
Tam saw a funny video of someone dancing with a ghostly makeup clown and captioned it as Tabitha distracting the Ankui girls from killing her. Nice. Tabitha is the reason Jim got unalived. Indeed, Jeff. It's all Tabitha's fault. She is the reason. She shouldn't have dug that hole. Shouldn't have dug that hole and gained all that knowledge. It's all her fault. Jim got a raw deal. He really did. Let's see. What else have you guys been chatting about here? Donna left a box with the Kool-Aid Collie Patch doll.
Ooh, maybe Bill, chill. Maybe she has that skill set. She is a survivalist.
Could be.
Maybe it'd be a boxing match. Maybe she'll punch it back. I mean, she did hit Dale pretty well.
Right, she did.
She got an arm.
She can throw a punch.
Yeah.
Parkland Media says the Sophia picture reminds me of the movie Smile. Sophia might be possessed by the voices. Ooh, interesting. Could be. Could be. I've never seen the movie Smile, but I have heard good things about it. And yeah, it could be another opportunity, or another possibility rather. She could be possessed. I think that the voices are just the souls of the dead, but yeah, they could possess her. I mean, they took control of her body and made her draw a picture. So
well, I mean, they wrote on Sarah's arm, so they could affect a person in other ways.
Absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, the Bible's being attracted to the town could change the game somehow. Yeah, I wonder how that's gonna work. With her Bible there, and yeah, if that's gonna make any difference. It's gonna be interesting to see. So let's see. Did I miss anything here before we continue? Looks like I pretty much covered everything. So I'm scared of dolls, and that includes potato heads. I love creepy dolls, Susie. You know this about me. I love creepy dolls. Wives shouldn't dig holes, ever. Yes, please, creepy dolls. Please, lots of creepy dolls. I love it. I love that these look like giant rag dolls. The scarecrows are just kicking squatters and thieves out. Oh, man. I would love to see Donna put.
Me too.
Susie hates dolls because of her great grandmama's old dolls from near Gettysburg. Those weird ass fucking things had souls in them, I swear. My great grandma had a whole collection of porcelain dolls, actually, too, and they're pretty creepy, to be honest. Yeah, they're pretty creepy. Wives in holes. Daryl the screwdriver lover, sweet.
Well, after dark here, guys.
Yes. Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend till the end. Heidi ho. Hey, welcome, AlphaFold. I just started watching From and What If. Oh, cool. Welcome to the Fromily. Welcome to the Fromily. And welcome to the channel. Please consider subscribing if you're not already subscribed. From is my absolute favorite show, and we're going to be covering nothing but From on this channel until season 4 is over. I'm going to be doing 2 lives per week, one of them to break down the episodes, and one to talk theories and predictions for the next one. And we'll have call-ins. We'll let people call in on the second live stream of the week and share their theories and ideas. And we also are going to stream every episode when it drops in the Discord. So we'll have midnight weekly watch parties on Saturday nights. When the new episodes drop, I'll stream it in the Discord. So if you'd like to join the Discord, the link is in the description of this video. And until season 4 starts, we're still finishing our rewatch. So we're going to be finishing that up by the end of next week. And our next one will be Thursday night, possibly 10:30 p.m. Eastern, but it could be a little later because I do have a chronic health condition that makes me have to postpone sometimes. But yeah, we're going to be doing episodes 9 and 10 of season 2. And just diving into the rewatch of that. And Saturday night we'll start season 3. We'll do episodes 1 through 3. I'm also going to be putting out some theory videos, including a big theory I have on Ethan in the next couple days. So yeah, I'm going to be doing regular theory videos as well. So welcome to the channel. Welcome to the Fromily. We love to have new members and welcome new people into the fold. This is the most amazing bunch of people I've ever met in my life. Best, kindest people I have ever met. AlphaFold says, what if Yellow Man equals Tabitha's husband in past cycle? It could, it could be somebody she knew. I don't know, because we know who her husband was, which was Henry. Henry was her husband. So
who was her husband in the 1930s?
Oh, so you're saying like a previous cycle before
that?
That's interesting. That's interesting. Maybe somebody from a cycle before the 70s. Yeah, I was thinking like literally the past one before this. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, it could be. Imagine if she has another husband in town. Oh my God. She's already
half of the population of Fromville is just Tabby's husbands.
Oh, Tabitha's many husbands. That would be too funny. Oh man, that's amazing. Yeah, that's a great idea. No, I've never heard anybody mention that before. So let's continue. Let's continue on here. Because I've gotta wrap this up soon. Mm-hmm. So we have the man in yellow saying the iconic, "Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim." And then that's not the shot that comes after that. They edited it so it looks like it, but after that he slits Jim's throat. But I guess they didn't want to put that in a trailer, so instead they show Jim holding the stick from when they were, when he was trying to fight the man in yellow. Then they've got a bunch of reviews up here. Frightening and enjoyable, utterly horrifying, creepy, a little bit disturbing. One of television's best horror series. You need to watch. The movie blog. Oh, that's cool. Smart. Just smart from RogerEbert.com. They don't really count on you like pausing and reading every one of these because that's so bland, just calling it smart. Then it says seasons 1 through 3 now streaming, and they put this over quite a wild scene with Jade getting grabbed up by the monsters. So first they grabbed up Boyd in season 3 and tied him to a post and made him watch while they killed Tian Shen, and now they're grabbing up Jade. They're getting so handsy at this point. Damn, this is wild stuff. And we saw the start of this in the other trailer where they were about to grab him as he's looking at something and appearing to be distracted. I think he's looking at that little boy who's probably his young self in a vision. That you see one of them with his hand on Jade's shoulder grabbing him, but that's all you see. And now we get a much better view where they've got their hands all over him and they're holding him back. There's the milkman and the mechanic. They both have their hands on his wrists. I wish they didn't put this text in the way. That's annoying. There was no moment where I could get this without text on the screen. But he's yelling and they've got their hands on him like they're, restraining him. What are they making him? Are they making him look at something like they did to Boyd? That's crazy. I mean, I definitely still am going with my theory that they're going to show him a vision of Toby while he's down there. I know that doesn't seem like something he'd be screaming about, like quite to this extent, but that was his childhood best friend, and it would be traumatic to see that in front of him. And also to be grabbed by the monsters and think they're about to kill him, that could make him scream. So remember, there's also that shot in the other trailer of him laying on the ground of the floor of the cave screaming. So they also at one point let him go, and you see him laying on the ground screaming. So, and you see the mechanic smiling. That's great. Look at that smile. So it looks like he's looking at something. They're having him look at something. And I think they're definitely going to show him the corpse of his friend Toby. And he could be panicking like this at the same time because, again, these are the monsters and he's expecting they're about to kill him at this point. But they're not going to do it. Jade has too much plot armor. He's too important to the heart of the show. He and Tabitha were reincarnated over and over again. You can't kill him off right after that gets revealed. There's just no way. They're essential to figuring everything out and finding the answers in the end. So as far as I'm concerned, Tabitha and Jade have plot armor until the end now. That doesn't mean they're going to make it out of the show alive, but nothing is going to happen to them anytime soon. You can take that to the bank. I'm sure of it. But things definitely look gnarly for him. So let's see what you guys think in the chat here. Darrell says someone made a good theory that they tossed Jade in the place where he screams and there is a skeleton next to him. Yeah, I mean, I assumed that myself. I think that makes pretty logical sense. That right after this happens, at some point they drop him on the ground, let him go, and that's where he's laying here screaming, and there's that skeleton hand next to him right there. So, oh yeah, that just makes logical sense to me. Yeah. Now, I think I'm not gonna alter my theory one bit about Jade seeing a vision of Toby's corpse. I don't think it's gonna be his actual corpse. I think it's likely to be a vision of Toby's corpse because they buried Toby. I don't think the monsters are gonna dig Toby up and bring him down there, and he would be pretty decomposed. So I'm guessing it's gonna be a vision of Toby's corpse. And Toby and that corpse in the trailer. The other trailer has white eyes, just like the other men in Jade's visions. Now, I think those other men from his visions are him in past lives, different versions of him. But there's nothing saying he can't see someone else in a vision other than himself from a past life. So I think that's going to be Toby that he sees. That's what he's going to see down there. The monsters will show him Toby's corpse in a vision and tell him that Sarah unalived him with her own hands and caused trauma for him and trouble for Sarah in the process at a time when they really need to be able to trust Sarah. So, yes, the monsters want to scare the shit.
Oh no, Jade's in peril.
Yeah. Incognito, yes, the monsters want to scare the shit out of him. They're just fear expanders. Yeah. Yes, Toby seems to be near Alice.
Let me go out and come back in again, Julie, because I think my audio is delaying again.
Okay. Alice says, yes, Toby seems to be near. Daryl says, I understand why Boyd would doubt the knowledge in Jade's head because the monsters are showing it to him. Right. I mean, so they could be tricking him. Daryl says, I hope that Jade finds out Sarah killed Toby. That would create great drama. We know you love some good drama because you loved all that soapy drama in season 2, Daryl. So, yes. And I agree, though. I hope they do tell him. I hope Jade finds out. Incognito says, maybe Jade is going to get out of this ambush like when he was in the tunnels and right after he's seeing the children laid in the stones. Yes. I'm sure he'll get out of it. Absolutely. The monsters grabbed up Boyd and let him go. They just wanted to torture him by making him watch while Tian Shen got murdered. And they grabbed Randall and let him go with an ulterior motive. So they'll do the same with Jade, I'm sure. And yes, Boyd didn't want Jade to know that Sarah killed Toby. So that would create good drama. Absolutely, Daryl. Let's see. What else do you guys think? There's totally a hand bone behind Jade in the cave. Yes, that is definitely a skeleton hand. A very small one. And Scarlet, I don't know if you can hear me, but it says your device isn't connected. Jade is going to be shaken up a little. Indeed, Incognito. Jade getting dragged. Hey, Sci-Fi Vision. Nice to see you. You're up late. Hope you're doing well tonight, Jamie. Let's see. Tabitha drives all her husbands away. Right, Jeff? Imagine Tabitha on a dating show with her past husbands. Yes. Seriously. Jim with the stick. Yeah, Jim with the stick. Idiot Jim trying to fight the man in yellow with a stick. Oh, God. Moron. He should have run like future Julie told him to do. Yes, Joyce, I know. It's crazy. There are now horror movies with evil Winnie the Pooh and Mickey Mouse and such. And there's an evil Bambi one too. It's because after a certain number of years, those things have become public domain. So now they can do stuff with them without copyright infringement. So now they're doing crazy shit with that stuff. It's pretty wild. Yeah, it's weird. I haven't watched any of that stuff yet though. Don't worry, Jade. Your soulmate Tabby will save you. Right. Imagine Jade has to do something nasty with a monster. Ew. Yuck, Daryl. I need Jade and Tabitha to kiss just once. I know this show isn't for romance, but please. You're shipping them, huh, Tam? Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. I would like to see it too. Susie says, remembering, I think he just has to see what happened, which would mean remembering is the goal in a bad way, akin to my theory that it's like Lost. Yes. Well, remembering is definitely important in the show, the whole Ankui thing. Playing the song was like not pressing the numbers. Oh, okay, yeah. In Lost. So they'll toss him in the place where he sees the rat coming out of that body, right, out of that corpse. 100%. Okay. Fear harvesting. Sleep, what's that? I feel you, Jamie. I've been working on the channel so much lately. I only got like 5 hours of sleep last night. And then I found out about this trailer coming out, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I have so much other stuff to do for the channel, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going live again tonight too. But it's fun. I love it. I do this because I do love it. Do you notice there was another piece of stone where the kids are, or am I mistaken? No, I never noticed that incognito. I'd have to look back at that again. And Tam says, Jade blends science with the mystical. Tabitha's Miranda vision and the nightmare. He used scientific reasoning to explain it. That energy is never destroyed thing to explain the Miranda vision. Right. And I like that, actually. So this is kind of like science fiction and fantasy blended together, maybe. Incognito says, Julie, I'll try to be here sooner. Today was tough, so I go to bed early. We're gonna make it. Oh, nice. Well, you can just be here whenever you can, and I appreciate it. I know it's tough with I know it's tough with the time difference, but I appreciate you being here. Gotta go to sleep, you wild animals. Well, good night, Susie. Sleep is for the weak. I'm getting old, aren't we all? Tabitha needs to be single for a while. I agree, Mark. I think it's way too soon. She just is grieving Jim now. And good morning, Amy. Pixie Vine TV, nice to see you. Let me just double check the chat a little higher up before I continue. I also love Chucky Darrell. And if the man in yellow is Tabitha's husband, add it to the list. Right. I had an American Girl doll too, Susie. I had the baby one though, the baby doll, Bitty Baby.
Ew.
Yeah, she was really cute. The baby dolls were cute. And his body is used to kill. His body is being used to kill Jim, torture Victor, etc. Oh, okay. Based on trailers, it seems Man in Yellow arrived during Victor's time, and his body is being used to kill Jim, torture Victor, etc. It does seem that way. Okay. So let's continue. And this is another shot we already saw from the other trailer. Sophia is coming down the stairs to check on Sarah as she's screaming because the voices are yelling and screaming in her head again, tormenting her. It looks like, again, they're going to be roomies. They're going to be living together, the two crazies, the two psychos.
She's like, oh, all right. Sarah's listening to voices again.
Match made in heaven.
It might be
yes.
God.
Psycho Sophie. Here I was thinking, oh, she could comfort Sarah and be a good influence on her. No, that's not gonna happen.
I'll try to stab her.
God. Poor Sarah. Isn't she tormented enough? Jeez. I wouldn't want to sleep with that thing in the house. Sophia. I'm sorry.
And Sarah thought she was the scariest thing in Fromville.
Yes. Yeah, she thought she was, but move over. Yeah, Sophia's like, yeah, hold my beer. Yeah, you're not the scariest. I said the
same thing with Sarah last season.
Yeah. Like, didn't Victor say that Sarah was the scariest person in town?
Yeah.
Yeah, not anymore.
When they had the pillow fort, when they were making the pillow fort.
Yeah, not anymore. No, no way. No, there's a new psycho in town. And the last image from the trailer is the Civil War soldier about to bayonet Jade from his vision in season 1. Imagine someone who's never watched From seeing this clusterfuck, batshit crazy trailer.
With no monsters?
Yeah, and the monsters aren't even transforming. So what the fuck must they be thinking? What must they be thinking? Like, okay, we got a Civil War soldier, a milkman, a librarian, a mechanic, grabbing a guy. Like, you got
a music box.
a music box, a guy in a canary yellow suit saying your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim.
Mhm.
I mean, a giant scarecrow about to punch somebody.
I guess those are the monsters. I don't even consider them monsters yet.
Yeah, like what a clusterfuck of crazy that these people are seeing. A little boy shoving a woman out a window. Like it's
Well, if you're a fan
nuts.
of that sort of thing.
And this little creep,
Oh yeah.
little
That
creep with a receding
Julie chained
hairline.
against the wall.
What?
The cuts of Julie with anime face chained against the wall.
Yes, yeah,
This kid, out of context for no reason.
yeah. Did I already go by Julie is chained to the wall? Yeah,
Yeah.
that one
You
too.
kind of passed by her.
Yeah, where is she? Yeah,
People
Julie.
say she makes anime face when she screams, but oh god, stop doing that.
Yeah.
You need to make like a
Julie's
GIF with just Sophia's face moving around.
Julie with her ugly scream. Like,
Yeah.
she's a beautiful girl, but God, that's an ugly scream.
Oh.
Yeah, a bunch of little children arranged on sacrificial stones.
Yeah.
Like evil fucking Carrie 2.0. Yeah. So yeah, if you're new to the show, welcome to this crazy clusterfuck.
No
You know?
Smiley at all.
No,
No.
still no Smiley. Yeah.
Yeah, this is as close as we get.
Oh, and of course the canary yellow suit man disrobing with a grin on his face.
That's what brings all the girls to the yard.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, that's what they're presenting to new viewers. You know, if you haven't watched, what are you waiting for? Come join this clusterfuck of crazy that we call From. The only thing missing really was just they really needed to show the monsters transforming. They needed to show Smiley transforming. You know, that's a huge omission, I think. But just other than that, it's a fantastic trailer.
Yeah, I wouldn't hurt them to put like maybe a 2-second thing in there. I mean, that's big budget special effects.
Oh yeah. They could have put that in. They had other stuff from season 1. They had the Civil War soldier. I mean, so yeah, I think that was a big omission.
From this one, you think, okay, there's some people in the town, but then they're just being attacked by dolls.
Right.
So this is about dolls.
Yeah, I guess it's about dolls.
Yeah. Takes place in the 50s, I guess.
Yeah.
There's no time frame.
No. Yeah, so it's got to be confusing for new viewers. Yes, Amy, there's a new trailer that came out today, if you didn't know. And it has a few new things in it, a few new scenes. Not a lot, but enough to be, really psyched and definitely have some new theories. Specifically about Sophia. So, anyway, good night again to Susie.
Hey, Susie.
We love you too, Susie. Okay, so let's wrap this thing up. I'm gonna just go through the chat, and we need to then shut it down for the night.
Yeah.
So what if one husband just died? You have another. I'm kidding. I get it, but I still want Jade and Tabitha together. It's gonna take a while, though. Time passes slowly in this place. Every episode is like usually just a single day or a night, so I don't think we're ever gonna really see them together. Tabitha won't have enough time to really grieve properly for Jim by the time the show is over. Look at Sophia helping my sweet Sarah. So wholesome. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is This is the face of wholesomeness right here. Absolutely. This
She's
is
helping. I want to help.
oh yeah. That's the soul of wholesomeness and purity in innocence. Stop it, Julie. They aren't crazy. Leave them alone. Okay, Daryl. You best
Yeah.
sleep with one eye open if these are your choices of ladies.
Well, the only eye he'll have.
Yeah. Tam says Sarah is the crazy I like. Sophia gives me vibes I don't like. Yeah, same. I don't like that vein bulging out of her forehead and the evil gleam in her eyes. Oh, look at Sarah's boots, guys. Could you see her boots in this? What about her boots? Was there something about her?
Well, they're in front of the camera because she's sitting on the ground. Or on the floor, I mean.
Oh, okay. What about them?
Yeah. What about them?
Something in particular about her boots? Well, let's put it back on. I gotta leave this on camera as long as possible on screen.
No.
Yes.
In the words of Tabby. No. Oh my god.
This is the roasting Sophia stream. Hurts my heart. She's disturbing. Look at her.
Hey, they didn't have to put this in the trailer.
It's not our fault.
Their fault, yeah.
Javon says this is one big acid trip. Yeah.
It probably is. I mean,
Maybe it literally
it's coming
is.
out on bicycle day. I think there's LSD in the water.
Maybe it literally is. You know, there were the references to acid. Miranda and Henry dropped acid near the. I swear to God, if this whole show is just an acid trip from Miranda and Henry underneath their bottle tree, I'm going to be pissed.
No, I think it's more of a mystical journey. It's just drug fueled.
Oh.
And Randall's looking for some shrooms, so that will probably be, taken in this season somewhere. Maybe Julie hops on the story walking train with some shrooms.
Right. And since the showrunners said that it's not a dream, I think that should go for acid trips too. This shouldn't be a hallucination. I know that's not the same thing as a dream, but it's kind of the same category.
Well, they didn't say it was hallucinating.
What?
They didn't say it wasn't a hallucination.
No, but it's kind of the same category as a dream. Alice says they kind of look like the ones on the body they carried into the church. Oh, that on the corpse, the boots.
Oh, I thought those were brown.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. They kind of looked black to me, but I don't think Sarah's going anywhere.
Oh, you think Sarah's in the wagon?
Yeah, no, yeah, she was saying maybe it's Sarah in the wagon, but I doubt she's going anywhere. And Sarah's mentioned in an episode description like a few episodes into the season too. And I think the funeral will happen early. Joyce is hoping we get to see the music box again and learn its origins. That would be cool. It looks like it was burned before. I bet that in a previous timeline, someone else defeated the cicada entity and burned that music box.
Yeah. That's why ballerina doesn't have a leg. So I got that leg the one time.
Right. And I swear it looks singed too.
Yeah.
Daryl said, if I hadn't seen the show before, I would think this is the weirdest, craziest shit I've ever seen. Yes, me too. Me too. Tug's milkshake brings you out to the yard. 9-inch forehead. A clusterfuck of scary. Huh? A clusterfuck of scary should be a blurb on the next trailer. Yeah, Mark. They should quote me on the next one. Like a clusterfuck of crazy. There's some alliteration. Yeah, scary equals crazy. You could also substitute it with scary. Hey, welcome, Kaiser Bowl. Ethan is shaving now. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. Yeah, he's sprouting up like a weed. And please hit the like button if you're just joining the stream and help people find it, help YouTube show it to more people so I can try to grow my channel. That'll be appreciated. And if you're listening on the replay, that's still important to hit the like. Please leave a comment in the regular comment section if you have a moment, because that helps boost the stream in the algorithm. Let's see. Yeah, so I think I think I'm committing to the Man in Yellow is Sophia theory after this trailer. I think I am.
But how does she get? Let's see. How does she get there though?
Yeah.
Look, man. How does she get to town? Because she's with someone else, so she has to like. Is it does she come in with somebody else and she's Sophia, then she's taken over?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it would be her dad, so it'd be somebody who knew her. So she had to be real. Many of y'all had to be real sneaky.
Right. And Amy, yeah, it could be her, joking around to look scary, and they put it there to confuse us. But she just lost her dad in a car accident, so I can't imagine her joking around anytime soon. Or the Man in Yellow, huh?
She's play wrestling with Sarah. That one was for Daryl.
Oh. Yeah, in his dreams, literally.
Or his fanfic or whatever he's doing.
In his dreams. Or it's the Man in Yellow impersonating her. That's what I think, Amy.
Yeah.
I think it's the Man in Yellow. Scarlet, I'll be right back. And then we can like wrap it up for real.
Yeah.
But I just got to mute for a minute.
Okay. I'll sing a song about Sophie. Here is Sophie. She's looking creepy. She might be killing somebody underneath her with us. Let's see what she would use. She would use a screwdriver because that's Sarah's weapon of choice. So I don't know what's in the medical office. Ooh, there's a lot of creepy shit in that desk. I remember little stabby things in Christy's desk. Maybe she's on top of Christy. I don't know. She's looking down at somebody in the clinic. I wish I didn't have to stare at her 9-inch forehead. She's got a lot of forehead there. I don't know if she's the Man in Yellow, but I think the Man in Yellow is everyone. Aren't we all just the little Man in Yellow inside? Aren't we all just yellow inside? Kind of like bile. Maybe Julie will store walk and figure out what that bile was. Maybe she won't. But I hope it's not a clip show where she just keeps walking in the past and it doesn't really mean anything.
I just got the end of that.
I hope the bile means something. I hope she story walks back and there's a reason for that, and it isn't just a nothing burger about that bile.
Yeah. I hope not. I don't think it'll be a nothing burger. It's got to be something, unless it's just her kind of testing things out. But like maybe the first story walking trip is just her getting her feet wet, and the next one will be more consequential. But I hope she gets something insightful out of it, and I think she probably will. So let's see. Chris Rice says she looks like the movie Smile. Someone else said that. Parkland Media mentioned that earlier. Yeah, she does. I've seen posters of it. I've just never seen the movie.
You can probably get what it's about.
Yes. I thought you were going to say 9-inch. Never mind. Yellow and me. I have a little yellow man in me. Is that what you were singing?
Yeah, everybody has a little man in yellow inside them.
Oh.
Because everybody's saying that everybody and everything is the man in yellow.
Right.
Imagine a place you live where everything, oh my god, that mop could be the man in yellow. That dog could be the man in yellow.
Right.
Oh shit.
Everyone is man in yellow.
Yeah.
Everyone has a little man in yellow in them.
Yeah.
Or man in yellow is the bride monster. Or man in yellow is Miranda in her wedding dress. In the wedding dress that was in the suitcase, which may have belonged to Miranda.
Yeah. That's why I sang in my last song.
Oh yeah.
Because I was like, because of the man in yellow, I was like, someone stole my suit, somebody stole my suit, so I'm gonna have to put this wedding dress on. Because he stole a suit. He doesn't have a suit. So if he doesn't wear somebody else's clothes, he's naked. Or if he's not a like murder of crows or a pile of rats or a light bulb or a chair.
Man in yellow is bride monster confirmed. Mark says, I don't have a hype button, but I do hype your channel in real life. Well, so you mean like you hype it up, you tell other people? Well, thanks, Mark. Very much appreciated. And in terms of finding the hype button, you can find it on mobile devices. So if you look at this stream on your phone, tablet, or iPad, any of those things, they do have a hype button on there. You should find it. It's near all the other buttons like the like, share, promote, save. All those buttons are lined up together, and it's in that group. You might have to even click these three dots that show other options sometimes, but then it's listed there. So it's where you can find it. It should absolutely be there. And when the live stream is going on, you don't see it for the stream until after it ends. But it does pop up within usually half an hour or so. The hype button appears on live stream replays. But I would humbly ask to anybody who wants to hype something on my channel, if you could save the hypes for the scripted videos that I put out. Because now that From is coming, I'm going to be putting out at least one scripted video every week. This week is going to be the Ethan theory video that's coming within the next couple days. And so I'm going to be releasing that. And the scripted videos are what bring subscribers to the channel. That's what hits the algorithm the best. So that's the best way to help my channel, is to hype those things. And it's great. Like, I appreciate hypes on the live streams if you have extra to spare, and especially when I don't have any scripted videos coming out. But if I do, I would ask if you could save the hypes for those, because I know you only get 3 hypes per week, and that's not much. So yeah, that would be a huge help, because hypes are incredible. It is the most powerful tool you have to help channels get exposed and get discovered. YouTube calls it getting discovered. If you get enough hype points, YouTube really pushes it out to a ton more people, and it's worked for me already. It's helped my last theory video do a lot better than it would have otherwise. So I saw how it actually works, and yeah, it's like a million times more powerful than the like button. So yeah, hyping the video is much appreciated, and especially the scripted videos. So any of my uploads that are not live streams, that helps a great deal. When I upload live stream, I should clarify though that when I upload highlights of live streams, those are not as important to hype as the regular theory videos. For some reason, those haven't been hitting the algorithm as much. I don't know why. So if I release like 2 in 1 week and one is a live stream highlight, the theory videos are the ones that are, the most likely to do really well. And and need an extra boost to do even better. So yeah, what I'm saying is those scripted theory videos that are not labeled live highlight, you can tell the difference when one of them is a live highlight, because it's just like this. It'll be a clip of us talking over images, me and Scarlet or me and Karl, and those are great. If you want to hype those, I appreciate it. But the ones where it's just me laying out a theory, those are the ones that have the best potential to actually like rack up more views, as I've noticed so far. So the hypes would be best used on those, and that's how we can bring more people to the channel, and more people will wind up in the live chat just as a natural product of that. I've already seen it happen from previous scripted videos I put out recently. I've seen new people show up in the chat from those comment sections. Mackie said that vein on her head uses the Lord's name in vain. That's great. Oh man. We are all yellow. I remember my teacher kept yelling at me because I apparently wasn't saying yellow properly. Really? Interesting. I thought I was saying yellow, so I have no idea. It's funny. Susie keeps saying goodnight, but then she still keeps writing stuff. I have done the same thing. Like, it's hard to tear yourself away sometimes when you're enjoying a chat. And then you're like, okay, I'm really leaving for real now. Samuel says she's straddling Kenny or Randall. Yikes. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want to look up and see that straddling me. Sorry. Even if I were into girls, that's just creepy. Her face is creepy. She's a beautiful actress, but she's making a creepy face on purpose for the show, clearly. Let's see. Everyone has a man in yellow inside them, but do you want some more? Hey, Avon. Welcome. So Avon says, I think it depends on the region or country. I don't have hype button in Ukraine. Okay, that's news to me. Thank you for saying that, Avon, because I didn't know that. And I'm trying to spread the word so people learn about how important the hype is and how to do it, because it's new. I'm still learning about it myself, and you just taught me something about it. So I will do a little more research on it and make sure that I'm giving out accurate info and complete info on that. So, okay, so in some countries, the hype button might not be available. But make sure you check on a mobile device, just to be sure. Everybody who doesn't see it, to be sure, check your mobile device, check your phone or your tablet if you do want to see if you're able to hype. And good night to Alice. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm with Tam. Fuck that teacher, Daryl. There's no reason to yell at a kid for not saying yellow correctly. You left this Sophia picture up on purpose. I see you, Julie. You bet I did, Daryl. You bet I did. Because this is just, I don't know. I just lost my shit when I saw this. I was so excited. So I can't get enough of it. It was such a short clip, and yet, oh, what an impression it left. Kind of like the man in yellow. He didn't have much screen time, and he sure left a strong impression, didn't he? Are you going to put this picture in your wallet, Daryl? It's a good question, Dan. Talking about stimulating the algorithm. We need to make a song about that, like we need to make
a song about stimulating the algorithm.
To get it in people's to get it in people's heads, really drive that home and make people remember to do it however we can, even if we have to get a little after dark.
Yeah, to stimulate the algorithm.
Been there, done that. 2 hours later, still typing. Wait, what?
Yeah, not leaving.
Oh, right. Yes, me too. Ledness says, I'm looking forward to see her acting. Looks good. It sure does. and she's a series regular, so
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna be seeing a lot of her.
Yeah, she's
This
gonna
ex-
kill off half the town.
Yeah, probably see a lot of her and a lot less of others. I mean, when I first heard that she was going to be a series regular, I wasn't happy about it because the cast is already so big, and I'm very much attached to the season 1 characters. And I don't like that as new people have shown up, they get less and less screen time. There's less screen time to go around for everybody. So I don't like, bringing in a new person and giving her a lot of attention, making her a series regular right off the bat. I didn't like that at all, but now seeing this, I'm psyched to see what's going to happen with her. I'm all for it. Bring on the crazy. Bring on crazy, evil Sophia. Hell yeah. Evil, man in yellow Sophia. I am here for it. Man in Sophia. I am here for it. Tam says, I hope Sophia surprises me and I like her character, but for now, I don't feel good vibes. Me neither. And just last night, I was defending her, saying, I don't know why a lot of people already dislike her when we've seen so little of her to even make an opinion. But now I've seen enough. I've seen enough. I've seen enough to make an opinion. I've got her number.
I wish if Daryl probably wants it.
I bet he does.
It might be number 666, Daryl.
Yes. Mark says, I love the live streams here for community, but your scripted content is usually a banger. Well, thanks, Mark. And yeah, I mean, no matter what, like, if you love the live streams for the community, the scripted videos are still the best thing to hype and promote because it's what will fuel the channel growth, and that in turn will bring more awesome people to the community, to the live stream chat. So that's what's going to do it. I get a handful. If I'm lucky, I get maybe 1 to 3 new subscribers from a live stream if From is approaching. When it's the off season, I don't get any new subscribers from live streams. I only get new subscribers from scripted content. And it's because the algorithm doesn't show my live streams as much as it shows the scripted stuff for some reason. And that's what gets the majority of the views. I mean, the most views I've ever gotten on a live stream is probably like 1.6K or 1.7K during From season 3. That's rare though. That's really rare. And I'd usually get around 1,000 views throughout From season 3 for the live streams. But for the scripted videos, it would range from like 2K to 10K. The most I ever got was 10K views on a scripted video. Those are the ones that grow the channel. That's where I got the majority of the subscribers, and then they find their way here. So that's definitely what needs the most support, the scripted stuff via the hypes. Did you just say man in Sophia? Pause. Yes, Michael, I didn't even realize what I was saying. Yes, pause. Daryl says the new characters don't take up that much of the screen time. Yeah, they kind of do, though. I mean, yes, they're usually with the season 1 characters, but they're hogging up, the scenes, taking some of the storyline away. And we
Just has animosity against the bus people.
Yes. Well, they're bus people. How great could their lives have been? They were riding a bus, to quote Jade.
That's perfect.
I'm just quoting Jade. I'm joking. I have no prejudice against people riding the bus or anyone riding a bus. But, I just don't like those characters as much as I like the season 1 people. And so people like Elgin, Tilly, they've been using up too much screen time. Now Tilly's gone, but we've got Elgin, Randall, Marielle, Bacta. I don't like any of them as much as I like the season 1 characters. my favorites are Jade, Boyd, Victor, in that order. I love Kenny. I like Christy a lot. And I like Tabitha. I love Ethan. Ethan, I absolutely love. And it's not like I dislike the season 2 characters. I just don't think they're as strong as the season 1 people. That's all. Like, he spent season 2 mostly just staring into space. And then he abducted Fatima, and I don't know. I'm not that attached to him personally, but I felt really bad for what happened to him. And
Julie wants to go out the road and remove that log so the bus never gets to Frontville.
Yes, I do. Randall,
you're out there with a chainsaw. You're like,
Randall is an asshole, and he has heroic tendencies, but he's such a jerk. Yeah. I do like that he's on a redemption arc.
Yeah.
I like that he's on a redemption arc, but I will never really like him that much as a character. I just don't. He's not a lovable asshole like Jade. And, Tilly was helpful and I liked her, but I could take her or leave her, and Bacta is boring. So, that's just how I feel. And Marielle, I cannot stand Marielle. Rewatching season 2 has reminded me of just how much I cannot stand her. Like, and not just for that abomination she did to beautiful Christy's hair.
Buttercup, I have a surprise for you. She's probably going to be a lot in season 4.
Yeah, probably. Rewatching season 2, I just hated how she came back and immediately started fighting with Christy and blaming her for being there, assuming that she chose to be with a crazy cult or something. And like, I don't blame her for being on drugs at all. I don't, like, we should never demonize people for being on drugs. But I just didn't like that storyline of her detoxing off drugs and Christy playing nursemaid to her. I just don't like it. I felt like it was a waste of screen time, and I wasn't interested in watching it at all. And, so I just felt like it didn't need to be in the show. And I wanted to see Christy with Kenny. And instead, it feels like she had to be with Marielle out of duty, out of obligation to take care of her, because she felt guilty. She felt like she manifested her even showing up there because she gave Sarah, quote unquote, permission to try to kill Ethan.
Yeah.
And she felt guilty for Marielle being, detoxing off drugs again, being on drugs because she disappeared. So even though that wasn't her fault, she felt responsible for Marielle being on drugs again. So, I just didn't like that whole thing at all. Anyway, and Bacta looked like she was going to be an interesting character in the beginning. Like, she was going to be tough and be a problem and fight with Donna and maybe just, like, actually cause some trouble that would make her somewhat interesting. But instead, she just blended into the wallpaper, and eventually they gave her something to do, and she's running the diner now. They randomly threw her in a scene in season 3. It was almost like they just wanted to remind us, like, hey, Bacta's still here. She's still alive. And she was just randomly in the diner. I forget what was happening.
Yeah, I was hoping they'd bring up more about her grandmother and the nursery rhyme and, that whole arc.
Yeah, it is interesting that her grandmother knew the cicada nursery rhyme, but
yeah,
they're not investigating that enough, so I'm losing interest now.
Yeah, because I'd just like to know if people could leave, like, did her grandmother leave Fromville and was able to come back? That's the questions they should be asking people like her. Like, tell me about your grandmother. Oh, my grandmother had this crazy story about this town and nobody believed her in the family. And I'd be like, how did she get out?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah. I would like to hear about that and how her grandmother knew that nursery rhyme. If they need to explore that, but time's ticking,
Yeah.
they mentioned it at the end of season 2, and now we're going into season 4, and they haven't brought it up again. Sometimes they wait way too long to investigate those mysteries, and I understand this is a mystery box and the answers are going to come slowly. It's a slow burn. But when you have this many questions piling on and they don't ever reference them for long periods of time, you start to think, okay, they're never going to answer this question, and you kind of start to lose interest in even getting the answer.
Like the bile stuff, but that's coming back.
Right. Is that finally coming back now? Who dragged the tent? Is that ever going to be revisited?
Oh, maybe.
There
it
were
was
a
Man
lot.
in Yellow. The Man in Yellow was all the trees and the tent and that earthworm.
Right. So next week, I would like to dive into during our theory live. I'd like to dive into some of the biggest unanswered questions of the show, and some of those will be included. And I really hope that they don't forget about those many loose threads. They have an awful lot of threads to tie up, and I hope they pull it off and land the plane in the end. Daryl says, Julie, if I'm right about Sophia, you name your live stream. Daryl was right. Okay. I'll take that bet so you're saying that Sophia is going to be good and not evil in any way. And I say she's evil in some way.
She's just happy she found the Band-Aids in the meta clinic, Julie.
Sure, she is.
She's like, I found a Band-Aid.
Yeah. Too many new characters killed The Walking Dead. See, Mark, exactly. This is the kind of thing that happens. They introduced too many new characters. That happened with Stranger Things too. They introduced a lot of new characters, and in the last season they did it again, and they said they weren't going to, and they still introduced new characters. It just takes away from the screen time of the people we want to see the most, and the cast becomes bloated. Sophia is just having a standard day in Fromville. Nothing to worry. Right. They chose the wrong spot. Mackie says, I think YouTube pushes the short portrait lives more than the landscape ones. Maybe I should do what some people have done. I've seen Tony you can simultaneously stream in landscape and portrait at the same time on YouTube and let people choose which they want to watch. Maybe I should try that. But the reason I hesitate to do it is because my channel is a lot smaller than Tony's, and it'll take away from views on my main live. I want to get as many views as I can on the main landscape one. And people might get confused and click the portrait one and just stay stuck there, even if they're not using a mobile device. And even if they are, it'll take views away from the other one. So that's why I'm hesitant to do it. But maybe I should look into it more. There's so much I don't know about YouTube. And so I'm kind of flying blind in a lot of ways. There's a lot I should educate myself on. It's honestly a miracle that I've made it this far, and that, all of you awesome people are here in the chat, and 54 people watching. And, we had an amazing actor here on the live stream tonight who's a member, who's an important character on this amazing TV show. So it's a miracle that any of this is happening for me, because I'm clueless on a lot of things when it comes to YouTube and how it works. I have a lot to learn. And it's because I'm in so much pain all the time. I have constant pain that I'm constantly trying to manage and survive every single day. So I can only do so much. I only have so much energy. And so I just kind of put one foot in front of the other and fly blind and see what happens. And that's what I've done from the beginning. And so, yeah, that's why it's like that. But Daryl says, this isn't a Stranger Things Holly situation. Season 1 characters still get way more screen time compared to the new ones. They do. I'll give you that. They do. But there's still an issue, though. I'm noticing, for example, less screen time for Jade. He doesn't get as much as he did in season 1, and he's my favorite character. I don't like that. There's a whole bunch of characters still active. They don't have to kill half of them either in one episode. Says Incognito. Everyone hates Marielle. Yeah, that's true, Avon. Marielle doesn't get a lot of love. Incognito says, and Griffin said it's also a story about the characters, their feelings, their psychology. Right. Indeed, it is. I think rude to disrespect Randall. I've grown to like Randall better now, Susie, but he's never going to be a character that I really like. Avon said Marielle pisses them off too. I say them when I don't know if you're a male or a female, just FYI, because I don't want to misgender anybody. So when there's a username that makes it unclear if you're male or female, I just say they, in case anyone ever wonders about that. Let's see. Michael says would be interesting if Bacta's great-grandmother was a chosen one. Her grandmother was a child and escaped, like Eloise. Yeah, that would be extremely interesting. I wish they would explore that, and then I'd be interested in Bacta. So she brought the nursery rhyme out with her from the great-grandmother or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love to hear that.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it too.
Like, let me be clear. That would make me interested in Bacta if they explored that. Absolutely. But they're not. They've never mentioned it again, and so I'm just, now she's boring. She's boring because they're never making, they should at least, like, even if they're not going to answer the question, like, at least have her experience something weird or make her say something that causes us to think, maybe she knows even more about this place somehow via her great-grandmother. But no, there's nothing weird at all related to Bacta going on.
Like maybe the bottle tree?
Right. Maybe the bottle tree. Incognito says it's about how the human reacts and how he takes decisions. Right. How everybody reacts to trauma. That's what the show is really about. And by the way, anyone who's just joining us, I did, if you're hearing any noise in the background, I have to use the treadmill late in the live stream after being on for a few hours because I have a pain condition. And if I don't walk every few hours, then my nerve pain escalates out of control. So I am going to try and get something to get rid of the background sound completely. But for now, this happens late in the live stream. I don't do it until later. Sometimes the first few minutes of the stream, but usually it starts later toward the very end after we've been on for like 4 hours. And then I get on the treadmill. But anyway, I hope it's not too annoying. Amy says, who threw the rope is about the only one they really recognize to explain. That's true. I mean, they've answered a few other things in season 3, like, but the problem is a lot of the answers created more questions. Like the monsters were created because some entity promised them they'd live forever and then turned them into these shape-shifting immortal monsters when they sacrificed their children to it. Well, what is it? What is that entity? How did it do that? What is this, what created this place that no one can escape from? Is that entity what created it? That more questions. The answers lead to more questions. And the reincarnation too, how exactly did that work? There are some other questions related to that. Did they like fail to save the sacrifice and they were restrained and forced to watch the kids get sacrificed? Or what exactly did they do that justified making them come back lifetime after lifetime? They didn't participate in the sacrifice. They just failed to stop it. And there are a lot of questions that spring from that, and on and on and on, Hey, One Big Stash, welcome. First time I caught the live. Welcome. We're still going just a little bit longer while I'm on the treadmill here. Again, I do this toward the end. I do this in the last hour or so only. And we've been streaming for 5 hours right now. So I'm on the treadmill to manage my pain. Hoping that soon I can figure out a way to get rid of the background noise. Daryl says in season 3 they had Boyd talk about the tent being dragged and the spider webs. It's not forgotten. That's true. They finally mentioned that, so that showed us that it's not forgotten, and I appreciated that they did that. They finally mentioned those things again. When they don't mention them at all, it makes you start to lose hope that they're ever going to address them. And please hit the like button if you haven't already. One Big Stash says, I think Sophia's good/bad aspect will be left to the viewers. They'll probably set it up in a Sarah kind of way where there's good and bad, but ultimately it's on you to decide what matters most. Could be. It could be. This picture of her, though, makes me think it's going to be more good than bad. I mean, sorry, more bad than good. I'm in a lot of pain, and I misspeak sometimes when I'm in pain, which is kind of all the time. But I think her bad aspect is going to definitely outweigh the good. Big time. I think this picture speaks 1,000 words. It really does. They also went over fan theories with the tarot cards and such. I loved how they did that, Amy, the shouting out fan theories. And Boyd saying that he was going to try to trap a monster with a talisman. That's a fan theory, too. And Michael says maybe Bacta's grandma was a chosen person in the 1931 cycle or something, which was the next number further back from 1978 in the lighthouse. Could be. Absolutely. And Doug was on here earlier, Amy. As usual, our friend Doug Hughes was on here. Thanks, Avon. I'm happy for you that Fromcast noticed you. Yeah, I mean, I was really amazed and honored that I was able to interview Doug and have him come on as a regular guest. And I interviewed Simon Webster. This season, I hope to interview more of them. But a few of the cast members have said they're aware of my channel. People bought me some cameos from the cast, and a few of them said they actually were aware of my channel and knew. So the fact that they knew about it and they said kind words about it blew my mind. You know, like Scott McCord and David Alpay. I was absolutely amazed that they actually knew about it. And David watched one of my theory videos and complimented one of my theories. It just completely blew my mind. Yes, Doug was here till 2-ish Eastern. I just jumped into this head first because I was lonely and at the lowest point in my life. That's why I started my channel. And I never would have expected it would come this far. Jade is going to have to do more after the revelation. Yeah, I think so too. I think Jade is it's going to be really interesting to see this storyline. And Jade and Boyd are going to be working together. So I love that. I've been wanting them to put their heads together for a long time. The strongest person in town, the strongest, most resourceful person in town, Boyd, putting his head together with the smartest person in town, the genius Jade. That can only be a good thing. And Avon is male. Okay, so I'll try to remember to call you by he, the he, him pronouns. Maybe they're holding it back, but yeah, that would be nice to get more of the characters' backstories or something. It definitely would. They need to explain how her grandma knew that nursery rhyme. That's a part of her backstory they definitely need to explain. Incognito, I'm glad to hear that the treadmill's okay, that it's not too loud. Avon says, I hope they won't forget to explain why there's no electricity wires. Yes. They need to definitely give us an explanation for that. I think it's going to be something like the electricity is manifested by the hope of people, maybe the hope of children, manifesting the good things in town, like the electricity, the livestock in the woods and things like that, the food. I think that maybe good things can be manifested here in addition to bad. Nightmares and dreams and hope and fear could all manifest things in this place, which I think is a nightmare realm. a real place where they're awake, but dreams and nightmares can manifest real things. So, Joyce said there's an X-Files episode starring Bryan Cranston where, due to a government experiment gone awry, Bryan and his wife start experiencing pain in their head that can only be relieved by traveling west. Reminds me of you without the exploding heads. That's an interesting concept. That's fascinating. I have to see more of the X-Files. I haven't watched enough of that show, but it's on my list to watch. Michael says, I feel like they made some kind of parent-like promise to dying children. We'll find some way to save you, no matter how long or how many lifetimes it takes, or similar sort of thing. And children made it happen by creating the magic tree. I agree, yes. Which functions as the magic engine of their reincarnation, transportation to Fromville, and awakening each cycle. Yes, I agree with that. Absolutely agree. One Big Stash says, also, they showed the person getting brought into the church. I think it's Toby. We saw in season 1, Toby's boots were in front of his hospital bed. The person had on boots, and it looked like a male arm. I don't think so, because they did bury Toby in season 1. So they probably, I think they're going to be carrying the pastor. He's a new character who's going to be coming to town with his daughter, Sophia. And they get into a car crash in the trailer. They come crashing through the wall. So I think it's probably the pastor. We can't see what his shoes look like, but I'm guessing it's him. But I do think Toby is going to make an appearance in the new season, though. I definitely think that Jade is going to have a vision of Toby dead in the cave. And I believe it's this. I do think it's this. So I think Toby is going to come back finally. The storyline is going to come back and be revisited, because there's a lot of mystery still surrounding that. Michael says, meant great-grandma, who might have been around that time frame in 1931 or something. Yes, I knew what you meant. Well, the grandma being the escaped child or something. Yes, it would be interesting way to explain how the nursery rhyme made its way to the real world for Bacta to bring it back to Fromville this cycle. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that would make sense. Else someone would have to have some kind of connection to the place or visions about it to hear the rhyme. Right. Absolutely. It's possible maybe a Fromville entity reached out and like planted a dream in Bacta's great grandmother's head outside of the place too. So I do think that kind of thing can happen. You know, they can have dreams about the place without ever even being there, and visions and voices in their head even. 10 days left pretty much. Wow, Tam, that's getting close. It's getting close. Yeah, because it'll be coming out a week from Saturday at midnight. And we'll stream it in the Discord as soon as it drops. I'll stream it at midnight. Those kids aren't supposed to know about the electricity. Well, if you're talking about the sacrificed kids, yeah, I mean, that would be way before electricity was invented. But I think that children who are brought to this town, the hope of the children and their positivity could manifest the good things that are there, like the electricity. And children wouldn't understand how electricity works. So they would imagine or dream about cords with the lamps that work, but no wires in the cords, because children don't understand how electricity works. So it could happen that it worked that way. It's magic. The children magic tree manifest it without necessarily properly knowing how it works in the real world. I agree with that, Michael. And let's see, One Big Stash says the monsters didn't kill Toby. I think Kenny will notice his body was different and they exhumed him. Also, they buried him in a white sheet and the person is brought in a sheet. No, you make a good point. You never know. It could be that. They always use that sheet for every dead body, though. Every dead body, they use the same nasty sheet. Hey, Recon. Yes, you did come in near the end. We've been going for 5 hours and 22 minutes. I'm winding down now. But always good to see you. And Recon, I forget if you're in another country or if you're in the U.S. because you do often join in the middle of the night. So I was wondering if you're like in Europe or something. Michael says, kind of like how Ethan and Julie tell Victor about the internet and he doesn't believe it or understand how it would work. Maybe stuff kind of filters into Fromville that way as technology progresses. Oh, if things go on long enough, they could even manifest the internet in there. Victor not believing the internet was so funny. It was, Tim. I'd forgotten about that part too until we rewatched it recently. A magic box that connects to all the information in the world? Preposterous. Yes. And everyone uses it strictly to watch cat videos and argue with each other? The hell you say? Right? It's ridiculous. All the knowledge of humankind at our fingertips, all the knowledge that has ever been accumulated, and also all the bullshit, it's at our fingertips. And what do we use it for? To watch cat videos. Oh, win for humanity. Everyone, yeah, it's so funny. It's only hour 5. What's another 5? JK. I used to do that, Recon. If you look back at my really old streams, I used to do 8 to 10 hour live streams on a regular basis, but I can't do that anymore. That's too much. Tam says, I hope Victor gets out alive and is able to have a normal life. I don't think so. I think they foreshadowed that that's not going to happen. In season 2, Jade's like, don't you want to go home? And Victor says, this is my home. He's been here too long. He's institutionalized. I don't think he can ever live a normal life. He would need to be adopted by a family because he's a man-child. He could never live on his own. Oh, yeah, incognito. I think about that sometimes. Imagine you tell 18th century people what is a TV or a computer. They wouldn't believe it or call it sorcery. Well, they'd call it witchcraft and probably burn you at the stake or something. Maybe in the 1600s they would. They totally would. I can't wait to see Sarah and Doug. Doug? Wait, what? See Doug. They can't waste clean sheets on dead people. Agree, Samuel. Oh, okay. Well, that explains it, Recon. You're in Australia. Because you often join in the middle of the night for us. Yeah. As time goes on, as we get close to season 4, I am trying to move the streams earlier, which I know sucks for people in other countries when the time conflicts with work or life. So, yeah, I know it sucks, and I'm sorry in advance to all the third shift listeners, because I'm not going to be able to keep streaming until 5 a.m. my time. I've got to move the lives earlier. A lot of people in the U.S. can't attend these because I've been doing them at midnight and streaming till 5 a.m. our time. And, so they've been asking me for a long time, can you move the stream earlier? The long time watchers of the stream. So I do have to move it earlier. And it's also better for me. It's better for my health and my sleep schedule that I start streaming earlier and go to bed earlier. Sleep at night instead of in the daytime for a change. Better for my mental health and my physical health. So I'm going to try to do my streams at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And then when season 4 starts, it'll be around 10 p.m. Eastern. Let's see, just a friendly reminder, YouTube and the internet page talking about From are going to be crawling with new theories when in fact it's spoilers. Yes, thanks for that reminder, Incognito. Watch out for spoilers out there. I recommend when season 4 starts, stay off of Reddit. Reddit is going to be loaded with spoilers. You don't want to get spoiled. In season 3, spoilers were rampant, and hopefully there won't be as many leaks this time, but it could happen. So just a friendly reminder, I second that. Watch out. Reddit is going to be loaded with spoilers, I bet. And you got to be careful in some of the live chats too. I'm going to be really vigilant and watching for any spoilers in my live chats or in my comments, and anyone who posts a spoiler will get banned. Zero tolerance for that. And In season 3, I didn't have any issues. There was only one person who came in the live chat and said a spoiler, which we didn't even take seriously. We thought it was a joke, but I did ban the person anyway. They said Fatima is going to kill Tilly, and she did. But yeah, with the bigger channels, when there's a much bigger chat, there's a higher likelihood that you're going to see spoilers. Just a warning, when you're in the chats of some of the bigger channels, bigger than mine, you might potentially run into them. But let's hope that there aren't as many leaks this time and they're more careful about keeping a lid on things. That's awful. Tam Keen was scrolling on Twitter and got spoiled about the season 3 finale. Smiley's rebirth. It sucks. And like somebody, one time I saw a fake trailer for the next episode, and it had a spoiler showing the kimono lady taking the smiley pot out of Fatima. But thankfully, I couldn't tell what it was. I couldn't tell anything about it. So you couldn't see what it was. You could just see her and Fatima giving birth to something. But people will do stuff like that too. So be careful with watching episode trailers on YouTube, because sometimes assholes will take leaked spoiler pictures, and then with AI they'll animate them and do all kinds of tricks. Let's see. Reddit, Facebook, even YouTube had spoilers. Yeah. I know, like Jeremy Ice and Fire's chat had some spoilers in it. They had to ban some people. So we don't want there's a zero tolerance policy for spoilers here. And you will get banned if you post spoilers here. Nobody wants to be spoiled and have that ruined for them. So you can feel pretty secure on my channel, because it's not a really big channel. There's less likelihood that there's going to be somebody posting spoilers here. We don't have a chat that's as big. And also, I watch my comment section vigilantly. I read every comment I get on every video, and I reply to every comment too. As long as they're respectful, I reply to everything. And so if I were to see any leaks or spoilers, I would immediately get rid of it and ban the person. So I've got your back. I'll be watching and making sure that you guys don't get spoiled on my channel. Same with my Discord too. You can feel secure in the Discord as well. Daryl was also spoiled about Smiley's rebirth. One Big Sesh says, I really think I'm right about the Toby thing after my rewatch, but I promise it's not a spoiler if I am right. I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, that's the other issue with the spoilers and the leaks. Sometimes, what ruins it for everybody else is not only getting spoiled, but when you're actually right about a theory and people don't believe you because they think that you must have seen the leaks. That's terrible. Like that happened to me. I was accused of seeing the leaks when I didn't, because I was right about Tabitha and Jade being reincarnated. I had a theory video that predicted it in episode 3, and I was accused of having seen the leaks. And I made a video after episode 5 that, definitely committed to that theory, and that's when the accusations came in. That's just wrong, because then people who really work hard to follow the clues and make theories get blamed and get accused of stuff that we didn't do. It's terrible. But the lovely people on this channel believed me. Tara was spoiled about Elgin's eye too. Amy was spoiled about Elgin's eye and the Smiley rebirth. The rope wasn't spoiled for Daryl. Well, that's good. I was freaking out when the rope scene happened. Yeah, me too. That was wild. David says those that spoiled the rebirth still didn't understand the symbolism of the rebirth of the black sun. Yeah, I bet almost nobody understood that, but you, David, you always understand really deep esoteric symbolism behind the show. It's really cool. Staying off Reddit is generally good advice. Right, Mark? Exactly. I'm not a Reddit person. I love making theories, and I know a lot of theory crafters love Reddit, but it's just not for me. It can be a cesspool. They knew it was smiley, no connection to meaning. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, anyway, I think, let's see, how much time do I have left to walk on this treadmill? Oh, not much time at all. Avon says you can always point out why you came up with a reincarnation theory. And I did. I defended myself. I explained my reasoning for it, but they still didn't believe me. Some, the handful of people who accused me, but the people who know me and follow my channel, they believed it. They believed me, and that's all that matters. And I know in my heart that I didn't do anything wrong. I know. That's all that really matters too. There was so much evidence for the reincarnation. Yes. All we did was put together the clues that were right in front of us, the people who got that right. Incognito says, I can understand how some people want spoilers. It's childish to post them everywhere. It is. I know some people want them, but why would you go around posting them everywhere just to be a fucking troll? The people who do it, they're not trying to be like, hey, guess what, guys? I just found out something awesome. You want to hear this? They're like, no, they just want to ruin everybody's fun. They do it on purpose to ruin things for us. They know that people are going to be upset by it, and they do it on purpose. Amy, yes, I do. Amy asks, do you get muscle cramps after exercising? Yeah, I get muscle cramps pretty much all the time, no matter what I do. Right now, my leg muscles are cramping really bad, and I'm still having to walk through it. Yeah, it's very, very painful, but I have to walk through the pain. I don't have a choice. Because then if I don't, I get other kinds of pain that are worse. It's complicated. David says, I stay away from everyone except Tony and Julie. Well, I'm honored, David. Thank you. That really means a lot, because there are a lot of great From creators out there. So thank you for that. And David, you're one of the most, deep thinking, prolific theorists in the fandom. You have such unique theories. So I'm honored that you choose my channel. Tam says, imagine my surprise when I learned about their reincarnation. As a Jade and Tabitha shipper, I won. You sure did, because they became literal soulmates. So you definitely won there. Daryl says, I heard reincarnation theories as early as 1 because of the bracelet thing. No kidding.
Yeah, I was going to say, we had Kelly on from Cyber Queen Media, and they were one of the first channels to actually come up with that, and they got really dogged for it. Like, everybody was like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's so stupid. And I felt bad for them.
Right.
Because they were kind of throwing it out when the bracelet journal was found and Christopher was there, and they were like, this might be reincarnation. And everybody's like, no, that's dumb. That's a really stupid theory. It's never gonna be reincarnation. So
Right. Yeah, they told us that they had that theory since season 2 of From on their channel, and they got a lot of flack for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have the chance to try and theorize about it, because I didn't discover the show until 2024. And then I watched seasons 1 and 2 back to back, dove into the fandom head first. That was 2 years ago. This month, actually. And then season 3 came out, and within the first few episodes of season 3, I thought they're reincarnated. And it was when Tabitha found the bracelet in the glove compartment of Henry's car that I thought, yeah, she's probably his reincarnated wife, and Jade's Christopher reincarnated. So Amy says there were people that had early access to From shows, and some of them were leaking it on purpose. Oh yeah, they got to watch who they give those to, because some of them were really irresponsible with it. And you know, I really don't appreciate when people who get screeners for these shows make theories. I'm sorry, that's not fair. You're making theories based on information you have that we don't, that the rest of us don't. And you're acting like, you know, you don't know what's going on and you're just coming up with these ideas, these brilliant theories. We know you have screeners. It's just disingenuous to do that. Even the people who get just a few episodes at a time, screeners, it's still being a few steps ahead of the rest of us, and they're making theories. I don't like that. Yeah, people who get early episodes, that's how the spoilers get leaked. Exactly. So, you know, some of these people are really, irresponsible. Amy, you're fine. You word things just fine. Don't worry about it. You're too hard on yourself. You word things just fine. Football Affinity says random, but I hope Fatima doesn't forgive Elgin. Yeah, I mean, she's a very loving, kind person. So I could see her forgiving him, but I hope she doesn't. I hope that she holds him responsible as much as she should. And, he needs to really be repentant for what he did to her. That was really messed up. Kidnapping a pregnant woman and dragging her down the stairs of the root cellar by her foot was crazy. I mean, Elgin is not a bad person. He's not an evil person. He was being tricked by an evil entity in a supernatural place. So we can't really judge him by our real world logic. He thought that an angel was telling him he needed to do this so that everyone could go home, and even Fatima would be saved as a result. So it just kind of escalated, and he was a victim just like Sarah was. But it doesn't mean what he did was right. I'm not justifying it. Football says I was definitely on the reincarnation theory train. That made its way around the fandom because of the leaks, I think. Because I think that was one of the things that leaked. But thankfully, I never saw the leaks. I came to that theory on my own. And, I was on that train big time. And somebody told me in the comment section of my video saying I thought it was that. They said that would be boring. I don't think it's boring. I think it's really interesting. How many shows have we ever seen that have a reincarnation plot line at the center of it? That's pretty unique. So I don't find that boring in the least. Incognito, yes, the reincarnation was heavily implied. I mean, I can't say if I was on track. Can't remember. Yeah, it was heavily implied. And I laid out all the evidence for it in one of my season 3 theory videos around the middle of the season. The town messes with people. Forgiving is the only way to move forward. That's true, Amy. In the end, I think she should forgive him, but still hold him accountable. He needs to really be repentant for what he did. And I believe he will be. But you're right, Amy. They need to just let go and forgive, because the town does mess with everyone. Oh, hey, Jen. Just made it back again from the shop. So glad to see everyone again. Always glad to see you, Jen. So many people called Tabitha being Miranda and called out her mother vibe with Victor. Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's right there in our faces, isn't it? Big time. So, Recon says, I can't wait to watch this stream from the start. Sounds spicy. It was fun. Yeah, it was fun. We had Doug on for a couple hours, and it was great. We had a good time with it. And there was a strong mother vibe with Tabitha and Victor. Absolutely, Tam. And so, and that was evident from season 2. Daryl says, I didn't believe the reincarnation theory in season 1 and 2, but I didn't think it was a dumb theory. Avon says, I can't get enough of theories, so I watch lots of From YouTubers, but I usually stay on your channel the longest. Aw, well, that means a lot. Thank you. there's so many great from YouTubers out there. There's so much awesome content. So that really means a lot to me, especially since, I mean, I do really long content, and I wonder sometimes how many people are going to stick with it, and if I'm hurting my own, progress, if I'm hurting myself by doing these streams for so long and making long scripted videos, because a lot of people have short attention spans now. But that's awesome to hear. That really reinforces what I'm doing and makes me think I'm on the right track. That's awesome to hear. And I don't need to condense and be someone I'm not and start churning out a bunch of really short videos, because that's just not me. I'm a wordy person. I have a lot to say. I never shut up. One big stash. Yes, people leak stuff for attention. Same reason folks share bad news first. Any attention is good for some people. Yeah, it's like children. That's like a child's behavior. It's just so ridiculous. Grow up. Someone who got the episodes early basically uploaded a lot of the episodes before they came out and said it was a trailer. I remember I heard that happened. I heard that through the grapevine, That was crazy that someone did that. And I heard someone put them on YouTube, and they were on briefly before they got taken down. Yes, stay off Reddit if you hate spoilers. Jen, I was saying that a little while ago. Daryl said, and they accidentally showed a quick shot of the start of season 3, episode 5. Oh, man. I remember there was a trailer, an episode trailer that it actually showed some stuff from the finale, and I didn't realize that it was from the finale at the time. It was lying and saying it was for the next episode, but it had scenes from the finale in it, including Christopher sitting on a roof with Jasper. I did see that. Luckily, that didn't spoil anything for me. It didn't reveal anything in terms of like revelations and answers. Amy says, not forgiving, not moving on is what I think keeps you stuck in what the town feeds on. That's a great point. That's a great point. I agree. People should move on and not hold on to the baggage of the past. Tam says, I think she's not the person she was before. She's past the point of forgiving. Yes, she's definitely never going to be the person she was before. She was a beacon of hope and light, and now she's going to be haunted by what's happened to her. Being forced to kill an old woman because of this thing inside of her. Being forced to birth this monster instead of a baby. Yeah, she's never going to be the same. And getting kidnapped, all that trauma. Oh, yeah. Elgin is too dumb for From. He is dumb, Jen. I'm not going to lie. He's dumb. Samuel said Elgin's less bad than Sarah. Sarah's cute, though, so she gets a pass, of course. All the guys will give her a pass because they think she's cute. But yes, what Elgin did is less of a crime than Sarah, obviously, because Elgin didn't kill anyone. Like little Megan, logically, she would know that it was not her grandma, but the monsters get in her head. Right, Amy. Great point. I never saw leaks, and I'm not saying it was obvious, but it was definitely implied. Yes, agree. Football. So you got lucky like me and didn't see any major leaks. I was on point about remembering, accepting, and doing the right thing. Absolutely, incognito. And Scarlet, I don't know if you said it, I can't hear you. I don't know if you're trying to talk and I'm not able to hear you. Yeah, I wasn't able to hear if you were trying to talk a few minutes ago. Daryl says, I hope Fatima gets a lot better by the end of the season. I'm sure she will. But she's broken. I'm sure she'll get somewhat better, but she's a broken person at the end of the day. She's a broken person, and I think she's just like she could be in trouble because someone said Ghost Khatri said broken people don't survive here, so maybe she won't survive. Guys in the chat, everyone in the chat, have you been able to hear Scarlet? Because I haven't. And Scarlet is telling me in the private chat that she's been talking, but I don't hear anything. So let me know in the chat if you've been hearing Scarlet, because I haven't heard a thing. Hey, Scarlet.
Hello.
I hear you now.
Okay, I don't know what StreamYard's doing.
It's really screwing with you tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they said in the chat they haven't heard you either, so it wasn't just me this time. Sometimes it was
Yeah,
me.
I like the other time because I was like, well, I was talking and I thought sometimes you'd pause and I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna start talking because you heard me talking, and I'm like, nope, you started up again.
Yeah, because a couple times that happened because I realized I didn't realize I muted the Chromebook, so I couldn't hear you. That was funny, but okay, well, we fixed it now.
The time being.
Yes, Elgin was played. He didn't hurt anyone. He was just a tool of this Fukin place. Well, I mean, he kidnapped Fatima and dragged her into the root cellar. I mean, that's kind of hurting her and traumatizing her, but he was played and he deserves forgiveness, I think. Forgiveness. That is why the town can fight back when secrets meant to destroy them are out. Great point, Jen. And I think that's going to be important this season for Boyd, because I do think he's got an awful lot of secrets that are overdue to come out. And Elgin foreshadowed this in the trailer when he told Boyd that the truth always comes to light. It's only a matter of time or something. So, if those secrets are meant to destroy Boyd, they need to just, he needs to just come out with it and own up to everything. And then they need to just forgive and accept that Boyd is like their savior. So just forgive him for the secrets and the mistakes he's made, because he's helped them survive and thrive in this nightmare town. And Daryl's like, I forgive Sarah because I can see she is a good person who was taken advantage of, and I love her. Yes, we know. Yes, you do. Tam says, I forgive Scarlet, and he's right. I'm sorry, I forgive Elgin.
What was we forgive?
Not Scarlet.
I was like, what?
I was like, my brain was melding together these two comments that said, no, can't hear Scarlet, and I forgive Elgin. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm sorry. I misspeak a lot when I'm in a lot of pain.
I didn't know what I had done.
I'm in a lot of pain, and then I misspeak and I say stupid things. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Tam says, I forgive Elgin, and he's right to be hurt about what was done to him, but I hope he recognizes he messed up and that Fatima birthed a monster, so he was wrong and Boyd was ultimately right. Agreed, Tam. Still kidnapping. Elgin gets 15 years. Sarah gets 15 to life. Multiple life sentences, actually. Whoa, harsh, Samuel. By real world standards, yes, indeed. So, yeah, but this is not the real world, and they were manipulated. I'm not condoning what they did, but they were duped by these entities that thought that made them think they were helping. Sci-Fi Vision, Jamie says, StreamYard has been shitty all night.
Oh, so not the only
one. We had issues earlier.
Yeah.
So it's not just you, Scarlet.
Yeah.
Good to know. StreamYard can be a pain in the ass. I want to learn how to use OBS, which is free, and stop paying $55 a month to this rip-off software. I can't afford this $55 a month. I really can't. I'm struggling right now. So I've got to learn OBS and get out of StreamYard, but it's so complicated. OBS is so confusing. I just don't have the time right now to teach myself that, and the mental energy. Incognito, and I'm really not tech savvy at all. I need someone to help me. Incognito says Fatima is a sensitive woman. It's either she can fight back and move forward, or she plunges in the darkness. No middle ground. Yeah, that's true. She's a very emotional person. So it's either really positive in one direction or extremely dark the other end of the spectrum. Daryl thinks Elgin will know he was wrong about Kimono Woman, but he'll still be mad about what happened to him. I think so too. Yeah. If the town joins together, for sure, that would piss the monsters off. But you know that won't happen, Amy. You know it won't. Samuel is like, Judge Samuel B's word is final. Community service for life. Damn, you're harsh. Well, actually, that's not harsh. Community service is okay. That's actually a light sentence. But the other things you were saying were harsh. Mark says, I think the reincarnation theme in the show is deep and relevant. It is true that evil is intergenerational, but I think the show is an attempt to explore that hope and love are as well. I love that, Mark. That I completely agree. That's beautifully said. Absolutely. You know? Look at how hope has been passed down from the children. The hope of the dying children created the bottle tree that's brought Tabitha and Jade back to try to rectify things and save them. So that's a beautifully written statement. I love it. Recon says, am I the only dude who isn't into Sarah? I feel like I'm missing something. Finally, someone who's not into Sarah. Thank you. Thank you for that. Avon says, Elgin's got played since the moment the bus entered Fromville. Yes, Avon. Yes.
Maybe even before.
He was 100% picked to be here to get played from day one. The entities are playing 3D chess. The man in yellow and the boy in white are playing this game of chess using people as chess pieces. And what do you do in chess? You plan things out multiple moves in advance. I believe Elgin was brought to town in advance, knowing that Boyd was going out to the woods and he was going to bring back those worms, the cicada entity. And he would give it to a monster. He would be manipulated into giving it to a monster, unleashing the cicada entity. And then that monster would have to be reborn, and Elgin would be there to help bring him back, to help usher him back in. I really think he was brought there with that in mind. Daryl says, I say stupid things when I'm not in pain. Well, that makes me feel better. Tam says, I'm not a dude and not attracted to Sarah, but I love her. Okay. Hey there, the JH Review. Nice to see you. Shout out to the JH Review, another awesome channel, making an appearance in the chat. We had Parkland Media in here earlier. Another awesome channel covering From. And if you're not already, check out the JH Reviews channel and his coverage of From. He's so funny. He does really great impressions, like his impression of Boyd, and when he dresses up with the milk hat. I love it. He does some really cool content on this show. And definitely check him out if you haven't done so. And always cool to see you. Let's see.
I remember one where he held the jukebox from the diner over his head like a Say Anything reference, but as Boyd.
That was funny. Yes. He's got a jacket. When he dresses up in a jacket too, like he could totally pass for a younger Boyd. You know, I have a soft spot for flawed people. Me too, Tam. I do too. JH says, yes, screw StreamYard. I've dumped that service. Yes, it's ripping me off. What are you using? If you don't mind me asking, are you using OBS? Because I cannot stand paying StreamYard $55 a month that I can't afford anymore. I'm literally taking money out of the little bit of savings I have, and that's terrible. I can't keep doing that because my expenses have gone up a lot in the last 6 months, so I can't afford it anymore. But I don't know what else to use. This is the easiest, most, basic, streaming software for tech illiterate people like me. And OBS is so complicated. So if you know a better way, please enlighten me, because I need to get out of StreamYard. Daryl says, Elgin puked his guts out when he first got there, had a seizure, risked his life for Ellis, almost drowned in his sleep, got tortured and lost an eye. Dude deserves a break. Yes, you are absolutely right. And I'm off the treadmill now. So yes, Elgin, he had a premonition dream before he even got there. He was targeted to be there. That's why he threw up from horror when he saw this place and recognized it. He definitely deserves a break.
He didn't even get that 96-day break that other people got.
Yes. The issue is more than one person. Indeed. Oh, and of course, check out Sci-Fi Vision channel. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. Check out Jamie's channel over at Sci-Fi Vision. Scarlet is also a co-host over there. So if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the Sci-Fi Vision channel. And Scarlet, you're covering a show with Jamie over there right now, right?
Yes, I am covering Daredevil Born Again.
Oh, cool. So
Thursday nights.
Thursday nights at what time?
11 p.m.
Okay, cool.
It's me, Jamie, Jen the teacher, if you know, you know.
Yeah. Cool. So let's see. Sci-Fi Vision. So let me put that in the chat. The channel link. And yeah, unfortunately it's gonna overlap with probably when I have to do the rewatch live here on Thursday, but yeah, and I apologize for that, Scarlet, but I don't think I could do another live tonight.
It makes for a really long night.
Yeah, I don't think I could do another live tonight. That would be 3 nights in a row, and I need a little more time to prepare now. This is exhausting. But I'm sure we'll be streaming a long time. So when you're done over there, you can join here. and it'll probably be another late night one here. So
yeah,
it'll be a late night one. So here is the Sci-Fi Vision link. And Jamie and Scarlet covering Daredevil on Thursday nights. And anyway, and of course, let me, while I'm at it, JH Review channel. I'll throw that link in the chat too. It's the JH Review. There are a few different channels. Yeah, it's the JH Review. And then we've got to shut this down for the night and go to sleep. I'll share. Okay. Okay, there's the link for the JH Reviews channel too. And JH Review says, I am proficient at OBS, but I use a service called EVMUX. It's at the old price point of StreamYard, which was $25. Thank you. I will look into that. I use OBS for screen recording, but I don't know how to use it for anything else. I've used it for like concerts that I paid for online, but yeah. So thank you. I will look into that. Because StreamYard for $25, that's reasonable. Now it's $55. They raised it by more than double. It's obscene. Thanks, JH. And you're welcome. You're welcome, Jamie. And yes, Jen the teacher rocks too. She's awesome. I love her. Love her. Beautiful soul she is. JH says, yes, OBS does have a learning curve. It's free for a reason, I guess. It sure is. It's not very user-friendly. It is a clusterfuck to look at. All the controls are just all over the place and wordy. There's just words everywhere and it's cluttered. It's terrible. Tam says, I was a bit hesitant to forgive Elgin at first since he's clashing with Boyd. I love Boyd dearly. Oh, me too. Gotta love me some Boyd. Clearly the town is playing mind games with the characters to bring division. Oh, absolutely, Amy. 100% it is. Trying to divide them. The Boyd is back in town. You ever think Tabitha will ever dig another hole in her? You think Tabitha will ever dig another hole in her life? I don't think so. I don't think that's
never Gordon.
Never. Jim represents the hole in her life. Oh, wait, that was Thomas. Never mind. Oh, God, yeah. A lot of holes in Tabitha's life. Oh, Amy looked up this. This is cool. Thank you, Amy. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. EV Mux for live streaming. Thank you. With plugins designed for live streaming, provides easy to use layouts, screen sharing, and unique plugins like chat boxes, polls, and overlays. Cool. Sounds great because I've really gotten attached to the StreamYard format. I like it a lot. I really hate to lose it. And it's just what I'm used to. I also use it to record videos. I don't know if that service lets you record pre-record videos. That's how I make my scripted videos, and that's the easiest thing to do. I'm not good at that either. So I don't know if I can't do it via that or something else that's easy. I might be stuck with StreamYard for that reason, come to think of it. No, Daryl, I think this is it. I hope this is it. No more footage from season 4. Please, no more. I want to just enjoy the ride and not have too much spoiled. Thank you very much, MGM. We're good now. Please. No more. We can't do any more lives we're done. We're still doing the rewatch. We have 12 more episodes to cover in the rewatch, for God's sake. And we've had enough already. Like, they've released enough footage, but I do expect one more thing to come out. Next week, watch for a photo dump from episode 1. It's gonna happen. In season 3, every week we would get a photo dump several days ahead of the new episode. And it would be on the Amazon Press Photo website. It would be Amazon MGM Press Photos. So be prepared. There's going to be a photo dump. And so when we do our season 4 live stream next week, we're definitely going to be diving into photos, but I don't think we'll get any more video footage. Yes, new images, indeed. We're definitely going to get that. Guaranteed. Probably Monday or Tuesday of next week we'll get that. I don't like that. They really they give away too much in those images. Remember when they showed Jasper down in the cave having a tea party? Like, I was mad that they showed Jasper down in the cave with a little teacup, because I would have been psyched to see that and be surprised when the show aired.
Ended up being nothing.
Yeah, but it still would have been fun to just be surprised at that weird scene. I know he never talked, but it still would have been cool if that were.
He was posed to cash not to be able to talk and stand up and move around.
Yeah, I know. JH says, yes, you can pre-record and live stream. Thank you. Okay. Well, that is great to know. Thank you so much for that info. So I will be looking into that, and maybe I can cut my cost in more than 50% per month. I'll have to adjust to new software, but I'll definitely check it out. So okay, with that, we need to say good night to everybody. Thank you so much for the awesome discussion as always, and yeah, we'll be back probably Thursday night, because I think I'm going to need a night off now. So it's most likely going to be Thursday night that we will do the rewatch for the last 2 episodes of season 2, episodes 9 and 10. And then Saturday we'll start season 3, episodes 1, 2, and 3. And keep an eye out for my Ethan Theory video. Please give that a view, a like, throw a comment in the comment section, and have a whole, conversation in the comment section if you'd like, and talk theories with people. It helps with the algorithm.
Debate back and forth.
It helps with the algorithm. And
debate back and forth who's hotter, Sophie or Sarah.
Yes. And please hype that video when it comes out if you have any hypes available. And I would ask you to kindly save your hypes if you have any for that video, if you have to choose between that and this live stream. It would really help a lot more. It would bring more people to the live streams if you hype the theory videos. So good night to Recon, Avon, Love you all. Even Daryl. We love you too, Jen. Good night, Jamie. Tam says, love you from Lee. Good night, everyone. Especially Daryl, my fellow Sarah fan. And Jen says, you're now at 2.3K in hypes. You're at 2.3K now in hypes. Where do you see that, Jen? Where does it say I'm at 2.3K? Good more night to Michael. And we'll see you next time. Where does it say that? 2.3K? Because I know on different videos it says sometimes like how many thousand hypes you have, but on my Jade video it has like 170,000 hype points. 170,000 hype points, not individual hypes. That would be crazy if it had that many hypes. But yeah, I'm curious, Jen, as to what you mean. Anyway, yeah, with that I will say good more night to everyone. Thank you, Incognito. It's actually 12:05 p.m. in Ukraine, Daryl. Oh, that's right, you're in Ukraine, Yvonne. That's right. So cool talking to people all around the world through this. So cool. Jen says when I hyped today, it gave 2.3K. Oh, okay. That's weird. When I have, when I've seen like Karl hype my videos, it says I was getting 2.5K points per hype, but maybe it went down or I'm just remembering wrong and it's 2.3K. But anyway, close enough. Cool. Very cool. Thank you so much for hyping, by the way, Jen. Thank you so much, truly. Really appreciate that. It makes a massive difference when you hype my videos. I'm not overstating it. It's not hyperbole. It is incredible what hypes do for small channels like mine. So you're making a huge difference, each and every one of you, when you hype it. Recon says, I get notifications about how much we hype stuff. Really? I haven't seen that yet. Interesting. You're getting bigger, Julie. Nice, Jen. If you can't hype the video, at least comment and share. Yes, please. So if you're in a country that doesn't have hypes, yes, please comment and share the video and like the video. And of course, subscribe. And thank you so much for all the support. And thank you, Incognito. So most likely be back Thursday night. I'm probably gonna try and go live around 10 p.m. Eastern, or not 10 p.m. Eastern, 10:30 p.m. or 11 p.m. Eastern, sometime around there. And Scarlet will join when she's done with her other live. And that'll be from episodes 9 and 10 of season 2, the rewatch. And until then, have a good day or a good night, everybody. Time to rewatch the stream. Thank you, Recon, for doing that. You guys are amazing for what you rewatch my streams. Shout out to the replay gang, especially if you made it this far. Thank you so much for doing that. Love you guys. Yes, I will take care of myself as much as I can, and the people close to me. Incognito, and you do the same. You take care. And good night, Mark. Yes, Doug is so much fun. We had a great time with Doug. It's definitely worth a rewatch. And good evening to you, Jen. And we will see you next time. Good night, Scarlet.
Good night. I'm going to quote Poe here. Anna Moo Moo, Llama Llama. Anna Moo Moo, Llama Llama.
Okay.
Read the book. Read the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Sleep well. Don't let that haunt your nightmares.
Okay.
Anna Moo Moo, Llama Llama.
Good night.
But up.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi JulieBDeepDives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B., I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a family, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B., protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B., thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Really binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B. Deep Dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it, slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the clout.
They don't die.